Welcome to AudioNovel. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. Classroom of the Elite, the Eroge. 1 Act 1, Scene 1 ZZZ. ZZZZZ. Beep. Thanks to his senses that could detect even the slightest hint of sound while asleep, Ayanokouji Kiyotaka immediately sat up from his bed and looked around to see where that beeping came from. It couldn't have come from an alarm clock, he didn't set one before going to bed. It couldn't have been the doorbell, that would be ridiculous. A crazy idea popped up in his mind, which involved that man sending armed troops to the place where he was temporarily staying at in an attempt to bring him back. Something like that can be expected from his father because it was just like him to go to drastic measures when it involved him. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case either. Congratulations, you have become the protagonist. Raise flags, form relationships, and build your very own harem of beautiful heroines to love. Enjoy. Kiyotaka blinked in confusion, before staring at the floating pink screen with white text that was floating before his face. Today was supposedly his first day in high school and he had been preparing for it ever since a week ago. He made sure that nothing would prevent him from going to Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School and starting a new life, not even some lousy sickness. After checking his body temperature to see if he was sick, he wasn't. Kiyotaka concluded that there was no reason for him to be having hallucinations this early in the morning. However, even after blinking and rubbing his eyes several times, it didn't disappear. Deciding he would think about this when he gets out of bed properly, Kiyotaka moved to the edge but was surprised when the pink screen moved with him, staying at a fixed distance in front of his face that he could still read the text no matter which direction he looked. He thought of a way to make this strange image disappear because it would definitely be a distraction, and after a bit of thinking, he reached out with his hand towards the screen and touched it. The screen then made a beeping sound that one would normally hear in video games before it finally disappeared, confusing him to no end. What was that? He mumbled to no one in particular, before the sound of the door opening got his attention. Kiyotaka-senpai. Breakfast is ready downstairs. You don't want to be late for your first day in high school. Nanae Tsubasa, a 15-year-old blonde girl who was a close friend of the people whom he was staying with, entered his room with a bright smile on her face. Kiyotaka almost forgot that this girl was here. She had stayed over for the night. Sleepovers were a regular occurrence in this household, under the excuse of it being the last time she would see him before he leaves to attend high school. While he didn't really care about her reasons, he found it interesting that she can sleep here without any repercussions. Are sleepovers just that normal? Anyway, the young man couldn't even respond to her words properly when the world around him suddenly stopped. As in, literally stopped. The strange, beeping sound filled his ears again and everything around him lost color and froze, as if someone had frozen time itself. Tsubasa stayed where she was, completely frozen, and even the digital clock near his bed had stopped. It wasn't this that got him to widen his eyes in shock, though. What took that achievement were the 3 new screens that suddenly showed before him, in the same color scheme as the one earlier, neatly placed one over the other. A, I heard you, and I'm going. Now get out. I have to change clothes. B, Nanae, you don't just barge into someone else's room without knocking. Would you mind it if I did the same? C, you know, I never realized how cute and adorable you are, Tsubasa-chan. Why don't you join me in bed for a few more minutes before we go down? What's going on here? Kiyotaka stated while staring at the 3 screens, especially the last one. Thanks to his past, Kiyotaka couldn't show any kind of emotion on his face even though he was capable of feeling them, but this was the closest he had come to breaking that. Kiyotaka had seen his fair share of shocking things, like people being killed and burned to oblivion, but if he had to be honest, none of those could compare to this. The sudden stop of time itself was already enough to break his usual apathetic expression, but it was the 3 choices before him, especially the last one, that got his jaw to slightly drop out of disbelief. If that wasn't enough, he could also see Nanae's breakfast is ready downstairs. You don't want to be late for your first day in high school, on top of them in a separate screen. Despite his true nature and what he was really like under that mask of indifference that he normally had, Kiyotaka was still a teenager and thus, shared a similar interest to things that other teens liked. It didn't help that for the past month that he had been living here, Eiichiro Matsuo, the son of the butler who helped him escape from that place, introduced him to the world of video games when they met. After only a week, Kiyotaka was able to build his own computer and even program it to give him regular updates about that man and the White Room. Even though he has never had a keen interest in games like this, he preferred strategy and FPS games where he can truly be in his element, he still knew what this whole scenario was like. Namely, visual novels. They were a type of game wherein the player would have to assume the role of the protagonist and make his own choices that will affect the game in many ways. In the novels that were also considered dating simulators, the player may choose between different routes or girls whom he would end up with when the game is finished. In his case, though, Kiyotaka had never played any cute/romantic ones, because there wasn't anything like that in this household. Eiichiro liked the explicit genre of visual novels more, which were the Eroges. He even had a collection of them which Kiyotaka decided to ignore the first time he saw it. How would his father react to that when he sees it? Regardless, he had played a few Eroges in the past month and it only left him curious and interested on how games like those were made, despite the mature content that were included in them. The words from the first screen earlier then came back to his mind, making him shake his head. This is ridiculous. I must be dreaming. Eiichiro's games have simply got into my head. No. Kiyotaka refused to believe that he was experiencing the life of a dating sim protagonist. It sounded like a lame plot for a cheap manga and this was no doubt just a weird dream. Maybe seeing that Eroge collection of Eiichiro got to his brain. It also sounded like some god up there took pity on him for essentially missing out on his entire childhood and made things this way to make it up to him. Deciding that this was only a dream without a doubt, Kiyotaka threw himself back to his bed, ignoring the choices and closing his eyes. An undetermined amount of time later, because his clock was still frozen, and things remained the same. Kiyotaka tried a number of things in an attempt to wake himself up from this dream. From punching himself in the face, which hurt a lot, and trying to step past the frozen and colorless form of Tsubasa, which magically teleported him back to his bed, Kiyotaka started coming to the realization that maybe this wasn't a dream. Which was insane. Thanks to Eiichiro's influence and his own curiosity, Kiyotaka had read his fair share of stories and manga where something similar to this happened. As in, the protagonist's life turning into a video game, but he never asked for this to happen to him. Plus, did it really have to be a dating sim? Couldn't it have been an RPG or even being sent to another world where he can have a new life? That would have been better. Finally coming to the realization that he was basically trapped here until he does something, Kiyotaka sighed and walked over towards Tsubasa, standing just before her before looking at the three choices he had. Obviously, the option that caught his attention was the first one. It was simple, direct, and can get rid of Tsubasa in a snap. However, he quickly had second thoughts about it. He had no idea how his answer would affect Tsubasa, and from his experience in playing these games, choosing the wrong option would lead to something bad. As much as he wanted Tsubasa to leave, he didn't want to be rude to the girl who was only trying to tell him that food was on the table. The second choice was also plausible, but Kiyotaka could tell that it contained a passive-aggressive tone from the words alone. Plus, it also had an inappropriate comment about going into a girl's room that wasn't needed at all. Again, he didn't want to be rude to Nanace, who has done nothing wrong as far as he was concerned. And so, by process of elimination, Kiyotaka's eyes fell on the last option, the one that would have been discarded first out of logic if he was in a normal conversation. Unfortunately, this was anything but normal. It was also remotely obvious that it was the right option, considering his current predicament. As much as he wanted to deny it, he was now curious about what would happen if he chooses this option. With his mind made up, Kiyotaka sighed to himself and pushed option C. Almost immediately, the young man had the weirdest feeling overcome him, feeling as if the world became blurred until he found himself back on his bed, in the exact same position he had been when the choices first appeared. The sensation caused him to feel dizzy and unable to notice that the world around him was regaining its color and going back to the way it was. Kiyotaka then felt his mouth and body were moving by a will not his own, as if some kind of greater power had suddenly overridden his own mind. If Kiyotaka had to be honest, he was getting nervous about this. He was trained to fight against human threats, not divine ones. Divine because what he's going through at the moment can't be the work of a normal human at all. You know, I never realized how cute you are, Tsubasa-chan, Kiyotaka spoke with a smile that took the blonde girl completely off guard, because she had never seen him make any kind of emotion before. Why don't you join me in bed for a few more minutes before going down? Silence was what followed even after the shocked Kiyotaka regained control over his body. He was already thinking of what to say as an apology, when he saw Tsubasa blushing furiously as she took a few steps back, unable to look at him in the eyes. I'll leave you alone for now, senpai. Don't forget to come down for breakfast, alright? The poor Tsubasa squeaked in embarrassment before running away, leaving the dumbfounded Kiyotaka behind. He didn't even have time to open his mouth and voice his shock at how this thing worked, as well as the fact that he actually smiled, because several notifications suddenly popped before him with some weird chiming that came from who knows where. Congratulations. You have unlocked the Achi event, Smooth Like Butter. You gained +1 in charm. Tsubasa route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Nanace Tsubasa. Your current status with Tsubasa has changed to loyal follower. Congratulations. You have unlocked the achievement, the first of many. You gain +1 in aura. I can't believe it. This may actually be real, mumbled Kiyotaka, who was slowly getting over his shock and was now growing curious about this strange power instead. This was a completely different experience compared to playing video games, and he now wanted to know more about how this worked. Point 2 Act 1, Scene 2 Breakfast had been quite a slightly awkward affair, mainly between him and Tsubasa. Eiichiro was as loud and boisterous as ever while Matsuo himself was offering Kiyotaka some advice before he leaves for school later on, but the young man wasn't listening at all. It wasn't Kiyotaka's fault that he couldn't concentrate on what was happening. It's because of the screen that appeared over Tsubasa's head that he couldn't ignore no matter how much he tried to think about something else. Nanace Tsubasa, friendly kohai. Relationship status, loyal follower. Affection points, 0/100. Heroine summary, Tsubasa is a dear friend of Eiichiro who met you a month ago when his father brought you here. During all the times she has visited, she always looks forward to being around you because of how much of a mystery you are. She constantly wonders why you never show any kind of emotion, but chooses not to ask anything because she thinks it is something you don't want to share. She looks up to you as her senpai, and highly values your opinion. She aims to go to Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School like you in a year's time. Kiyotaka was trying hard not to stare at the screen that showed Tsubasa's information, but all it did was confirm to him that this was something he'd have to get used to. On the bright side, it did give him more insight on what the girl thought about him, and he was slightly surprised at what he just found out. More importantly, he was curious on how exactly this power worked. Was it just about raising flags with heroines and making a harem of his own? He remembered those as the exact words that were shown at the screen that he saw when he woke up. Was that it then? Was he simply supposed to gain the affection of the girls he comes across with? Tsubasa was already one of them, and from the looks of it, she wasn't going to be the only one. To what end, though? How many girls would it take before this dating simulator becomes satisfied? Based on what he knew about games like this, the normal number of girls that a player can choose from would be 5, but there's no telling if the same applies to this power he now possessed. Of course, like every other person out there, Kiyotaka desired to experience what was it like to love a person and if he was capable of doing so. Because of that, he wasn't going to be pissed at this turn of events, and if anything, this might help him. But can he really live with this predicament? He also wanted to enjoy the other aspects of his freedom, like choosing where to go, what to do, and what to eat. With his life being akin to a protagonist of a dating simulator, he didn't feel as free anymore. It's like someone from above was telling him to use this to his advantage and do with it as he wished, but could he really do this? He knew nothing about falling in love and relationships, and he was completely sure that video games aren't the same as real life. Senpai, give me your plate and utensils, I'll wash them for you. You need to prepare to go to school, remember, spoke Tsubasa with a calm voice, bringing Kiyotaka out of his musings and making him realize that she had finally put the awkwardness from his earlier teasing/joke behind her. Sorry, what were you saying? Tsubasa simply smiled. Your plate, senpai. I'm going to wash the dishes. Kiyotaka noticed that she was holding 3 sets of plates and utensils in her arms, which meant that Eiichiro and Matsuo were already done. Has he been deep in his thoughts for that long? Before he could say anything, however, the world around him screeched to a halt as 3 separate screens appeared before him. A, sure. Here you go. You should head home soon too. Your parents might be getting worried. B, I'll handle it. Think of it as an apology for the joke I said earlier. C, no, let your senpai take care of this. Anything for my cute and adorable kohai. Kiyotaka rolled his eyes as everything around him lost color, before doing a quick scan of the 3 new options provided for him. It didn't even take him a few seconds to choose the third option, barely thinking about what the other 2 could do. Even though he was ready this time, the feeling of some higher power taking over his mind and actions still felt weird and disturbing. As the world returned to normal, Kiyotaka felt himself standing up while grabbing his own plate before taking the rest from Tsubasa in one smooth move. "No thank you, Tsubasa. Let your senpai take care of this," the overridden young man declared with the same smile he used earlier, making the girl flinch in surprise. "Anything for my cute and adorable kohai." The effect was instantaneous, and Kiyotaka found himself regaining control over his body in time to see Tsubasa's face turning red from the atomic blush that appeared on her cheeks. I think you're being very weird today, senpai." Tsubasa shook her head in an effort to rid herself of the embarrassment she was feeling, before running away from the scene to save herself. Your sudden change in personality overwhelmed a heroine. You gained +2 in charm. You gained 15 affection points with Nana's Tsubasa. That went just about as I expected, Kiyotaka sighed while dismissing the new notifications that appeared. It's going to take him some time to get used to this. 3 Act 1, Scene 3. After going through the dishes, Kiyotaka went back to his room and prepared his new school uniform, before heading to the bathroom. As he lowered himself inside the bathtub, Kiyotaka thought about this strange power that he now possessed and what it was capable of doing. Somehow, this thing is strong enough to make someone like me show emotions, especially a smile. I wonder what else this thing can do. Even though he wasn't in control of himself when he chose from the 3 options earlier, he still felt himself smiling and acting like a normal person around Tsubasa, which was quite the experience, if he had to be honest. Kiyotaka also wondered if he could be capable of smiling completely on his own, without the intervention of this strange power. The last time he smiled was before he was sent to that place, and it had been many years since that happened. Time to put my knowledge about games to the test, I suppose. Kiyotaka leaned back, staring up at the ceiling as he thought deeply about figuring how this dating simulator worked. I know that in every game, there's some kind of tutorial that helps a player in how to play the whole thing. Should the player require another tip or hint, he could always open the menu dash. With another musical chime that his ears picked up, a new screen materialized before him that was different from the choices earlier. It was also further proof that this wasn't a dream by all means, but reality. Voice activation, huh? That's pretty convenient. Kiyotaka washed his face before analyzing the pink-colored menu before him and what it had to offer. Dating stats. Heroine status. Titles. Skills. Gallery, locked. Achievements. So, it's pretty much the same as a normal visual novel, but with an emphasis on romance, he concluded. Your life turning into a video game was likely a dream that many people shared, and even Kiyotaka thought about it once or twice after being introduced to them. Having this happening to him was pure irony. He, who wished to know how to fall in love and have a girlfriend someday, was now bestowed with a strange gift that can help him accomplish that. However, this was never what he wanted. He could have been an RPG character who had limitless potential and can train to be the strongest there is, but no, he was still a normal person who had this strange ability to stop time itself for the sole purpose of choosing from a list of options. If it was up to me, I'd rather be reincarnated in another world where I'm in complete control of my life. This whole thing makes me feel like my freedom has just been taken away from me. Again. Okay, perhaps he was being too pessimistic about this. Maybe there was something within this dating simulator mechanic that would be useful to him in the long run, so he turned back to the menu and began to explore it for an ability or skill that can be beneficial for him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Dating stats. Charm, 13. Wisdom, 20. Aura. These stats were completely useless, at least for him. Charm stood for his natural ability to make other people find him approachable/attractive/likable. He was actually surprised that it was more than a 1, as he was completely sure that his expressionless look was something that can chase other people away. Wisdom didn't pertain to his actual intelligence or experience in life, but for his capacity to know what others liked/didn't like about him. The other stat was aura, which apparently stood for his natural ability to draw other people to himself. The question mark could either mean that it was something that couldn't be measured or he just can't access it yet. Heroine's status was likely going to show him the same screen that he saw above Tsubasa's head before, so he ignored it. The next one, though. Titles. The protagonist, you're the MC. The most complicated and downright impossible things are going to come your way. Grants mental immunity to any kind of illusion or trick that is designated to throw you off guard. What a letdown. This title meant nothing in his eyes. Well, at least he was reassured that he can never be manipulated by someone else, even though he himself would never let that happen. Time to move to the next submenu, which looks more interesting than titles. Skills. Eroge protagonist, your life can be played like a dating sim. Eyes of the main character grants you the ability to discern between filler characters and potential heroines. To protect her smile. Skill locked. Nope. These skills were a disappointment as well, especially that last one which was apparently locked, so he couldn't see what it was about. It'll probably be a lame one thanks to that ridiculous name. The first one couldn't even be considered a skill in his eyes, it's more of a status. The second one was pointless as well, because it was only a reminder that Tsubasa won't be the only girl who will be considered a heroine. Finally, Kiyotaka turned his attention to the last submenu, achievements. However, it wasn't any helpful either, because it worked the same as in many games. About 99% of the achievements were hidden but showed the conditions on how to get them, while the 2 that were already unlocked didn't even show any rewards that he got from them. Who knows? There might not even be any rewards for these achievements, which would be disappointing. Achievements. First of many, unlock a heroine route. Smooth like butter, choose the best option during your first interaction with a heroine. Yep, there's nothing here that's helpful as well. The hidden achievements only served to disappoint him even further, actually. One of them even had the condition of unlocking more than 8 routes, which was a ridiculous thing to think about. All in all, it felt like someone above tried to put together a complicated system for a dating simulator in real life and just slapped it on him for no reason. If it was a god who did this, then Kiyotaka expected better. It may seem interesting at first glance, but after taking a look at what this power had to offer, it wasn't anything special. And while he was a perfectly straight and healthy teenager, Kiyotaka didn't feel like taking advantage of this dating simulator to get a girlfriend, it was already doing it regardless. If anything, this system was taking advantage of him because he was forced to make the appropriate choice that one would make in a dating sim, even though it made him uncomfortable. Assuming this thing will continue to work even while I'm in school, then I should just prepare for the worst, Kiyotaka sighed. Since this dating sim mechanic was apparently powerful enough to force him to smile and show emotions to other people even if he didn't want to, there's bound to be some complicated situations which he would have to deal with in the aftermath. That's what the protagonist title was for, after all. Hey, at least this will surely make that man lose his mind if he ever finds out about this, so. Consolation prize. XOX. After taking a bath, Kiyotaka proceeded to dress himself in his school uniform before preparing his belongings. The thought of this dating sim power that he now possessed being a possible headache in the future still lingered in his mind, but he wasn't going to let that deter him from enjoying his new life in high school. Once he was done with everything, the young man stood by the front door, where he was about to say farewell to the 3 people in the household. I suppose this is goodbye, he said, shifting his gaze towards the men who helped make this possible. If there was anyone whom he felt grateful towards, it was Matsuo for helping him escape his life in the White Room and gave him the freedom to do what he wanted. Thank you for what you've done for me, Matsuo. Matsuo offered him a smile, before shaking his head slowly. I don't believe this is goodbye, Kiyotaka-sama. After 3 years, we will meet each other again, and by then, I hope you have lived your life to the fullest. Be what you want to be. Kiyotaka nodded in acknowledgement as he turned to the next person, who gave him a big grin before throwing his hand for a handshake. We'll meet again, Kiyotaka, I'm sure of it. Hell, I'm thinking of going to the same school as you when I'm done with my current school. The young man nodded in response as he accepted the gesture, shaking Eiichiro's hand. It would be nice to have a familiar face around, so why not? Kiyotaka then turned to the last person, who looked so nervous that she had no idea what to say. Senpai. Tsubasa mumbled, as she struggled to come up with the proper words to tell him. She had not went home yet apparently, citing that she wanted to say goodbye to him before that. Please wait for me. I'll be sure to follow you in that school when I'm done with middle school. Kiyotaka waited for a few moments, expecting the world to freeze once again and show him 3 choices to choose from, but nothing happened. It made him confused, because this was a clear opportunity to have him choose from different options on what would be his response. It also made him more curious about how this strange anomaly truly worked. No choices this time. Strange. Does it expect me to say the right thing? Or is it letting me say what I want? Kiyotaka thought, before quickly thinking of what to tell the girl as a response, since nothing was happening anyway. She was waiting for him to say something, after all. I'll wait when that happens then, Nanace. The blonde girl stared up at him for a brief moment, and it was unclear what she was thinking right now. Senpai. Tsubasa then rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Kiyotaka in a big hug. She buried her head into his chest, while Kiyotaka only stared at the girl hugging him in surprise as 2 new notifications appeared in front of him, ignoring the amused smiles from Matsuo and his son. You gained 30 affection points with Nanace Tsubasa. Congratulations. You have unlocked the achievement, we will meet again. You gain +1 in charm. 30 affection points. Seriously. I didn't even do or say anything that can gain her affection. Kiyotaka was dumbfounded above everything else, wondering how a boring and direct response actually caused that big of an increase in affection points with this girl. As far as he was concerned, nothing should have happened. But here he was, getting hugged by a girl and being aware of what she felt towards him. Maybe it's because he still had a lot to learn about romance, as well as the mind of a girl. He was too caught off guard to respond to Nana's sudden hug that she already let go when he was about to take her arms off of him. She then stepped back, as she gave him a big smile that somehow caused the young man's heart to beat faster than before. Kiyotaka felt it and was left wondering if it was because of this strange power that's been bugging him since this morning. Good luck, senpai. Do your best. Instead of saying anything else, Kiyotaka simply nodded and walked out of the house before one of those 3 figure out that something was wrong with him. Despite what just happened with Tsubasa, the brown-haired teen put the issue at the back of his mind for now, and instead chose to think about his new high school while he stood at the sidewalk. A bus soon stopped in front of him, and Kiyotaka was in deep thought while he stepped inside, then took a seat at the nearest empty spot he could find. My new life begins now. And with it comes this dating sim power that I have. I have no idea what's in store for me in this school, but with this power I have, I'm sure it'll be filled with headaches. Still, it's bound to be interesting and I feel strangely excited for what the place is all about. Somewhere out there, a few beings of higher power were having fits of laughter at the impending chaos that will happen soon enough. 4 Act 1, Scene. In order to take his mind off of his newfound power for a while, Kiyotaka opted to take a nap inside the bus on the way to his new school. However, he also knew that this was only going to prolong the inevitable because there would be nothing that can stop this dating simulator from going nuts once he arrives at the campus. Surely, there would be a lot of beautiful girls at school whom the dating sim can consider a potential heroine, and Kiyotaka was already dreading that possibility. The young man himself was a calm and rational person, but since this situation involved something that was completely out of his control and had no chance of manipulating to his advantage, it was starting to get to him. Perhaps the feeling of being helpless and defeated can be considered a consolation prize. Anyway, he wanted to enjoy his high school life, damn it. He didn't want to be a protagonist or whatever status this stupid mechanic treated him as. Kiyotaka was also sure that there's a potential heroine somewhere inside this bus, which made him decide to take a nap instead. Unfortunately for him, his nap wouldn't last long with the voices that he would hear afterwards. Excuse me, shouldn't you offer up your seat? What are you talking about, lady? Why should I offer up my seat when it's clear that I am the one using it? Kiyotaka tried to ignore the 2 voices, but also felt interested in seeing what was going on. But it also means opening his eyes and possibly causing his power to activate again. He was even in a public place where he can be seen, and that scenario is bound to create some problems for him. Oh, screw it. He'll just take a little peek at what's happening and that'll be it. Nothing more. Opening his eyes, Kiyotaka then took a glance at the ongoing commotion that was happening behind him. There was an office lady who appeared to be scolding a young man with slicked back blonde hair, sitting in an arrogant manner with his arms folded and his leg crossed over the other. The blonde man was wearing the same uniform as him, so he must be heading to the same school. The office lady was standing next to an old woman. Now that he got a better look at things, it seems like the young man was being scolded for sitting on a priority seat. You're sitting on a priority seat, which naturally means you have to give it to the elderly. You seem like a high school student, yet you don't know such a thing. That guy feels like he's too prideful to even think of giving up his seat. Kiyotaka was tempted to go back to his nap now that he knew what was happening, but he ultimately decided to watch for a bit just to see where this goes. I don't understand. Priority seats are just priority seats, nothing more. I am under no obligation to move, and because I am the one sitting here, I will choose whether to move or not. Am I supposed to give this up simply because I'm young? Ha! What nonsense, the blonde man laughed. What kind of attitude is that towards your superiors? The blonde man smirked. Superiors? While it is true that you and that old woman have lived longer than me, you are in no way superior to me. In fact, you don't even know who I am, do you? Why, you're just a high school student. Honestly, just listen to what the adults say. Dearie, it's nothing big, really. The old woman spoke in an attempt to defuse the situation, but it was no use. The office lady became angrier with every argument that was thrown towards her, while the young man continued to act arrogant without a care in the world. By now, the argument had gotten the attention of almost everyone in the bus, but it seemed like nobody wanted to intervene. That is, until a girl with short beige hair, crimson eyes, and a well-endowed figure walked up to the middle of the vehicle with a pleading look on her face. Almost immediately, Kiyotaka tore his gaze away from the scene before a pink screen with white text could show up. I'm not looking to activate a dating simulator right now, of all times. He shook his head while inwardly cursing whoever it is that gave him this power. Oh, who was he kidding? He would surely meet this girl again because she was wearing the girl's uniform of the same high school that he's going to. Excuse me. Is there anyone here who would be willing to give up their seat? Please. Kiyotaka then heard the girl's cute voice, and he could already tell that she easily got everyone's attention just from her appeal and kind nature alone. Well, maybe except the person who was seated to his left. Beside him was a girl with long black hair and red eyes reading a book entitled Crime and Punishment. In short, she was a beautiful young woman. Kiyotaka was interested in her choice of reading, because of what it was about, but he was also curious about whether she was too busy reading to notice the issue that was happening around her or she didn't care at all. While he was looking at her, the brown-haired teen failed to realize what he was doing, and it was too late for him to do so when a familiar pink screen appeared above the girl's head. Horikita Suzun, icy loner. Relationship status. Affection points, 0/100. Heroine summary. Suzun is the younger sister of the current student council president of Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School, a talented young man named Manabu whom she looks up to very much and desires to be like him one day. She chose to go to the same school as him for the sole reason of following in his footsteps, as well as to make him acknowledge her. Unlike her brother though, he is very isolated and refuses to make friends of any sort, believing that she is above everyone else and doesn't need social connections to achieve her goal. I got distracted. How embarrassing, the young man thought to himself in disappointment. This dating simulator power was clearly going to be annoying to deal with. Well, I suppose this means that this girl, Horikita Suzun, is a heroine like Nanace. Can't there be some sort of warning when a girl he comes across with is a heroine? That's one of his skills, right? Or is the heroine summary the extent of that skill? If it appears, then a girl is a heroine, and if not, she is a filler character. What a disappointing skill. On the brighter side of things, the heroine summary gave him valuable information about the girl, including who she is and what she's like. So this girl looks up to her older brother, he's someone to keep an eye on, if that's the case. I'm surprised that a girl like her is considered a heroine. With that kind of attitude, we might not get along. In fact, I can tell that it would offend her if she ever finds out that there's someone better than her. He was referring to himself, but of course, he wouldn't do something stupid like showing the girl his true abilities within. That's a one-way ticket to getting attention, and he didn't want that, considering what he's already dealing with at the moment. While Kiyotaka was unaware of it, Horikita had noticed that he was staring at her, prompting her to give him an icy glare that looked like it could freeze lava itself. When he did realize it, he was too late. The girl looked pissed with him, and he knew why. You know, it is rude to stare. As he thought of something to say as a response, Kiyotaka felt the world around him freeze and everything lost its color. The three choices appeared before him, and for the first time, he actually felt grateful that his power intervened and saved him from a difficult situation. Kiyotaka truly had no idea what to say as an excuse to the girl, and to make matters worse, he knew to himself that he was staring at her. A. You're right. I apologize for staring and I won't do it again. B. That's an interesting book you have. You must be a really smart person to be analyzing a book that plays with your rationality and morals. C. I mean, can you blame me? You're too beautiful for me to ignore. Asterisk warning, choosing the wrong choice will forever block this heroine's route. Kiyotaka blinked. He thought about what surprised him more, the fact that there was actually a way for him to avoid romancing random girls whom he encounters, or that the system was actually telling him how. Well, since this was a chance to lessen the headaches that he would get from dealing with more than one girl, then he would take it. Based on how Nanace had reacted to the choices that I made earlier, the third option will surely affect Horikita in the same way. I'm staying away from that, which leaves me with the first two choices, he mused, turning his attention to the options that were left. The first one sounds like something I would say, but it would be a waste to end a conversation between us. A perfectly normal conversation, without any danger of gaining those affection points with her, that is. The second one looks better, and I can even talk to her with it. Feeling confident about his choice, Kiyotaka pushed option B as the world around him went back to normal. He then felt his actions being taken over again, keeping him from saying anything, although he could still think freely. I don't think I'll ever get used to that, Kiyotaka thought, before turning his attention towards Suzune. That's an interesting book you have. You must be a really smart person to be analyzing a book that plays with your rationality and morals. After listening to his words, the glare on Horikita's face slowly softened until it completely disappeared. It was then replaced with a look of wonder, as she wasn't expecting him to say those words. In particular, what got her attention was how he thought of her as smart just because she was reading a specific book. Is that so?" she replied, before realizing her little blunder by stuttering slightly in her words. She quickly recovered by clearing her throat and straightening her posture. "Well, I wouldn't say that about myself. I simply like reading novels such as these. They are more interesting than anything that was published recently." You gained one affection point with Horikita Suzune. Suzune route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Horikita Suzune. Your current status with Suzune has changed to Strange Friends. Congratulations. You unlocked the achievement, Quelling a Maiden's Anger. You gained +1 in Charm. Wah. Wait, that was the right choice, a dumbfounded Kiyotaka thought to himself as he stared at the 4 new notifications that popped up in front of him. I thought for sure that I made the wrong choice. How was the second option the right one? It appears that Ayanokouji Kiyotaka still had a lot to learn about interacting with other people properly, even with a dating sim superpower backing him up. If there was a wall nearby, the young man felt like punching it and leaving a big dent in the process. Unaware of what he was going through in his mind, Suzune decided to ask him something to sate her curiosity. "Am I correct to assume that you've read this novel before?" she asked. It was actually surprising for her to meet another person who knew his fair share of books and novels, but she wasn't going to complain because the same can't be said for every other teenager these days. Horikita's question was enough to snap him out of his thoughts, as Kiyotaka sighed to himself in defeat. There's no use getting hung up over the issue now. He would just have to accept and live with the fact that this girl, Horikita Suzune, was one of his heroines now. At least, according to this weird superpower that he possessed. Curse his weakness in social interactions. Yes, I've read it before. It was actually one of the learning materials in. He replied, before stopping midway through his words. There's no way he can tell her that he had read Crime and Punishment in that place, so Kiyotaka quickly thought of a good excuse. The school I've attended before. The girl looked at him with an eyebrow raised. Your former school had this novel as a part of the curriculum. That's because the school I used to attend only accepted those who excel greatly compared to other students. God, he hoped he was making sense. If he felt thankful for his superpower earlier, he was now cursing it once again. Thanks to the fact that this girl was a heroine, he was now having a hard time trying to keep this conversation afloat. 5 Act 1, Scene 5, so you're a student with outstanding capabilities, then. Suzune nodded slowly, as if she was trying to digest this information for now. That's right. Does that make you uncomfortable? Knowing that this girl thought of herself as someone who is superior over others, Kiyotaka wouldn't be surprised if she stops talking to him, challenges him to a contest of some sort, or insults him for even insinuating that he's on equal footing with her. She shook her head. No. As a matter of fact, I would like to know the name of the school that you attended. Kiyotaka was surprised with her reaction because it wasn't what he expected from her, but quickly recovered from it so he could state his answer. I apologize, but I cannot disclose the name. Why not? If it only accepts those who are superior above other people, then surely it must be popular all over the country, asked Suzun, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. That's not it, he began to explain. Let's just say the school wishes to remain anonymous in the eyes of the world because in all my years there, I was confused why the school isn't involved in the top schools of the country. Even I had no exact idea how I got enrolled in it. If I had to make a guess, the chairman or the director of the school contacts the parents of the potential students and in turn, they inform their children about being enrolled into the school. Well, technically, he wasn't lying. His father was the creator of the White Room, who was also the one to put him there as one of its subjects, and the place was like a school, as fucked up as it was. It was a place that was designed to produce the future leaders of society, but Kiyotaka knew that was only a cover for what its true purpose was. Interesting. The black-haired girl stared at him for a few moments, before turning her attention back to the book that she was reading. I'll take your word for it, then. Really? You don't think I'm lying? A small smirk graced Suzun's lips. Oh, I definitely think you are. Kiyotaka stared at her in return, as he could tell that she had more to say. However, it's not like I have any evidence to prove that you are. The only way to know for sure is to see if you can back up your claims, she smirked. You say that your former school only accepts students who have outstanding potential and capabilities. Let's put that to the test, since it's clear that we are both going to the same school. Are you talking about a competition between us? Exactly. Perhaps with you around, things might become more interesting for me. Just from the smirk on her face, it was clear that she was feeling amused with this interaction between the two of them, confusing the young man to no end. The way she was acting now was completely different from what was shown on her heroine summary. Was it all natural? Or was the system making things easy for him by lending a hand in winning her over? You gained 2 affection points with Horikita Suzun. You're doing well in talking to a heroine on your own. You gained +1 in wisdom. Kiyotaka dismissed the 2 notifications while resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Well, he had come this far, maybe he could push things even further with her. It doesn't seem like she was angry or displeased with him in any way. I'm Ayanokouji Kiyotaka, by the way. Suzun turned to him, an eyebrow raised in confusion. Why are you telling me your name? Is it not common courtesy to introduce yourself when you're talking to another person, he said. It was almost funny that Horikita was asking him for a reason why he was telling her his name. This girl might be even more clueless in social interactions than him. For the sake of making things easier, why don't we tell each other our names in case we meet again? You want a competition between us as well, right? How can that even happen if we don't know who the other person is? Very well, she conceded. My name is Horikita Suzun. It's nice to meet you, Horikita. So much for holding back so that I don't draw attention to myself, the young man thought to himself, while feeling disappointed that he basically ruined any hope he had left of having a peaceful high school life. Suppose I do hold back, Horikita will either laugh at me for trying to make up a story that held no truth within, or she'll feel insulted that I tried to make a fool out of her. In the case that she does figure out that I held back, she'll be angry as well because I wasn't showcasing my capabilities. Kiyotaka sighed. Somehow, he didn't feel that there would be anything exciting that might happen anymore, because this dating simulator was slowly draining the excitement out of him instead. XOX. The bus ride itself took about 20 minutes before it arrived at the Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School. Surprisingly, the little dispute over the priority seat didn't last long, because the old woman involved simply insisted that she can still stand on her own. However, she did praise the beige-haired girl for trying to be a helpful person towards her, something that made the younger girl smile like an angel. After getting off the bus, Kiyotaka and Suzun agreed to walk together through the campus until the time when they would have to separate in order to head to their respective classes. It confused Kiyotaka to no end. As time passed, it seemed more and more likely that the system itself was influencing Susan to act like this, because she was acting completely different compared to what her summary said about her. But who knows? She might just be showing signs of changes and she's not aware of it or something. As they entered the campus, the two of them were amazed at what they were seeing. Despite it being known as a school, the whole place itself might as well be considered a small town due to how big and wide it is. People weren't kidding when they said that this school has everything, Kiyotaka muttered to himself. It does have the reputation of being the most prestigious school in the country. To be anything less than amazing would be a dent to that. After admiring the school for a minute, the two continued on their way. However, Susan wouldn't be able to take more than 5 steps further when she saw a familiar person walking across the courtyard, which made her freeze in place. Kiyotaka noticed how his companion stopped moving right away and looked like she had seen a ghost, making him turn his attention to what she was looking at. So that's her brother. Kiyotaka thought as he got a good look at the man whom Susan looked up to. He was a well-built man of average height, bore short gray hair, violet eyes, and a pair of square-rimmed glasses. He has a serious aura to him, just like his sister when I first met her earlier, but he's different. While his sister feels like someone who's been alone for a long time, he on the other hand, is the opposite. It wouldn't be surprising, since he happens to be the student council president. Horikita Manabu seemed to have noticed that someone was staring at him, so he quickly threw a glare at whoever it was to make them stop. Even from a considerable distance, he immediately recognized the unmistakable form of his younger sister looking at him in shock, which was understandable. It had been 2 years since they last saw each other, after all. But instead of acknowledging her presence, he simply narrowed his eyes and continued walking with the purple-haired girl who was beside him. Susan knew right away that she just got ignored by her brother even though they had been separated for a few years. All she could do right now was look down, feeling disappointed and dejected that she wasn't worthy of being acknowledged even after she followed in his footsteps. Nisama. Kiyotaka stared at her for a few moments, letting the girl have a moment to let out what she felt before speaking up. Horikita, I don't mean to pry into your personal business, but do you perhaps know who that person was? Why yes. She mumbled, looking up at him with a defeated look on her face. It was a complete paradigm shift from her earlier demeanor and it intrigued Kiyotaka to no end. Did she really look up to him that much? He's my older brother. You seem strangely uncomfortable talking about him. Are you two perhaps on bad terms with each other? He asked. That's. For a moment, Susan felt like denying what he said but stopped herself, because even she knew that it would be ridiculous to say something that is so far from the truth. I suppose so. The only thing that Kiyotaka could do was listen to what she had to say, wanting to get a better picture of the siblings' relationship. A special event has been triggered. What the? The young man didn't even have time to analyze the new notification before the sound of a piano being played rang in his ears as if it was an alarm. Almost immediately, Kiyotaka turned his head in several directions, and his eyes widened upon realizing that they weren't at the entrance anymore. They were in a completely different place, the park, to be exact, but they were still within the campus premises. There were wooden and marble benches all around, trees scattered across the area, a few nearby food stalls, a little spot where birds have gathered, and a student who was playing a piano in the middle of it all. The young man couldn't help but be shocked at this turn of events. Is there something wrong, Ayanokouji-kun? Asked Susan, who noticed that her companion was growing restless for some reason. Earlier, he just seemed so calm and now it looked like he was panicking. In return, Kiyotaka raised an eyebrow at her in confusion. What the hell? Didn't she even notice that they were now at the park instead of the entrance to the campus? How could Horikita not even see that they have suddenly changed? Wait a second, was this dating simulator pushing him to cheer up Susan in some way? Before they were teleported to another place, the girl was feeling depressed after getting ignored by her brother. Was that what the notification a while ago meant? Did the system transport them here for that reason alone? He didn't even notice that the notification from before had vanished. No way. There's no way this was on purpose. This had to be a trick. It had to be, but then again, the damn system was bizarre and powerful enough to literally teleport both him and Horikita from the entrance to the park within the campus. For a regular person, it would scare the shit out of them, but for Kiyotaka, he felt lost instead. For what seemed like the first time, Kiyotaka didn't know what to do. He could choose to ignore this and simply go to class instead, but his gut was telling him that doing so would be a very bad idea. He could also choose to give in and do this special event that the system referred to, even though he didn't know what to do. In the end, though, Kiyotaka sighed and groaned to himself. He had no experience in cheering up another person, much less a girl, and yet this dating simulator was pushing him to do so. Seriously, the only possible benefit this superpower gave him was the fact that it can make him feel defeat, something that he has never been able to experience ever since he was raised at that place. At least, that's what he thought. Anyway, he hoped that he wouldn't make a fool of himself with this 6-Act 1, Scene 6, "Do you want to talk about it over a little walk?" he asked, still feeling hesitant about this. Susan stared at him dumbfoundedly as she took in his words. "But class is starting in a few minutes dash." "We won't be long," Kiyotaka assured her. Well, all right." The young man was surprised at how she agreed to his proposal easily, but simply chalked it up to his weird power doing its magic again. The pair began to take a walk through the park, as the two of them continued to admire the school for what it had to offer to its students. However, Kiyotaka knew that he had to cheer the girl up in some way, so he had to be the one to initiate the conversation between them. "So what's the deal between you and your brother? It looked like he was angry with you about something," he asked. "You could say that," replied Susan. "I look up to him, but I can't say the same for how he sees me." "Why is that?" Kiyotaka pressed on, even though he already had an idea about the answer. The girl took a deep breath, remembering her past with her older brother. "Nisama wasn't always like that. As children, we were inseparable, as close as siblings can get. And then one day, he changed. He stopped spending time with me and he was like a completely different person from before." "Different how?" "Every time I would ask if he could help me in my own studies, he would brush me off and say that I can do it on my own. Whenever I asked him what he was doing or how he was doing, Nisama just ignored me." "Does that make it clear?" "Yeah, I think I get it now," he nodded. "How did you react to his sudden change? Were you hurt by it?" "No. I realized that change was inevitable, so I accepted what he had become. Instead, I aimed to prove myself to him so that the next time we see each other, he would see me as an equal. I'm guessing that's the time when he left for this school." A hint of a smile appeared on her face. "Yes. I wanted to follow in his footsteps because he is an amazing person, and I wanted to be like him. I think I remember a term for this." Kiyotaka thought to himself, noticing the smile that she had upon thinking about her brother. "Eiichiro told me about it, Brokon, was it? Is Horikita like that? If Horikita was indeed a Brokon, then by God, why is she even considered a heroine? But, if you saw what happened earlier, then you know what he thinks of me. Even after I worked hard to get to this school, to be like him, he still doesn't think I'm worthy of being acknowledged." "That's because your brother doesn't seem like he's pushing away everyone around him," the brown-haired teen thought to himself while listening to her. "He wouldn't be the student council president if he preferred to be alone." As they walked through the area, Kiyotaka noticed that one of the nearby food stalls was selling ice cream. As a subject of the White Room ever since he was a kid, the young man never had the luxury of trying out food that was universally loved, the most prominent of them being ice cream. Almost immediately, his attention was drawn to the stall and he began to head there. "Wait, where are you going?" Susan asked, quickly following after him as soon as she noticed that he was going somewhere else. "Excuse me, how much is an ice cream cone?" he asked the man who was behind the counter. The man laughed earnestly. "Haha, you don't need to pay any points, young man. You happen to be our 100th customer, so you can have all the ice cream that you want for free." "Points?" he asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. The clerk looked surprised at hearing that question. "Wait, you don't know?" Kiyotaka noticed Susan's presence beside him, the girl sending him a little frown for what he did. "We're new students. We just arrived today," he told the clerk, while hoping that his eagerness to taste ice cream didn't ruin everything for him just now. "Ah, never mind then." The man laughed again, before giving Kiyotaka a copy of the menu. "Anyway, what flavor would you like? You can order as much as you want for yourself and your girlfriend there." "She's not my girlfriend," he quickly denied that notion, while Horikita was surprised by it and even blushed as a result. "Haha, just messing around. So what flavor will it be?" Kiyotaka turned to his companion first and showed her the menu, who seemed unsure about this whole thing at first. The young man didn't say anything but continued to stare at her, making Susan sigh in defeat. She took a quick look at the available flavors before uttering her response. Chocolate, I guess. Kiyotaka nodded at her choice before giving his own answer. I'll have 2 vanilla ice cream cones. Hee, coming up. You teenagers just stay right there. As the clerk tended to their orders, Susan looked at him curiously. 2 ice cream cones, she asked, a tinge of amusement in her voice. Did you not eat breakfast on your way here? The young man scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed regarding this little fact about himself. I have never tasted ice cream before and I have always wanted to try it. Seriously. Instead of feeling amused, she felt surprised instead. Was he being serious about not being able to eat ice cream until now? You've never had ice cream before? Kiyotaka shrugged. Even while staying with Matsuo, he was never able to eat ice cream because, well, he couldn't really go outside and buy a cone. As embarrassing as it is, yes. Susan stared at him for a brief moment, as though she was thinking about something deeply. She then shook her head, making Kiyotaka wonder what she had in mind. I don't think there's anything embarrassing about that. We all have things that we want to experience. Then how about you? He asked her in return. Is there something that you want to try eating for the first time? Susan was surprised at his sudden question, though it did make her think about what kind of food she wanted to try that she hasn't eaten yet. I suppose I would like to try out taiyaki if I ever have the chance. I always wondered what it would taste like, although I know it has many flavors as well. Then how about we get some? There's a stall that sells taiyaki over there, Kiyotaka suggested, pointing to the taiyaki stall that was next to the popcorn store. The girl blushed at the thought. Oh, no, thank you. I don't feel like spending money this early. Kiyotaka almost felt amused at the sight of Susan being the complete opposite of what he expected her to be. He truly had no idea if the system was making her act this way, but it honestly intrigued him. Perhaps he could still push this further, since it doesn't seem like she's angry with all of this. I'll pay for it then. We'll go there after we get our ice cream. After getting their orders from the ice cream stall, Kiyotaka led the way to their next destination. Strangely enough, when they went to that particular stall in order to buy a bag of taiyaki, they also happened to be the 100th customer and thus, were allowed to order what they wanted for free. It left Kiyotaka confused, but he was able to get Susan what she wanted. Now she had a bag of taiyaki of different flavors in her free hand. The two stopped at a bench and sat there as they ate their respective food. They finished their ice cream first, since it will melt if they don't eat it as soon as possible. Somehow, Kiyotaka managed to finish his 2 cones before they could melt and enjoyed it immensely. He might even end up developing a sweet tooth for ice cream after this. In Horikita's case, after eating her ice cream, she wasted no time eating her taiyaki and was immediately smitten by the flavor. This is delicious. She mumbled to herself, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. While Horikita was busy enjoying her taiyaki, her companion was in deep thought, wondering about a certain peculiar issue that involved them. That was weird. First, we got teleported to the park out of nowhere and then we happened to be the 100th customer for the 2 food stalls that we went to. That can't be a coincidence. Kiyotaka said in his thoughts, sending a glance at the stores that they just went to. It was too strange for him to believe that he and Susan were the 100th customer for both stores. In fact, he was sure that if he checked out the popcorn stall, then he would also be the 100th customer, allowing him to buy anything for free. There has to be something going on behind all this, but what could it be? Is it because of this dating simulator again? Ayanokouji-kun. Hearing Susan's voice quickly brought him out of his thoughts, making him turn towards her. The girl looked flustered and nervous to the point that she was clutching the paper bag in her hands tightly, having trouble figuring out what to say. You didn't have to do this, you know. The brown-haired teen thought about what he should tell her, before deciding to simply say what he had in mind right now. Horikita, I don't know if my words can make everything better, but you can be assured that you have one friend that believes you can do it. Friend, she breathed out, almost as if that was the first time she's heard that term. Kiyotaka shrugged in an almost joking manner. Who else? Yes. Suzun only found herself nodding in agreement, which deep down surprised even herself. I guess we're friends. You gained 5 affection points with Horikita Suzun. As he dismissed the new notification, Kiyotaka decided that this should be enough to cheer the girl up. It seemed like Horikita had completely forgotten about why she was feeling dejected and sad earlier. Right now, they should head to their respective classrooms and accept whichever punishment their teachers would give them for being late on their first day. And he was even thinking of not standing out while he was here. What a waste. It's all because of this crazy superpower that he had, which he never asked for in the first place. I think we've spent enough time here. We should get to class. Kiyotaka stood up from the bench. You're right. It's a good thing that we still have some time to get there, Suzun agreed, finishing the last of her taiyaki just in time. What? Kiyotaka looked at her in confusion, wondering if she was joking before he decided to check the time at the street clock that stood nearby. The young man couldn't stop his mouth from hanging slightly because of what he saw. Suzun was right. There's still about 10 minutes left before their first period starts, which was absolutely shocking. They had spent more than an hour in this place, so Kiyotaka was completely sure that they must have missed their first class, if anything. The clock couldn't have been broken either, because it was functioning properly for everyone to see. Somehow, Suzun was right. Ayanokouji-kun, the girl called out to her companion after throwing the paper bag she had into the nearby trash bin. Despite his shock at the fact that they still had time to get to class, which also meant that they wouldn't get punished, Kiyotaka still turned to face the black-haired girl. What? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Thank you for listening, she thanked him, a genuine smile appearing on her face. As the girl smiled, a strange sound filled Kiyotaka's ears, which was something he had never heard before. There weren't any photographers around him, yet he heard the sound of a camera snapping a photo followed by a musical chime similar to the one that he's been hearing from the dating simulator itself. The world around him then froze as a new screen popped up before his eyes. It contained the image of Suzun smiling at him just a while ago, almost as though he had captured the moment just by blinking. It was then followed by several notifications that, upon reading them, only served to boggle his mind even more. Special event, a walk in the park, has been cleared. You gained 10 affection points with Horikita Suzun. You cheered up a heroine. You gained +1 in wisdom. CG gallery has been unlocked. Suzun's first friend was added to the gallery. What? Congratulations. You unlocked the achievement, Reminiscing Memories. You gained +3 in wisdom. Congratulations. You have completed the tutorial. You gained +10 in all stats. Congratulations. The description for the skill, to protect her smile, has been unlocked. To protect her smile, warps reality itself in your favor whenever it's truly needed to make one of your heroines happy. As long as it's to see them smile, problems will be dealt with so easily that you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sight of your heroines being happy. Cannot be activated willingly, only triggers when your heroine's sake demands it. Hell. Kiyotaka didn't even feel like dismissing the notifications himself, so they naturally disappeared on their own as the world returned to normal. The young man just felt too overwhelmed right now, which was saying something considering who and what he really is. Suzun noticed the weird look on his face right away. Ayanokouji-kun, is everything all right? Yeah, everything's fine, he quickly spoke while doing his best to retain the calm look on his face, which was taking a toll on him. Let's go. If you say so. And the two continued on their way to the school building. After what just happened, Suzun felt reinvigorated and even a little motivated about their first day in school. However, the same couldn't be said for the boy who was walking with her. While Kiyotaka looked completely calm on the outside, it was different on the inside. If there was ever a time where the masterpiece felt disbelief, then this would be it. Within the young man's mind, a mixture of astonishment, hysteria, and chaos were occupying his mind as everything he learned from the past minute began to fully sink in. First, his power was 1,000 times more powerful than what he had thought. Forget about stopping time, it actually caused him and Suzun to go and have a relaxing walk in the park within the campus and made sure that they still arrived on time for their classes to start. Nobody else seemed to notice what happened as well. Oh God, now that he thought about it deeply, what just happened between them was totally a date. Of course it would be. Second, that skill that he unlocked just now mentioned, warping reality. Now that he was aware of how powerful this dating simulator was, he shouldn't be surprised if one day, an amusement park suddenly appears in the middle of campus just for the sake of making a potential heroine happy. Hey, it even manipulated those store clerks to have them sell their products for free. Third, he wasn't sure of it before, but now he was. Susan's drastic change in attitude was definitely from the influence of the system, and the more she spends time around him, the more she's going to fall in love with him. He didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing, but nonetheless, he managed to do the impossible and befriend Susan, someone who was very adamant on being alone based on her summary. I wonder if I should just be grateful that this doesn't seem like it will get me harmed in any way, the young man thought, as he began to think twice about insulting this anomaly that he possessed, now being aware of how powerful it could be. Things will never be the same again for him. 7 Act 2, Scene 1. The two teenagers continued to walk together towards the school building in search of their classrooms. Susan seemed to be in a better mood than before because of their impromptu date earlier, while Kiyotaka was still trying to digest everything he learned from his ridiculous power. Like anyone could stay calm after finding out that your apparent superpower was actually a reality-bending cheat code that only seeks the happiness of a girl. According to what they had agreed upon, the two teens would separate and find their respective classrooms on their own inside the building, but to the surprise of both students, there was no need for them to go their own ways. There was no need to do so, because they ended up in the same room after 5 minutes of walking through the school building. Who would have thought that we'd be classmates, Ayanokouji-kun? Susan remarked, staring at the classroom for a moment before turning to her companion. I didn't know you'd be a student of Class D as well, Kiyotaka replied. But I suppose this makes things easier, since we already know each other. Susan slowly nodded in agreement. It does feel reassuring that I am already acquainted with one of my classmates. With that, they walked inside and searched for a place to sit. They immediately noticed that the desks were decorated with nameplates of the person who was assigned to sit there, so they simply searched for their names among the various seats. It led them to the back of the classroom, where they were apparently neighbors. Kiyotaka's desk was the one closest to the window, while Susan was assigned to the one on his right. It appears that we're going to be neighbors, said Kiyotaka. The girl only nodded as they took their seats and observed their classmates from where they were. Their classroom was already filled with a lot of people, and Kiyotaka took notice of what most of them were like. Most of them were pretty normal for a bunch of teenagers. The girls were mingling with each other, while some were minding their own business. A few of the boys were the same. The rest of them, well, let's just say that they will likely kill themselves out of jealousy if they ever find out that Kiyotaka's life was basically a dating simulator now. It's what most boys of his age can only dream of experiencing. Ayanokouji-kun, Susan called out to him, snapping him out of his thoughts. Once again, thank you for listening. I have never told anyone about my brother before, let alone myself. You gained 1 affection point with Horikita Susan. Your gratitude isn't necessary. You looked like you needed someone to talk to, and I did. Quite frankly, I'm more surprised that you opened up to me that easily. You don't exactly strike me as a person who wants to have friends, he replied, dismissing the notification he received. A small blush dusted the girl's cheeks. You're not actually wrong about that. The young man still felt a bit overwhelmed and conflicted about all this, but so far, this weird power he possessed did nothing but work things out in his favor. It could even stop time indefinitely until he chooses from 3 choices presented to him. Then there's also the skill that apparently bends reality itself just to make a heroine happy, which was still a scary thing to think about. So far, the only disadvantage to this that he could think of was that the system had a mind of its own, therefore he couldn't control it to his whim. It also means that he has no idea how many heroines it will take before the system is satisfied. Who knows? Maybe it will never be satisfied. In other words, he was doomed to have a harem. I guess the advantages of this dating sim system outweigh the disadvantages, he said to himself. Still, it's gonna take some time to get used to this. Hey! I saw you on the bus earlier. Upon hearing that voice that came from someone nearby, Kiyotaka was once again pulled out of his thoughts and turned to the person who spoke. Blinking in surprise, he saw the beige-haired girl from the bus earlier approaching him with that angelic smile on her face. What makes you think that? He asked, feigning ignorance. She giggled. I remember your face. You were sitting near the front, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and I noticed that you were wearing the same uniform as the other boys who were with us on the bus. Who would have thought that we'd be classmates?" Just as Kiyotaka was about to respond to her, the feeling of the world around him being frozen in place hit once again, as his three choices appeared before him. A. Yes, I can see that. Now, can you leave me alone? B. I didn't. I only met you just now, you know. C. I'm honored to be classmates with such a cute girl like you. Almost immediately, the young man's eyes darted towards option C, but he didn't do anything yet. Now, he may not be the brightest tool in the shed when it came to social interactions, but this time, he was 100% sure that the third option was the correct choice. The first one was clearly a rude response, while the second one was being sarcastic. That left the third choice as the only viable one. Now, Kiyotaka knew that he could always choose the worst option out of the three, but after realizing what this dating simulator was capable of, the young man was caught between a rock and a hard place. If stopping time wasn't scary enough, then warping reality is. I hope I don't regret this, he told himself before pushing option C, as time began to move again. I'm honored to be classmates with such a cute girl like you, he spoke, the familiar outside force taking over his actions and causing him to flash a little smile. Let's work together as much as we can. The girl blinked a few times, before a blush covered her cheeks out of embarrassment. She took a few steps back as if she was shocked, while Kiyotaka only stared at her as several pink screens showed up in front of him. Kikyo route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Kushida Kikyo. You gained 15 affection points with Kushida Kikyo. Your current status with Kikyo has changed to a rocky relationship. Okay, those weren't so bad. He had been through this scenario twice before already. At least this time, he wasn't unlocking another broken skill that would be considered OP in a gamer's standards. Congratulations. The skill, Smile of the Lady Killer, has been created. Smile of the Lady Killer, passive skill. Your smile has proven to be a serious deal with your heroines, that it will hit them right in the kokoro and always land a critical hit. The fact that you don't show emotions much adds more to how powerful it is. Your smile is so powerful that it became a skill of its own. You gained +3 in aura. Congratulations. You unlocked the achievement, first skill. You gained +2 in charm. Never mind. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Kiyotaka thought, deadpanning at that skill that he just created. Somehow, that sounded even worse than unlocked. Well, sure, why not? Since he already possessed a skill that can alter reality in the blink of an eye, why not add another potentially dangerous skill that would only create more problems for him and make his life more stressful? Yes, that's exactly what he needed right now. Okay, so he had a skill that involved his smile now. Great. Surely, the system would love to abuse that and have him smile at every girl around here and make them a heroine too, just to make things even worse. Wait, was that why he gained more points with Nanace and this girl, Kushida? All because he smiled at them? How convenient, not? What a stupid skill to have, really. So what if he doesn't show emotions most of the time? Was that really a good excuse to give him an ability that's directly linked to him smiling? You have gained 5 affection points with Horikita Suzun. Kiyotaka was too preoccupied with the whole thing to even notice the new notification he received, to the point that it disappeared on its own without his acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to him, Suzun had caught a glimpse of his smile but managed to turn away in time before she could be noticed. It didn't stop her from blushing though, and she felt incredibly flustered from what she saw. Did he just smile, she thought. Ayanokouji-kun looks handsome that way. Wait, no, what am I saying? I shouldn't be thinking like this. I just met him today. Poor Suzun would be distracted by her own conflicting thoughts from now on. While the young man was having an internal dilemma regarding broken skills and their convenience, the same was happening to Kikyo, although for a completely different reason. What's wrong with me? I'm already used to boys saying things like that about me, but when I hear it from him. The girl said to herself, shifting her gaze away from him so she could calm herself. Wait. It's his smile. His smile is too contagious. After arguing with himself in his mind about this being the worst superpower that a person could have and being wise about his words regarding the system, since it had a mind of its own, Kiyotaka simply sighed and accepted it in the end. Snapping back to reality, he noticed that Kikyo looked embarrassed for some reason and was looking elsewhere. probably a side effect of the new skill that he had. "Are you okay?" he asked, making her jump in surprise. "Why yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." As he stared at her, a familiar pink screen appeared on top of her head and Kiyotaka quickly read it. Out of the many advantages that this dating simulator power gave him, this was the most useful. Kushida Kikyo, two-faced angel. Relationship status, a rocky relationship. Affection points, 15/100. Heroine summary, Kikyo is a beautiful girl who hailed from the same middle school as Suzun. Kikyo harbors extreme hatred for the latter because Suzun possibly knows about her and what she has done to her class years ago. She is a talented individual and revels in being praised by people around her. She normally acts like an angel to other people when in reality, she has everyone around her eating out the palm of her hand. She also loves it when people share their deepest secrets with her, believing that it makes her above everyone else because of what she knows. This is useful information, the young man thought to himself while reading through the girl's summary. From what he could gather, she went to the same school as Suzun and seems to hate the black-haired girl because of the things she knows. It made him wonder what exactly did Kikyo do in the past, but that's a question for later. She must be faking that smile then, he mentally noted. Thanks for that information, she almost got me there. But I'm still mad at you for what happened earlier. If he could, Kiyotaka would laugh at himself right now. Yeah, what was he doing, talking to a ghost? Well, more like a program/game with artificial intelligence, but still. Anyway, this girl obviously had a screw loose in her head, so why is the system even considering her a heroine? As far as he was concerned, it would be for the best if he gets away from Kushida as far as possible. Wait a second, the heroine summary only showed up after he chose from the 3 choices that showed up earlier. It only showed up after he had unlocked her route. That wasn't the case for Suzun, because her summary was shown before he was given the choices. Kiyotaka was starting to think that the higher being that bestowed this power upon him wanted to see him suffer from trying to deal with his current situation. If that were true, then all he could say is that it's working. It's working really well. By the way, the offer of this whole thing being a dream is still open. If someone could wake him up if that was the case, then Kiyotaka would feel really grateful to whoever does so. I'm Ayanokouji Kiyotaka, he spoke in an attempt to spark a conversation. What do they call you? His voice was enough to snap the girl out of her embarrassed state. She quickly came up with a response of her own before he noticed her dilemma. Kushida Kikyo. It's nice to meet you, Ayanokouji-kun. Likewise. He told her in return, although it was clear that he felt the opposite. Act 2, Scene 2. While the two introduced themselves to the other, the school bell rang. At the same time, a brown-haired woman wearing formal attire had entered the classroom with a very serious look on her face. She didn't bother looking at the students who were still fooling around and talking with their other classmates, but her presence was enough to send them in a panic. They quickly raced back to their seats as the woman stood in front. Good morning, students. My name is Chabashira Sae, and I'm the homeroom teacher for Class D, she introduced herself with a little bow. I teach Japanese history. In this school, we don't change classrooms for each grade, so we will be seeing each other a lot for the next 3 years. In that time, I hope to get to know all of you. Kiyotaka listened to her words carefully. So these people will be my permanent classmates, then. At least I've made one friend already, even if she's supposed to be a heroine. Making more than that is going to be harder than it looks. Before we continue, I will distribute these student handbooks with more information about this school and its rules. Please read them carefully. After saying those words, Chabashira then left a set of small books for the students on the front row, who all passed it to the person behind them and so on. After everyone had received their own copy, they read through some of it until their teacher began to speak again. Now, I will hand out your student ID cards. With these, you'll be able to access the facilities in the campus. You'll also be able to utilize the usage of points. Using points, you can purchase goods from a store, buy clothes and other things at the mall, eat at a restaurant, and so on. In this school, anything can be purchased using points. As she explained how the ID cards worked, much to the amazement of the students, the woman walked around the room and personally distributed them to their respective owners. Once Kiyotaka had received his, he picked it up and observed it closely. So this is what that ice cream vendor meant by points. he thought, remembering what the store clerk said earlier when he attempted to buy ice cream. If we weren't given special privileges of having our food for free earlier, then we would have had no way of paying. The system must have altered reality in my favor so that we could buy food for free, because I refuse to believe that it was only a coincidence that we were the 100th customers of both stores. Now that I know what this dating simulator can do, it's not hard to imagine that it manipulated things to my advantage. In hindsight, this was a very useful ability to have, but then again, the system had a mind of its own and it obviously won't work just because he wanted it to. Points are automatically distributed into your account on the first day of every month. You should all have received 100,000 points already. Keep in mind that 1 point is equivalent to 1 yen, and be careful about the amount of points you spend. That is all, she finished explaining. And with that, the classroom bursted into cheers, not even caring that their teacher was still there and could reprimand them for being noisy. We can buy anything with points. Oh, I can't wait to get started. Me too. I wonder if I can buy myself a girlfriend as well. Keep your fantasies to yourself, pervert. Mental note to stay away from that guy. 100,000 points every month. Sounds like a good deal to me. Now, everyone, let's not get too hasty. We should wait for Chabashira-sensei to finish speaking first. I think she has more to say. While everyone else was delighted at the concept of points as a currency, a certain individual kept quiet with his 100,000 points as a monthly allowance, huh? Not a bad deal at all. It just feels weird that Chabashira SAE, dead serious teacher. Relationship status. Affection points, 0/100. Heroine summary, SAE is your beautiful homeroom teacher who will be watching over you and your class for the next 3 years. She is a very serious woman who has no time for personal relationships and is only focused on her job. However, this is only a mask to hide her vulnerable side because of her one weakness, which is her wish and desperation to reach Class A. In the past, there was an incident involving her and her ex-boyfriend that ended up in her class losing their biggest chance to become the new Class A. She now works as a teacher with the desire of accomplishing what she failed to do as a student, but she has a complete lack of faith in her current class, believing that all of them are nothing more than defects. While there were a number of things that shocked him upon seeing the woman's summary, most notably the fact that a fully grown adult was considered a heroine and will be a part of his romantic conquests in the future, really. The system was just having fun making his school life more chaotic than before now. Kiyotaka's attention was drawn to one particular line that involved the school itself. Her wish is to reach Class A. Is there a hierarchy between classes, he thought, slowly taking in this new information that was proving to be vital in knowing more about this school. If that's the case and we're considered as Class D, it also means that we're at the bottom when compared to the other classes of our grade. While Kiyotaka was working to figure out what Chabashira's summary was about, the teacher herself smirked at her students' excitement upon finding out what they could do with the points that they were given. Oh, these sweet summer children, they were all the same. Shocked by the amount of points you're given. The school evaluates its students based on their attributes, and the amount of points you've received reflects your worth here. All of you have passed the entrance exams out of thousands of applicants, which already speaks of your potential. I may have advised you to spend your points wisely, but it's still up to you on how to use them, she explained further. Now then, the table is open for questions that you wish to ask me. I'll answer them as long as they are within the rules. Only a single arm rose in the air after SAE asked if they had questions. Yes, Hirata, she said, giving the floor to a handsome young man with blonde hair and brown eyes, who seemed to have gotten the attention of a lot of his female classmates right away. Sensei, is it possible for us to give our points to someone? In the case that one of us accidentally spends too much of her points that they are low on funds, there has to be a way to help them, he asked out of concern, which only served to win over the girls even more. That Eichmann bastard. A few of the less-than-average males thought to themselves out of jealousy. SAE nodded. Yes, you can do that if you wish. There is an application available that can help transfer points to other students whenever you want. You will learn more about that in the entrance ceremony later on. A girl with blonde hair tied in a ponytail then spoke up, wait, what if the person that we're doing it with is only scamming us? He might end up taking more points than what the initial agreement was. Her statement was quick to invoke a sense of fear and panic among the class, her classmates unwilling to let their points be taken from them. Sae nodded and even flashed a little smirk. Good question, Karuizawa. To prevent yourself from being scammed during a negotiation regarding points, you may create a written contract with the signature of both parties that are involved. That way, the negotiation will be seen as official and whoever doesn't follow it will be punished. A third party can also act as a witness to make it more legitimate. That was enough to calm the growing panic among several members of the class. In the end, everything that Chabashira explained to them was easy to understand and there seems to be nothing complicated about this point system. After all, it's simple. They receive a monthly allowance of 100,000 points, and it's up to them on how they spend it. Nothing more than that. Are those all your questions? She asked, waiting for a good 10 seconds if someone was going to ask something. When nobody did, Sae only nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I suppose I can now end homeroom. Don't forget to attend the entrance ceremony in an hour's time. All of you are required to be there. I'll see you all tomorrow for our first lesson. As Chabashira left the classroom, Kiyotaka was in deep thought. I wonder why she didn't tell us about the possible class hierarchy around here. If she wanted to reach Class A through us, then she would ask for our cooperation, but she did nothing. It's either because she truly has no hope in a class full of defects, or it's that she can't, because she's not allowed to. Everyone, may I please gain your attention? The blonde-haired boy, Hirata, stood up the moment their teacher left and faced his classmates with a gentle smile on his face. Since we still have an hour before the entrance ceremony, I think now would be a perfect time for us to introduce ourselves to each other instead of doing other things. Since we will be classmates for the next few years, it's best if we get to know one another right away. Kiyotaka rested his elbows on his desk and breathed into his hands. Introducing ourselves. I suppose that's a normal occurrence within a classroom, but can I even do that without screwing up? The system helped me with Horikita and Kushida, but I doubt that the same will happen for the whole class. Since this is my idea, I'll introduce myself first, the handsome-looking boy continued. My name is Hirata Yosuke. Feel free to call me by my first name if you want. I like to play sports, especially soccer. I look forward to working with all of you. His introduction only seemed to make him even more likable and popular with a lot of his female classmates. Hirata seemed to be the type of person who you could depend on, and he would gladly devote his time to helping someone if they needed it. After Hirata, the rest of the class followed and one by one, they began to introduce themselves. Hi. My name is Karuizawa K. I like going to the mall with friends and hanging out with them. Nice to meet Cha. Hi, everyone. I'm Kushida Kikyo. I'd love to get to know all of you right away. Sato Maya. I like fashion and going to the mall. Nice to meet you all. Kiyotaka observed the three girls closely as they spoke. He had a feeling that they will end up being heroines because it's a normal trope in dating simulators to include girls who are socialites. Well, Kushida is already a heroine, even though she was faking that kindness, and while he couldn't say the same for the other two, time can only tell. God, he could only hope that not every girl in his class will become a heroine. Yo. Name's Yamauchi Haruki. I was a star athlete in my old school and if you want, I can even teach you some pointers in studying. Ladies, my name is Ike Kanji. If you ever want to go on a date, I'm available anytime. A perfect existence such as myself has no need to introduce himself, but since I am bored at the moment, I suppose I'll humor you. I am Koenji Rokusuk, the sole heir to the Koenji conglomerate. While a majority of the class were keen on introducing themselves and putting up a good image to their classmates, there were also some who had no intention of introducing themselves for some reason. TCH. We're not children anymore to be doing this, so leave me out of this, said a red-haired boy who had the first buttons of his uniform undone and his tie loosened like a typical delinquent. Okay, if that's what you wish, Hirata's sweat dropped. Let's continue with the next one, then. I'm S. Sakura Aeri. And nice to meet you all. The system is definitely going to include her, Kiyotaka sighed. Dating simulators are also fond of including at least one shy girl in the various routes that they offer. Well, at least he can see this one coming ahead of time. The class introductions went smoothly until the last row, when it was finally Horikita's turn. Being aware of her attitude and demeanor, Kiyotaka expected the girl to act arrogant and say that introducing herself is a waste of time, but to his surprise, Horikita stood up and faced everyone else with a neutral expression. Wait, was she actually going to do it? Horikita. And she sat back down afterwards. Never mind. Regardless, she introduced herself to everyone, at the very least. Kiyotaka assumed that due to their earlier interactions, the girl was in a good mood and had no intention of being stingy just for the sake of it. If this continues, she might even become friendlier to the rest of the class eventually. Thank you for introducing yourself, Horikita-san, said Hirata, completely unaware that even if she only said her family name, Susan was already making a big leap in terms of opening up to other people. Guess it's finally my turn, Kiyotaka said in his thoughts as he stood up from his seat and looked at his classmates. I'm Ayanokouji Kiyotaka. I'm not good at making friends, but I still hope to get along with everyone. I like reading books and practicing tea ceremony. And with that, he sat back down. The young man wanted to say that he wasn't particularly good at anything, but he could already tell that if he did that, then Horikita wouldn't be pleased. She'd likely snap at him for lying about what he can do, or she'll be angry with him for leading her on the whole time. As a matter of fact, she would probably react like this. You are unbelievable. How could you lie to me? I thought we were friends, Ayanokouji-kun, cried Susan, who felt heartbroken that her first friend was lying to her the whole time. Great. Now I'm getting this urge not to let that happen, he said to himself. The worst part was that a day hadn't even passed, yet he was already tired of dealing with this. I'll get used to this. I hope. Thank you for that introduction, Ayanokouji-kun, Hirata smiled before turning to the rest of the class. Now that we are more acquainted with each other, all we can do now is wait for the entrance ceremony. Hirata sat back down after those words, which prompted everyone to return to what they were doing before Chabashira entered the room. That went well, somehow. I was actually expecting the worst, Kiyotaka thought. He was honestly expecting to choose from the 3 choices and let the system itself handle it, but it's a good thing that it didn't happen. That would have been a pain to deal with, especially if he had to say something embarrassing in front of everyone. Now all that was left to do today was attend the entrance ceremony. Surely, it won't be as stressful as the events that have happened thus far, right? 9 Act 2, Scene 3. After the entrance ceremony ended, which was mainly the chairman and the principal explaining a brief history of the school as well as the basic rules and regulations, Kiyotaka decided to head back to the dorms for an early rest, because he desperately needed one after everything that's happened today. Thankfully, he didn't get any notifications nor a heroine summary, which must be the system letting him rest for a while until it decides to make him suffer again. However, he knew that he still needed to eat something for dinner later on, so Kiyotaka decided to take a detour at the convenience store to buy some instant ramen. Just something quick and easy to prepare for dinner, so that he can have an early sleep as well. He could always handle this tomorrow or some other day. After picking out 3 packets of instant ramen, Kiyotaka headed to the counter, where he placed his basket of goods at the same time as someone else. He turned to look at the person who was beside him, who just happened to be his black-haired neighbor as well as his second heroine. Horikita. Ayanokouji-kun. He looked at the basket she carried with her, and noticed it was filled with a bottle of shampoo, conditioner, face wash, powder, and pretty much everything else that a teenage girl needed in her everyday life. Are you picking out essentials? He asked, taking notice of the items that she picked out. That's right. I wanted to do this right away so I wouldn't have anything to worry about until a few weeks at least, she answered, before looking at the items he was going to purchase in return. What about you? Are you doing the same? Kiyotaka sighed. I'd love to do the same, but unfortunately, I am in need of an early rest today. Perhaps I'll do this tomorrow instead. After what he did to comfort me after seeing Nisama earlier. I can understand why he feels tired now, Susan thought to herself, feeling guilty for her friend's current condition. She berated herself for still feeling emotionally weak around her brother until now, because if she wasn't, then there would have been no need for Kiyotaka to do what he did for her. I should return the favor to make it up to him. Spending a few points to buy him something shouldn't hurt. Making up her mind, Susan turned to her seatmate and took a deep breath. Ayanokouji-kun, would you like to dash? Hold that thought. Something's happening outside, he interrupted her before she could complete her sentence. Although Susan felt annoyed that he just told her to shut up out of nowhere, she looked at the store's front door, where they could see one of their classmates arguing with 3 other people. Pseudo-Ken, who was the red-haired boy with a short temper that refused to introduce himself earlier in class, found himself in an unfavorable situation at the moment. He found himself face-to-face against 3 upperclassmen, who all bore smug looks on their faces as if they had found a new source of entertainment, and Pseudo didn't like that one bit. "If you 3 don't stop messing around with me, then I'll personally make sure you learn not to mess with me," he warned the 3 other students, who all laughed at his attempt to look and sound intimidating. "Oh, we're totally scared. Oh, hold me, guys. You're gonna teach us a lesson? You and what army, dude? Maybe you should just listen to us. This ain't your spot, it's ours. Now go home to your dorm before we do something that we'll regret." The red-haired teen clenched his fists. Who the hell did these guys think they were? Just because they've been here for a year longer than him, they think they can claim ownership of a place that didn't even belong to them in the first place. It was just ridiculous. "I can stand wherever I want, you punks. Come on, bring it. You asked for it," the one in the middle grinned as they cracked their knuckles. "Senpai, would you mind explaining what is going on here?" Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to do anything else as a voice cut through the tension between them like it was a knife. Ayanokouji Kiyotaka walked out of the convenience store with a calm look on his face, before staring at both Pseudo and the 3 other students. Remembering Kiyotaka's face from earlier, Pseudo quickly tried to tell him to get out of here since this didn't involve him. "Oi, stay out of this dash. May I ask what's your problem with my classmate, senpai?" Kiyotaka interrupted him, as he turned towards the upperclassmen for an answer. "Well, this punk was standing at our spot so we told him to piss off," one of them scoffed. "Yeah, no one hangs out here other than us." But the guy wasn't listening. Unsurprisingly, Pseudo quickly let his anger get the better of him after hearing their excuses. "Bastards. Do you think I'll lie down and kneel to you just because you're a bunch of second years?" Kiyotaka stepped forward and threw his left arm out, stopping Pseudo from advancing any further. Because of this, the red-haired teen shifted his anger towards him, but Kiyotaka remained calm and continued to stare at the 3 students who were being a bother. "Is that so? I suppose I'll take this up with one of the teachers, then. This school doesn't take bullying very lightly, if I recall. You 3 are clearly bullying my classmate, and I can't let that happen any further." "Ha. Good luck trying to convince them when you don't even have any proof." "Oh, I can convince them easily." Much to Pseudo's surprise and to the horror of the 3 bullies, Ayanokouji-kun pulled out his phone from his pocket and played a recording, which was the conversation that just transpired between the 2 parties, particularly how the 3 were trying to provoke his classmate into fighting them. "Damn it. We're so dead. You better delete that right now, or we'll dash. If you don't want me to release this recording, I suggest staying away from my classmate and the rest of us, senpai. If you even try to do this again, I will send this recording to the teachers. Since you are upperclassmen, you must know what happens to those students who get caught bullying other students, right?" Kiyotaka warned them, ignoring their empty threats because they had no way out now. His threat was enough to strike fear into those 3 students, so much it made them run away without looking back. With the 3 gone, Pseudo turned his attention towards Kiyotaka. A mixture of embarrassment and anger was on his face, most likely from having to be saved by his classmate from something bad as well as the fact that Kiyotaka intervened in something that didn't even involve him. "Oi, what the hell was that about? I could have handled that on my own." Kiyotaka gave him an unamused look. "You were clearly giving in to what they wanted." "What? If I didn't step in, you would have been in a fight with them, and in the case that a teacher sees you, you would have been punished. Surely, you don't want to experience your first day in this school with a punishment, right? I would have told them that those 3 jackasses started it. Any teacher wouldn't believe your words that easily. They would need concrete proof of what really happened, and that's exactly what I did," he explained calmly. "Now I have leverage against them if they try something again." Pseudo tried to say something to defend himself, but couldn't find the right words to do so. Deep down, he knew that Kiyotaka was right. He was almost baited into giving those upperclassmen what they wanted, and he had no one to blame for it but himself. "Why, you're right." He sighed in defeat, directing his anger towards himself instead. "I'm a dumbass. I should have been smarter about the whole thing." "I don't think you are. You just have to control your temper and learn not to give in to your anger easily." Earlier during class, you were just being asked to introduce yourself. You could have refused politely. There was no need to lose your cool in front of your classmates. They'll have a poor opinion of you if you keep on doing that. I guess I have to work on my attitude, then. Sudo smiled nervously while scratching the back of his head. You're Ayanokouji, right? Kiyotaka nodded. That's right. And you are? Sudo Ken, the red-haired teen, then threw out his hand for a handshake. Thanks for the assist with those guys. No problem, Kiyotaka accepted the gesture and the two shook hands for a few seconds. Are you heading back to the dorms? Sudo shook his head slowly. Nah. I think I'll walk around a bit before calling it a day. Don't worry, I'll stay out of trouble this time. See ya tomorrow, Ayanokouji. As Sudo left, Suzun walked up towards Kiyotaka and handed him his plastic bag that had the goods he purchased from the store. Before he went off to help Sudo, Kiyotaka told the girl to hold his purchases for a while after paying for them at the counter. Suzun only agreed, and after paying for the items she picked, she watched the whole interaction from nearby while concealing her presence from them. That was an ingenious way of handling those three students, she remarked, complimenting the way Kiyotaka dealt with those upperclassmen without instigating a fight. I'm impressed. You flatter me. I simply utilized the rules of this school and used it against them. He waved off words, although it was nice to hear them from a person like Horikita. We better get a move on. And the two began to walk. Things were quiet between them at first, but Suzun was feeling tempted to continue what she was about to say earlier, before getting interrupted. Right now was her chance. They could still take a detour before reaching the dorms, and she would treat him to a quick snack to repay him for what he did. Kiyotaka liked ice cream, right? She could buy him a cone or two and then they can continue on their way. All she had to do was ask him. Ayanokouji-kun, do you want to? Hiya, Ayanokouji-kun, 10 Act 2, Scene 4. Suzun clenched her fist in frustration upon hearing someone interrupt her. This was the second time she got interrupted before she could even ask him. Was the universe playing with her or something? It wasn't Kiyotaka who interrupted her this time, though. Both teenagers turned their heads to the source of that voice, as they saw a familiar face approach them, a girl with short beige hair and crimson eyes who happened to be their classmate. What are you doing here, Kushida? Asked Kiyotaka, raising an eyebrow curiously. Kikyo clapped her hands together and smiled cutely. I wanted to head back to the dorms with you. You're going there, right? I am. Is that all? Oh, I have another reason. She walked closer towards him as her smile widened. Since you said that you're not good at making friends, then I'll be your friend. You didn't have to say it out loud like that, although I wonder if she's being genuine. She can fake her emotions easily, so I shouldn't be surprised if she's just making this up. But then again, she's supposedly one of my heroines, and I can't deny that she's cute. Kiyotaka had a mental war in his mind between being cautious and accepting for a few moments, before letting out a sigh. You can come along with us, I guess. Kiyotaka failed to notice the frown that Suzun was sending him after uttering his answer, because he was more focused on the notification that appeared in front of him. You gained 5 affection points with Kushida Kikyo. I've been gaining affection points faster with her than with Horikita. He thought. I believe Nanace is still higher than her, but I suppose that's because we've already known each other even before I got this weird power, while I've only met Kushida today. Really? Kikyo smiled brightly, which only made her even cuter than before. Come on, let's go. We can talk about a lot of things on the way there. She then grabbed Kiyotaka's wrist and was about to pull him along with her, when Suzun's voice immediately stopped her in her tracks. Kushida-san, would you please calm down? I was having a perfectly normal conversation with Ayanokouji-kun before you happened to interrupt us. What are you talking about? We weren't. The young man tried to speak, but was quickly silenced by the scowl that Suzun sent him. What is she angry about? He asked himself in confusion. Kikyo turned to Suzun and bore a confused look. But Horikita-san, I was just trying to be a good friend to Ayanokouji-kun. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I'm sorry if I interrupted you too, but we could talk about it together on the way to the dorms. Suzun would never say these next words in front of other people, but right now, she was too frustrated to even care. As far as I'm concerned, he only allowed you to accompany us on the way to the dorms. I don't think he said anything about accepting you as a friend. Ouch. Even Kiyotaka winced as Suzun said those words. He even felt bad for Kikyo, despite knowing what she was like under that mask she was putting up. Yeah. Why are you speaking for Ayanokouji-kun as if you know what he's thinking? Are you perhaps his girlfriend or something, Horikita-san? Kikyo replied, the smile on her face straining a little as the girl struggled to keep her inner emotions in check. That bitch. How dare she say that to me? I'll show her. I am not, she said firmly. I am only basing my words on what I see and hear, and I don't believe he acknowledged you as his friend. Oh, and are you saying that you can make Ayanokouji-kun's decisions for him? Kikyo giggled. Kiyotaka was beginning to sweat out of nervousness from what he was witnessing between the two. This is bad. Kushida supposedly hates Horikita for knowing something about her, and she's using this argument to relay what she really feels. On the other hand, I think Horikita's getting jealous because Kushida just showed up out of nowhere. She's jealous, right? She wouldn't say those things if she wasn't. Okay, he obviously has to stop these two from arguing any further, but how exactly? Okay, he could stop Pseudo from being an idiot and picking a fight with other students, but this was completely different. He couldn't take advantage of anything here, and to make matters worse, these two were both heroines. One wrong word and he could screw things up. Darn it, what was he supposed to do? Toki Watamare. What the hell? Fortunately for him, the young man was saved from having to think about what to say to them because the time freeze mechanic of the system kicked in, and the world around the young man lost its color. A, would you both keep it down? Otherwise, I'll just walk on my own and leave the both of you here. B, why don't we all just get along and walk together to the dorms? We all have the same destination, anyway. C, girls, please, please. There's no need to fight over me because I belong to everyone. You are even free to share me if you are willing to. I don't know what that earlier notification was about, but anyway, how nice of the system to lend me a hand for this problem, Kiyotaka thought, feeling confused with that Toki Watamare notification before shrugging it off and focusing on his choices. Must be a reference, or it's just the system messing with him again. Alright, the first choice was obviously out of the question because it was plain rude and would likely end up doing more harm than good. The second choice was a plausible one to calm the two girls down, but Kiyotaka had a feeling that even if he says it, the two won't stop and will continue to argue, which leaves the third option, again. Why can't there be 4 options instead? One that doesn't involve an embarrassing answer, preferably. He sighed and covered his face with his hand. I'm going to regret this, but if it means getting to the dorms as soon as possible so I could sleep already, then whatever. With a clear frown on his face, the young man picked option C as the world returned to normal, especially the two girls. Horikita-san, if you have a problem with me, then you could just say it. How will we resolve this if you don't tell me what's wrong? Kikyo asked, continuing to put up a fake smile that was about to shatter at any second. I have no problem with you. All I'm saying is that you should be mindful of your limits and to be careful not to overstep your boundaries. Ayanokouji-kun said that you can come with us, that doesn't give you the power to drag him wherever you wish, Suzun shot back while hiding the real reason why she was pissed. The sound of Kiyotaka clearing his throat made both girls stop in their seemingly endless argument as they turned to him. Girls, please, please. There's no need to fight over me because I belong to everyone. You are even free to share me if you are willing to, he spoke while flashing them an alluring smirk. It proved to be very effective in shutting them up, as well as making their faces turn red in the process. You gained 5 affection points with Kushida Kikyo. You gained 2 affection points with Horikita Suzun. You silenced 2 arguing heroines by smooth-talking them. You gained +1 in charm. I expected that to happen, Kiyotaka shook his head and sighed. But it still makes me wonder why I've been gaining affection points with Kushida so quickly. Does she actually like me or something? The two continued to stare at him dumbfoundedly even after Kiyotaka regained control of his body, to the point that he was starting to think that he actually made the wrong choice instead. I was just kidding, he tried to say in an attempt to fix things before it's too late. And it was. XOX. Will it still be freedom if I kill myself? Seriously, the young man deadpanned in his mind, the apathetic look on his face gone and replaced by an annoyed expression instead. Never in his life had he felt this frustrated and angry before, and he hated that man above everything else. In fact, if there was a gun somewhere around here, he was tempted to put a bullet in his own head if it meant putting a stop to this mess. The reason why Kiyotaka was feeling angry was the two girls who were holding each of his arms like it belonged to them. No, it's not because of the girls themselves. It's because the stupid superpower he had led them to be like this. On the brighter side of things, it did manage to quell the girls' anger and got them to stop arguing, only at the cost of them grabbing his arm like they were his girlfriends. As they walked, Kushida began asking Ayanokouji a multitude of questions, ranging from, "Which school did you come from?" to more personal ones like, "Do you have any siblings?" The young man answered her questions to the best that he could, but left some as vague because there are things about him that she must not know about. Even though she was annoyed by Kushida's loud voice taking over the whole time, Horikita still listened with great interest to the questions that he answered, as it was also a way for her to get to know him better. As they neared the dorm buildings, Kikyo let out an audible sigh. "I wonder why we can't be neighbors in dorm rooms. That way, we'd see each other more often and we can even walk to class together." Kiyotaka only shook his head. "Kushida, that should be obvious. I'm a guy, and you're a girl. We aren't supposed to live in the same dorm building." "I know, but it's not like other boys will think of going into a girl's dorm room, right? Plus, I'm sure there will be cameras that can record what happens in the hallways. Boys wouldn't even think of sneaking into a girl's room because it would be bad if they get caught." Kikyo argued, which surprised even herself. "I don't know why, but I want to be closer to Ayanokouji-kun." The girl thought as she realized something. "Wait, if I can get him on my side, then I can expel Horikita for good." It's totally obvious that she likes him, which is mind-blowing to think about, but it will only make expelling her more satisfying. I can only imagine the look on her face when she sees that Ayanokouji helped in her expulsion. The more Kikyo thought about it, the more she liked it. "Kushida-san, can you please give it a rest?" Ayanokouji-kun said it himself. Boys and girls aren't allowed to live in the same building. Perhaps there are dormitories that offer a co-ed arrangement for its inhabitants, but our school does no such thing. Kikyo resisted the urge to growl at her in anger. "Fine." She sighed as she thought of a way to get closer to the young man with her. Kiyotaka sighed in relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. They were getting close to the dorms as well. Just a bit more, and he'll be able to take a rest from this day that served to tire him out to the absolute limit. To protect her smile has been activated. What? For a moment, Kiyotaka's apathetic expression fell apart completely and was replaced with a look of shock. What the? Kiyotaka's eyes went wide as he read the notification, because he knew what this skill was capable of doing and it wasn't good. How the hell did it activate? These girls couldn't have been feeling sad. The sound of a nearby megaphone pole turning on caught the three students' attention, making them stop in their tracks so they could listen to what was about to be announced. "Attention, all students. Please check your phones for a very important message. I repeat, all students, please check your phones for a very important message." 11 Act 2, Scene 5. While they were confused, Suzune and Kikyo did as they were told and turned on their phones. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka was already thinking of 100 possible scenarios in which this could go, because this was definitely linked to that broken skill he possessed. "I wonder what it's about," Suzune commented. The three had received a video message sent to them by the school admin, which they played at the same time. The video had opened with the school chairman standing in the middle of his office with a gentle smile on his face. "Forgive me for this sudden interruption, dear students, but I forgot to mention this during the entrance ceremony earlier. This is very important, especially for this year's freshmen, so listen carefully. For the first time in the history of our school, the administration has decided to implement a co-ed dormitory arrangement for the students." Suzune's eyes widened in shock at the sudden announcement, as she wondered how exactly did the chairman forget such an important matter at the entrance ceremony. Kikyo was on the same boat, before a smile took over her features as she realized that she could now put her plan in motion. Kind of out of nowhere, but hey, it works in her favor. Kiyotaka felt a mixture of both amazement and distress, amazement because he was seeing this particular skill manipulating reality itself like it was nothing, and distress because he knew that the reason this was happening is because one of heroines was feeling sad, which was likely Kikyo. She was talking about being dorm neighbors earlier, after all. For those who are unfamiliar with the term, it simply means that both boys and girls will live in the same dorm building from now on. That being said, we expect all of you to follow basic rules even with this arrangement. That means that everyone will respect each other's boundaries, no matter what, for there will be severe punishment for those who choose to test our patience, the chairman warned, which was scarier than intended because of the eerie smile on his face. Well, would you look at that? Looks like it is possible for us to be neighbors, Ayanokouji-kun, commented Kushida while sending a subtle smirk at the person whom she hated. Oh, she was now hoping that they would really end up as neighbors now, just so she could see the look on Horikita's face when she sees it. Indeed, muttered Horikita. The system's going to make it so that the two of us are neighbors, isn't it? The young man asked in his mind, looking at Kikyo. He could already see it happening from a mile away. The skill's description says that it will manipulate reality for the sake of a heroine's happiness, and if it will make Kushida happy, then the system will make us neighbors. Seriously, he just wanted to rest. Why can't the system stop giving him headaches at every turn? The worst part about this is that it was only his first day with this power, and there's 3 years of him being in this school. He had already unlocked 2 heroine routes, and if Chabashira herself wasn't enough of a warning that Horikita and Kushida won't be the only ones he'll be romancing, then his other classmates are the solid proof. He could already tell that the system was just waiting for the right time to slap him in the face with another, insert name, route has been unlocked, notification. And then there's also Nanace back home with Matsuo, who was planning to go here in a year's time, and she also happened to be a heroine as well. However, I regret to inform you that this change will only apply for this year's freshmen, so the second years and third years will have to stick to the same arrangement until they graduate. From this year going forward, a co-ed dormitory will be the living arrangements for our students, that is all. I thank you for taking the time to listen. As the video message ended, the young man with a dating simulator power fell to his knees, which is something that you would never see Ayanokouji Kiyotaka do in a lifetime, especially the words that would come out of his mouth next. I give up, Kiyotaka mumbled quietly, surrendering to his fate. As both Suzune and Kikyo knelt down to his level with worried looks on their faces, Kiyotaka bore an expression that showed he was dead inside. Even if he was a highly dangerous and capable individual who survived the horrors of the White Room, there's only so much that a teenager like him can handle. Plus, he wasn't exactly facing off against a person or someone whom he can defeat with wit alone. Perhaps he should just stop being annoyed and instead, embrace this messed up superpower for what it is. Maybe the system might become merciful towards him if he does that. Still, how embarrassing for the so-called masterpiece. If his father could see him now, then he would be the one to commit suicide instead. XOX. Whoa. I still can't believe it. We're actually neighbors, Ayanokouji-kun. A big smile could be seen on Kikyo's face as she skipped through the hallway of the 4th floor, marveling at how clean and beautiful the place looked. Behind her were Kiyotaka and Suzune, who weren't affected much by the sudden change in living arrangements for the students, although the girl did feel a bit embarrassed about where exactly her dorm room was located. In Kiyotaka's case, he wasn't surprised which unit he ended up in. Upon reaching the dorm buildings and getting their keys from the registrar at the lobby, the 3 students realized that they would be living next to each other by simply looking at their room keys. By that, it's actually Kiyotaka's unit being in the middle of the 2 girls' dorm rooms. Yep, he was officially living between 2 girls who were about to strangle each other earlier. If that's not a recipe for disaster, then he didn't know what is. As the 3 reached their individual dorm units, Kushida walked up towards the young man with a cute smile on her face. Come on, Ayanokouji-kun, aren't you excited about being neighbors with me? She asked. Kushida-san, would you please stop bothering him already? Ayanokouji-kun has had a long day, and the reason why he wanted to head to the dorms early is because he wants to rest, Suzune said firmly, scolding the girl for continuing to act bubbly and energetic around Kiyotaka. Can't she see that he was looking tired? Thanks for that, he thanked Suzune for speaking up on his behalf, before turning to their other companion who looked troubled because she did something wrong. Kushida, I don't mean any offense, but I just want to go inside my room and rest for maybe a few hours. I feel exhausted from everything that happened today. Oh, it's fine, she replied, before looking apologetic. She didn't mean to put on an annoying act, she was only trying to be a good friend. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm annoying you, Ayanokouji-kun. You're not annoying me, so don't worry about it, he waved off her apology. It's not Kushida's fault that he felt exhausted, anyway. Besides, you yourself said it earlier. Now that we are neighbors, we can walk to school together, right? Kiyotaka had no idea if he was saying the right thing, but based on the responses that he gave to this girl thus far, she can be easily swayed by kind words, and according to her summary, she loves getting praised by other people as well. You gained 2 affection points with Kushida Kikyo. Yeah. That'll be really fun. I'll wait for you tomorrow then. Kikyo clapped her hands together and chuckled, before opening the door to her unit. She secretly sent a smug look towards Suzun. This is going well. Oh, I can't wait to see the look on her face when she realizes it. With Kikyo gone, the brown-haired teen towards his other companion, who was already. See you tomorrow, Ayanokouji-kun. Suzun's words were quick and direct, as she opened the door to her unit and walked inside. She closed the door afterwards, but not before seeing Kiyotaka sending her a nod of acknowledgement. Now that she was alone, her mind was taking a different direction after listening to her 2 classmates. I will make sure to wake up early tomorrow like them. With Suzun gone as well, this left Kiyotaka as the only one left in the hallway. He quickly brought out his own key and unlocked the door to his unit. Finally. I can lie down in bed and sleep for the rest of the day, he said in his mind, as an overwhelming wave of relief filled his entire being. Who would have thought that this would be the place where we'll finally meet? A female voice spoke from behind him, making him stop. Or not. 12 Act 2, Scene 6. Instead of feeling annoyed, Kiyotaka only sighed and decided to deal with this as fast as possible. It's just one more girl, right? He just has to smooth talk her, unlock her route and make her a heroine, then end the conversation as soon as he can. And then he can finally get some rest. Who are you? He asked, pocketing his key but not turning around to face this stranger, yet. Fufu, I'm not surprised that you don't know me, but it's been 8 years since the day I've laid my eyes on you for the first time, and I must say, seeing you in person is nothing like seeing you through glass. What are you talking about? He asked in slight suspicion before turning around. Standing outside of the room that was opposite to his was a small, petite girl with lilac-colored hair and violet eyes. She was wearing the standard female school uniform, along with a black beret and white stockings with garter belts. She also had a cane in her hand. Despite her small stature, there was something about her presence that made her stand out compared to other students, including Suzun and Kikyo. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ayanokouji Kiyotaka, also known as the Masterpiece. The girl smirked as she did a curtsy. I'm Sakayanagi Arisu. You could say that I'm a big fan of yours. Almost immediately, Kiyotaka's eyes flew in all directions, checking to see if they were alone out here in the hallway. Once he was sure that there was nobody around except for them, he turned his attention back to the girl and walked closer towards her. If you know who I am, then you know that you should be careful of what you're saying. He also took notice of her family name that he heard before. Are you somehow related to the chairman? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Believe it or not, the cameras along this hallway don't work. I checked them myself earlier, she continued to smirk. And you are correct about that assumption. He's my father. Before he could say anything else, a familiar screen appeared on top of her head that Kiyotaka quickly read in order to gain more information regarding this girl. Sakayanagi Arisu, obsessed little girl. Relationship status, childhood friends. Affection points, 70/100. Heroine summary, Arisu is a petite girl with a certain condition that requires her to use a cane in order to walk around. She knows you ever since you were a child, although you've technically never met. She has simply seen and heard of you before because she has visited the White Room before with her father. While she is impressed with what you have accomplished in the White Room, she also refuses to believe that a fake genius like you can win against a natural genius like her. Regardless, she has been looking forward to meeting you so much that she has relieved herself lots of times just by thinking about you. Do you doubt my words? It's all right if you don't believe me. Ayanokouji-kun, she continued, but Kiyotaka was no longer paying attention to her. Rather, his gaze was fixated on her heroine summary instead. I wonder what relieved means, but more importantly, why is the system showing her summary as if her route was already unlocked, the young man thought. He was completely sure that he hadn't met this girl before, therefore he should have chosen between 3 choices to unlock her route, just like how he had done for Nanace, Horikita, and Kushida. But her summary said otherwise, and the relationship status between them was even childhood friends, even though this was the first time they met. And what the hell was with those affection points? It's almost about to reach 100 despite this being their first interaction. But most of all, why didn't the system tell him about this? Is it still trying to make him suffer? Hey, he wouldn't be surprised at all if that's the case. Wait a second. He said in his thoughts, remembering something that happened earlier today. Earlier, while he was still in Matsuo's home and exploring the menu of his weird power, there was a submenu that was labeled, Heroine Status. He didn't feel the need to check it because he was sure Tsubasa was the only heroine whom he had met that time. It never occurred to him that there was already someone else included in it, but he should check just to be sure. Menu, he whispered, summoning the dating simulator's menu as the world around him stopped all of a sudden. Oh, would you look at that? It seems that when he opens the menu, the world around him freezes similar to whenever the 3 choices appear before him. At least this saves him from having to explain himself if Sakayanagi asks him what he's doing. Kiyotaka didn't waste time and quickly chose the second submenu, and he was surprised to see what was shown there. Heroine Status. Sakayanagi Arisu. Nanace Tsubasa. Horikita Suzun. Kushida Kikyo. Okay, this could only mean that Arisu's information was already here, even before he unlocked Tsubasa's route, which means that this mistake was on him. He could have known about Arisu way earlier, but he wasn't able to because he didn't check this sub-menu out while he was still at Matsuo's home. This also meant that Arisu wasn't kidding when she said that she was a big fan of him, but was that really a good enough reason for her affection points to be close to 100 already? As of now, she had overtaken Tsubasa's lead by a large margin that Kiyotaka was actually curious about what would happen if she reached 100. It also meant that she was really a person from his childhood, despite not meeting her up close, which would explain why she is already considered a heroine in the eyes of this dating sim system. Interesting. He thought, feeling intrigued regarding this girl, but his interest can wait for now. He still felt mentally tired from everything that's happened today. So is there any reason why you wanted to talk? I kind of want to go inside my dorm room right now and get an early rest. Of course you do, and I apologize for keeping you from doing so. However, you might want to take notice of the fact that I live inside the room that is opposite yours. He actually noticed that the moment he realized that this girl was also a heroine. It actually makes sense for the system to have her live here, because she was one of his heroines. Horikita and Kushida were his next-door neighbors, while Sakayanagi lived in the unit in front of his. And I'm supposed to care about that because, he said, playing along with her words. She flashed a smug look. Because I want you to know this, Ayanokouji-kun. You may think that there is no instance in which you can lose, but I will be the one to prove you wrong. Is that so? He asked, seemingly disinterested in the conversation but was actually listening closely. A false genius cannot win against a natural genius. The White Room creates artificial geniuses, doesn't it? She explained with a fond smile on her face. And you're considered its masterpiece. You represent my biggest obstacle, and I will take great pleasure in defeating you, Ayanokouji-kun. Nobody else other than me deserves the right to bury the masterpiece of the White Room. Kiyotaka listened to her explanation closely and tried to, but couldn't understand the girl. Her words were a clear contradiction against the summary that the system had for her. The system couldn't be lying, unless it was planning to drive him insane. I don't get it. She says she wants to take me down, and yet she is the one with the highest amount of affection points among the heroines I have. Truly, a maiden's heart is hard to figure out. A special event has been triggered. You're saying that you want to beat me and prove you are superior, and yet, you refer to yourself as a fan of mine. What is it really, Sakayanagi? Asked Kiyotaka out of confusion. Her smile widened. Fufufu, I wasn't lying, Ayanokouji-kun. While I do admire and feel impressed with your accomplishments in the White Room, I will still aim to defeat you and prove that a natural genius is superior to even the masterpiece himself. In a move that surprised even himself, the edge of Kiyotaka's lips curled up slightly and formed a little smirk, something that he supposedly couldn't do without the system taking control of his body. Arisu noticed the change in his expression, yet she only tilted her head in slight confusion. Really? Then what if I do this? He asked in an amused tone, moving even closer towards her. The smug expression on Arisu's face fell apart quickly as she moved away from the young man, at least until her back met the door to her room seconds after. Kiyotaka stopped about an inch away from her and leaned down so they could look at each other directly. He even slammed his arm against the door behind her, pulling off a cape-don that startled the lilac-haired girl and even caused her cheeks to turn red. "Oh! Is that a blush I see, Sakayanagi?" asked Kiyotaka, his smirk growing wider at the sight of the girl like this. What are you trying to do?" she stuttered, as she hasn't experienced something like this before. Even though she had a disability that made her physically frail, no one had dared to cross her in any way due to her status, as well as the fact that she can make anyone feel intimidated and fearful of her thanks to her intelligence. Unfortunately, Ayanokouji Kiyotaka wasn't one of those people. "I'm trying to see how much of a fan you are," he chuckled in amusement. "And it seems that you really are one if I can get a reaction like this from you." The girl was forced to turn her head away. She hated feeling helpless, but there's no way she could win against him like this. Please keep your distance from me, Ayanokouji-kun. And if I don't? What exactly are you going to do?" Kiyotaka smirked at her. "As you said, the cameras here aren't working, no one's going to see this. Will you push me away? I want to see you try." "I'll scream for help," she shot back. Sakayanagi knew that she was losing this battle and she hated it, especially now when she could feel her heart beating faster than before. "Can you even do that? Will you even do that?" he challenged her, making her frown at him. Despite her earlier threat, Kiyotaka wasn't even taking her seriously, and it was annoying her. The girl almost looked like a poor cat who had her favorite ball of yarn taken from her. "Something tells me that you're only lying to yourself, Sakayanagi." She tried to flash a smirk of her own in an attempt to fight back against him, but was obviously failing due to the fact that her body began to tremble. "How would you know? It's not like you can read minds, Ayanokouji-kun." "I can't," he lifted her chin with a finger, forcing her to look up at him as her eyes widened. "But I can read your body language, Sakayanagi. I actually think that you're even liking this." All Arisa could do was stare at him, completely helpless to do anything else. Their faces were so close to each other that Kiyotaka could lean in and kiss her if he wanted to. Even if she didn't want to, the girl couldn't actually do anything to stop him. And so, surrendering to logic and Kiyotaka himself, Arisa simply closed her eyes and waited for something to happen, but nothing did. When she opened her eyes though, she quickly noticed that he leaned close to her ear instead. "You have no chance of beating me, Sakayanagi. Especially not when you act like this around me," he whispered into her ear, which managed to send a chill down her spine. "Still, I might enjoy your company. While we have never met each other like this in the past, I feel that you and I have a certain connection that can't be imitated by anyone else." And with that, he moved away from the girl and got a good look at her blushing face as he heard the snapping of a camera followed by the familiar musical chime that the system had. The image of Sakayanagi's look of shame appeared before him as a notification showed up under it. "Superior into inferior" was added to the gallery. Kiyotaka ignored both screens in favor of Arisa herself blushing in front of him like an embarrassed schoolgirl. Her smug demeanor was nowhere to be found, and while the young man was tempted to play around with her for a bit longer, he still wanted to rest his body, so he should end this now. "Have a good night, Arisu," he sent her one final smirk before he turned around and walked back to his unit. As he heard the sound of a door slamming shut behind him, several notifications then appeared in front of Kiyotaka. "Special event, an interesting reunion, has been cleared. You gained 25 affection points with Sakayanagi Arisu. You were able to make a girl completely speechless all on your own. You gained +5 in charm. You knew just what would make your heroine flustered and capitalized on it. You gained +3 in wisdom. Congratulations. You unlocked the achievement, and the rest is silence. You gained +10 in aura." Too tired to dismiss them himself, the young man ignored them completely, walked into his dorm room and let himself collapse on the bed. A massive wave of relief overtook him completely as he felt the comfort of a nice soft bed after all the craziness that he went through today. However, this didn't stop him from thinking about what just happened a while ago, particularly when he did something that he has never done before. "I actually smiled, or rather, I smirked. Completely different from a smile, but it's as good as one considering who I am," he thought, remembering the feeling of moving his lips willingly in order to throw Sakayanagi off her game. And I wasn't even being mind-controlled by some god. That was really me. The last several times that he smiled in front of other people was because his mind and actions were overridden by some kind of external force. It may actually be the system itself that was forcing him to smile, but this time, he did it on his own and was even into it as if he was playing a role. Maybe this system is actually trying to help me in some way, even though it's been cruel to me thus far. Those dating stats, maybe they're not just for show. Perhaps they really do help me exactly as they were intended to be. My ability to make people think of me as attractive, my ability to figure out what they want from me, and my ability to draw them towards me. The higher they are, the more I'll be able to do this on my own, without the help of choosing from 3 options. Perhaps the system was making him suffer problem after problem in order to prepare for situations like this. Because this time, he didn't have to choose between 3 choices on what he could possibly say to Arisu and handled her on his own. He even underwent a sudden shift in personality when he smooth-talked her, yet he was in full control of his actions. Perhaps in the future, when those dating stats that he possessed have reached a high amount, he'll be able to show emotions and even act like an average everyday person, although there's no telling the amount of heroines that he would have if it ever comes to that. I had no idea that I could do something like that. He muttered as he rolled over on his back and stared at the ceiling. That actually felt entertaining, for once. Getting used to this power might not be as hard as I thought it would be, but I suppose we'll see. Maybe there was hope for his life in this school to be more exciting. After all. 13 Act 3, Scene 1. Ayanokouji Kiyotaka had never been more glad about being able to sleep in peace, without anything bothering him. The first time he felt this way was when he escaped from the White Room and slept on a normal bed for the first time in many years, with nothing but peace as the only emotion he felt while he slept. It was almost the same case yesterday, but with arguably a more stressful environment and circumstances. After everything that's happened yesterday, I almost hope to die in my sleep just to put an end to this living hell that I'm in. Wait, that's an exaggeration. I wouldn't compare this to my life in that place, because the one pulling the strings behind it all is someone whom I detest with every fiber of my being. At the very least, this weird superpower isn't really doing anything to put me in direct danger. The young man had just finished checking if he had forgotten anything to bring with him and was about to leave, only for him to feel that he wasn't ready to go yet. It's like there was something pulling him back in this place and it was tempting to give in, very tempting. I feel tempted to just stay in this place and never come out again, but that's going to bring me some intense consequences, Kiyotaka thought, having learned his lesson from yesterday's events. Plus, he was completely sure that if he doesn't show up to class, some people are going to be upset and will likely cause that insanely broken skill he had to activate again just to keep them from being sad. While that skill wasn't going to harm him in any way, it does have the tendency to drive him closer and closer to insanity with how absurd it was. Kiyotaka shook his head. He should really get used to it, and by that, it meant treating this superpower and everything it can do as something normal. It's becoming more and more obvious that it won't be going anytime soon, and he wasn't dreaming either. The young man opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, where he saw Kikyo standing outside of her room with a big smile on her face. Her smile only grew wider when she saw him. "Good morning, Ayanokouji-kun," she greeted eagerly. "Good morning, Kushida." Right, Kikyo wanted to go to class together, which was pretty much the reason why the system made them neighbors, even though they could do that without living next to each other. So, instead of doing it for the girl's happiness, it felt like the system did it for the sake of making his high school life more complicated. It just needed a good excuse to activate the skill. Kushida Kikyo, happy scheming neighbor. Relationship status, a rocky relationship. Affection points, 27/100. Well, at least she isn't sad anymore. Kiyotaka allowed himself a sigh of relief before taking notice of the strange word that's next to her name, which seemed to portray the current mood of a particular heroine. Scheming. Must be about Horikita then. I should really find out what exactly Kushida did in her old school, since her summary made a big deal about it and it's the reason why she hates Horikita. However, that's something I can't ask her, otherwise I risk pissing her off and something bad happening. Maybe I can ask Horikita. They did come from the same school. Kikyo walked up towards him, her bag firmly in her grasp, before she sent him a look of excitement. "Are you ready to go to school together?" Kiyotaka gave her a nod and prepared to leave for the elevator, when the two heard someone speaking from behind them with a cold tone, almost to the point that it felt like the temperature around them dropped several degrees. "You're unbelievable. Heading to class and you're not even going to wait for your neighbor. I thought we were friends." The brown-haired teen turned around to see Susan stepping out of her room with an icy glare on her face, feeling displeased that they were going to leave without her. Kiyotaka could only wonder what she's getting angry about. Was Suzun expecting them to wait for her or something? In my defense, I didn't know you wanted to go to class together. And come to think of it, why didn't you tell me if you wanted to? We are classmates, are we not? She asked rhetorically. Since we are classmates and our dorm rooms are also next to each other, it's only natural for us to head to the school building together. I don't think that makes sense, but okay, he thought, staring blankly at the girl who walked up to them like nothing was wrong. If that's what you want, then just walk with us. We haven't even left yet. That's exactly what I will do. She folded her arms and let out a humph, showing that she was still displeased about being nearly forgotten if she didn't make her presence known. Kiyotaka sighed. Not even a few hours into this day, and the system was already creating problems for him. Meanwhile, the other girl who was with them was simply smiling at the scene like nothing was wrong. Her thoughts, however, were a completely different story. That bitch, she was definitely waiting for us to leave so she could ruin things. Kikyo snarled in her mind. Once again, girls are truly complicated creatures. XOX. You'll get used to this, Kiyotaka said to himself over and over, while trying to ignore the two girls who were holding onto his wrists the same way as they did yesterday. Suzun was looking on ahead with her usual cold expression, but he noticed her sending looks of suspicion towards Kikyo. On the other hand, Kikyo put on the angelic smile that other people around her loved seeing, though Kiyotaka could tell that it was only a mask. Well, at least they weren't hugging his arm and clinging on to him like a pair of love-struck teenagers, although that may become reality soon. Still, this was still a big problem for him, because of his classmates who might see his current predicament and start asking questions as a result. Or worse, they assume right away and think he's two-timing Suzun and Kikyo, which would make things even more awkward than before. One thing's for sure though, his classmates will have a bad opinion if they ever see him with these two girls in such a position, and would ruin his reputation with them for the foreseeable future. Fortunately for the young man, everybody else was too preoccupied with what they were doing to notice Kiyotaka, Suzun, and Kikyo stepping inside the classroom. It was also a good thing that they got here 30 minutes before homeroom starts, so there were only about 7 people inside the room at the moment. Taking this as an opportunity to save the three of them from any misunderstandings, Kiyotaka gently shook off their hold on his arms and quietly walked towards his seat without gaining anyone's attention. Kiyotaka enjoyed what free time he had from here going forward by taking a nap on his desk afterwards, because about 10 minutes later, his classmates began to flood the room in droves. Good thing his two heroines weren't making a scene. Suzun was quietly reading a book in her seat, while Kikyo was talking with their classmates like the socialite she was. Right away, the topic of many conversations within the classroom was the sudden change brought about by the chairman of the school yesterday. Yep, I expected this to happen. Best to stay quiet, Kiyotaka thought as he kept his head down, but continued to listen on. He hoped that his two heroines wouldn't mention anything about his situation, of course. While there was no need to worry about Suzun because she doesn't even talk to anyone, Kikyo was a different story. Yamauchi, did you become neighbors with some beautiful girls? Asked Ike out of excitement. As expected, some of the boys, mainly Ike and Yamauchi, were ecstatic to talk about the new co-ed dorm arrangements, with a few of them looking really pleased about living next to someone of the opposite sex. They had thought that they would spend 3 years doing nothing but chasing girls from afar, but now they had a big head start and were eager to take advantage of it. Nah. Yamauchi sighed, before letting out a loud groan of frustration. I got thrown into a sausage party instead, because all the people on my floor are guys. Yikes, that sucks. I know, right? Here I thought the girls can live with us now, why the hell would the chairman make the dorm buildings co-ed for the students if they're not gonna give me some hot neighbors? I bet some bastard is enjoying having girls by himself because they live next to him. Kiyotaka felt tempted to laugh at his misfortune, but kept quiet. It seems that while the system helps him out in various unpredictable ways, the same doesn't happen for other guys. Ike shrugged. Oh well, at least I'm not as unfortunate as you. What? Are you saying that you're neighbors with a girl? Yamauchi asked, as he and the other boys involved in the conversation were caught off guard. Yeah, but the girl could have been better, Ike sighed, feeling that this wasn't going as well as he had hoped despite getting the very thing that he wanted. Yamauchi began shedding anime-like tears out of jealousy. You lucky bastard. At least be grateful that you're neighbors with a girl. Unless you're faking it. Kiyotaka wanted to feel bad for them, but only shook his head. He could only imagine their reactions when they find out that he's neighbors with 3 girls, and one of them isn't even part of their class. Come to think of it, which class did Arisa belong to exactly? Ugh, why did I have to be neighbors with that pervert? From the other side of the room, a certain blue-haired girl with pink eyes groaned in frustration as she complained about her current predicament to her friends. Kiyotaka noticed that Kushida was with them. Wait, who are you neighbors with, Shinohara-san? Asked Sato. That desperate pervert from yesterday. I thought he was stalking me when I saw him on the 6th floor where my room is supposed to be, but it turns out that he was actually my neighbor. Kiyotaka heard her easily because Shinohara wasn't exactly being quiet. Ah, so she's the unfortunate girl who ended up as Ike's neighbor. Poor girl. He could only pity her. It was the system that altered the original living arrangements for the students and turned it into a co-ed dorm for everyone, only the freshmen, though, instead. If it was up to him, then there would be no need to change things and simply have them as they were. Unfortunately, he wasn't in control of a broken skill that can alter reality. I hate this. Guys aren't supposed to live in the same place as girls. Now I have to keep watch 24/7 just to make sure I'm safe from perverts, ranted Karuizawa, slamming her fist on her desk out of frustration. Are you also neighbors with a boy, Karuizawa-san? Kei calmed down immediately, as she thought back to when she got to her dorm last night. When she got there, she didn't see any boy around. Okay, there might be one who lived there with them, and for all she knew, she was neighbors with one, but there's no way she's going to check the rooms there one by one if that was the case. For now though, she could consider herself safe from any guy who's thinking of being a pervert. Not sure. I didn't see any guy around the 4th floor when I got back to my dorm last night. The 4th floor? That's where I live too. Kushida smiled. It's too bad we didn't see each other then. 4th floor. She lives on the same floor as mine, Kiyotaka thought, before a wave of realization hit him. Oh, I see now. The system placed her there because she must be a heroine as well. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be a stretch to say that the whole 4th floor must be inhabited by girls whom the system sees as heroines. Honestly, it makes sense. He was already neighbors with Horikita and Kushida, while Sakayanagi's room was opposite his. With Karuizawa's room located at the 4th floor like them, it's pretty obvious. With this dating simulator system being crazy as it is, it would definitely do something like putting his heroines all on the same floor as him. Now that he thought about it, that would actually be the most plausible move for the system. Why would it waste the chance to have his heroines live near to him? 14 Act 3, Scene 2. Best to stay quiet for now, at least until I unlock her route or the system itself does something, he told himself. This does confirm my suspicion yesterday, though. If Karuizawa's considered a heroine, then Sato will definitely be one as well. I don't see where's the problem, spoke a girl with reddish-brown hair, whose name was Onodera Kayano. While the topic of the conversation was their frustration with the newly implemented rule, she didn't look bothered by it. So what if we're neighbors with the boys? Onodera-san, don't tell me you're fine with this whole thing, shouted Kei, horrified at the fact that one of their female classmates could say such a thing. Yeah, I'm pretty fine with it, the girl shrugged. If it wasn't for this new dorm system, then I would have never known that we have a classmate who's also into sports like Hirata-kun. Really? Who? Asked Maya. Sudo-kun. Kayano exclaimed. The dude's actually a basketball player in his old school and he never even said it. Sudo. She's neighbors with him. Kiyotaka thought, a bit surprised that she wasn't referring to him. This is a surprise, but not an unwelcome one. As a matter of fact, it makes me relieved that not all of my female classmates will become heroines. Oh, if only he knew that it would be worse than that. But isn't swimming more of your thing, Onodera-san? Kayano grinned. Oh, it is. Doesn't mean I can't play some hoops, though. Seriously. That guy. He was so rude yesterday, Satsuki huffed, glancing at Sudo who was sitting in the last row, leaning back against his chair with his arms behind his head. We were only introducing ourselves to everyone, and he just blew it off like it didn't matter. Kayano dismissed her claim with a wave. Ah, that was just him being shy. When we were talking yesterday, he was really into it. Especially when we were talking about basketball. I mean, it's only natural to be shy about saying your name in front of many people, right? Is she dense or is she an airhead, was the collective thought of her friends except for Kikyo. I think you're right, Onodera-san. Not everyone can talk to other people without any problems, the beige-haired girl agreed. You're joking, Kei deadpanned as she was thinking the opposite, which was an opinion shared by both Sato and Shinohara. Am not. Just look. Onodera looked offended that the other girls didn't believe her, and suddenly felt the desire to prove them wrong. She looked towards the red-haired boy at the back and waved her arm to get his attention. Oi, Sudoku-in. Wanna go to the club fair together? That's right, it was announced through the school intercom earlier that the club fair for freshmen was taking place in the afternoon. Though it wasn't mandatory for students to attend, a lot of them were interested in checking it out to see if there was a club that they could join. Two of them were Onodera and Sudo, who wanted to join the swimming and basketball club, respectively. Oh, sure. Let's do that, he replied in a calm tone, which was completely unlike how he was yesterday. It should also be noted that he didn't look at Onodera as he spoke and had his gaze elsewhere. Regardless, the girl took it as a confirmation that she was right. Heh. See, she turned to her friends with a smug look. Okay, you made your point. It's just that he was being rude to everyone when we only wanted to know his name, said Shinohara. Ha ha ha, don't worry. He'll open up eventually and you'll see how much of a cool guy he is to be around with. At that exact moment, the school bell rang and almost immediately, everyone raced back to their seats before they could get scolded. They were considerably faster than yesterday and rightfully so, because Chabashira-sensei arrived just after the last student reached his seat. Took you all about a few seconds faster than yesterday to fix yourselves, she spoke after a few seconds. You still have to improve further on that, though. Kiyotaka noticed that almost the whole class collectively let out sighs of relief after those words. It was clear that Chabashira had left a mark in them yesterday, and that she wasn't someone to be ignored, especially by students who have a knack for trouble. The woman stared at her class and noticed the tense atmosphere between the students, though it wasn't really because of her. She knew what it was about, and she could understand why. All right, I can tell that some of you have questions regarding the chairman's sudden announcement yesterday, so just get it out of the way. The students of Class D were surprised at her sudden words, as they didn't expect Chabashira to bring that issue up. Their teacher seemed too serious to actually bother with it, but now was their chance to satisfy their curiosity regarding this matter. Karuizawa decided to take advantage of this chance in order to speak her mind. Sensei, why did the chairman make us live in the same building with the boys? We were completely fine with how things originally were. SAE expected a question like that and simply sighed. I wish I can give you an answer, Karuizawa, but not even the teachers knew what was going on yesterday. We were completely unaware of such a change and thus, reacted in the same way as you students when we heard the announcement. You weren't informed of the sudden change, Chabashira-sensei, asked Hirata. He in particular, didn't really have any problem with the new living arrangements for the students, but he was concerned for the girls and understood why the majority of them didn't like it. Nope. The chairman didn't even tell the teachers that we'd be living amongst the students as well, SAE shook her head, before letting out a sigh. Well, whatever. It's not a big deal. It's just the living arrangements for everyone, it's not the end of the world. Kiyotaka stared at the woman for a brief moment. It affected the teachers as well. I thought this new dorm arrangement applied to the freshmen, but I suppose the skill included the teachers anyway. Since Chabashira-sensei is also going to be a heroine sometime soon because she has the same screen as Horikita and the other two girls, the system made her live near my own room just like Karuizawa. But Chabashira-sensei, a lot of the boys are obviously happy about this because this is their chance to spy on us or something. Some of them might even try sneaking into our rooms. Satsuki spoke up, supporting Karuizawa's claims. That won't happen as long as you are careful, Shinohara-san. And think about it deeply for a minute. Do you really think that your male classmates, she threw a glare at the boys, causing some of them to flinch visibly, would risk their placement in this school and act like teenagers who are incapable of keeping themselves under control? One offense in the eyes of the student council, and a student already has a high chance of being expelled. That threat was enough to send shivers down a lot of spines, especially the boys who were talking about the new dorm system and were happy about it. On the other hand, Her words served to calm most of the girls who were uncomfortable with the new arrangement and reassure them that nothing bad was going to happen to them. Not only were they protected from potential harassment, but the dorms were also equipped with video cameras for added security. In the end, there was truly nothing to worry about. It should honestly be the least of everyone's worries. It's not like the boys and girls were roommates, right? Sensei, you said that you live among the students now. Where exactly do you live? Asked Yamauchi in an attempt to ease the tension in the room. I don't believe that's an appropriate question to ask your teacher, Yamauchi. Chabashira shot him a cold glare, making him shrink in his seat. But to satisfy your curiosity, I was assigned to the 4th floor of the first dorm building. That immediately drew reactions from a lot of girls, particularly Karuizawa, Sato, Matsushita, Hasebi, and Kushida. Wait, that's where my room is. Same here. My dorm room's there too. Ditto. Hee hee, my room's also there. What followed was loud groans of despair from some of the boys in class, most notably Yamauchi and Ike, all because the hottest girls in the classroom were gathered on one floor along with their teacher while they were on a different one. So, aside from Kushida, those 5 girls are also living on the 4th floor with me. Kiyotaka concluded in his thoughts, while letting out a massive sigh of relief that the system didn't dump every girl in his class on the same floor. It meant that not everyone was going to be a heroine, even though he was already dreading that possibility because of how it could be true. Suzun remained quiet, but that was fine since he was aware of her already. On the other hand, even though she didn't speak as well, Kiyotaka could tell that the same went for Sakura Eri. The long, red-haired girl who wore glasses was clearly residing on the same floor as him too. It was quite evident from how she froze in place for a few seconds, before looking away with a blush. Maybe she wanted to say something but was simply too shy to blurt out a single word. Including Horikita and Kushida, that's 8 from our class, but at least it's not all of them. Sakayanagi is another one, but she's not my classmate, and there's still the fact that our own teacher is a heroine as well. He then shook his head and sighed. That's 10 already, and I can tell that it won't be the final number. Chabashira-sensei, where's your room exactly? Asked Ike. The one next to the elevator, she deadpanned. Now shut up, all of you. We're not here to chat about our lives outside of the classroom. We're here to learn. Now, is there anything else you want to ask that has nothing to do with your personal lives? If nothing, then I suppose we can end homeroom early and you can wait for your next class. I knew it. The system just wouldn't pass up on the chance to have me live on the same floor as them. He was willing to accept his fate and embrace the fact that he was now neighbors with his heroines thanks to the system's broken skill, but this was definitely taking it too far. Well, it's not like he could do anything about it. Well, at least Kushida knows not to mention me living on the same floor as them. She was talking with Karuizawa and a few other girls earlier, but didn't say anything about me. He couldn't really complain about this now, since he saw this coming. And hey, it was way better than unlocking all of these girls' routes all at the same time. If that had happened, then he might have knocked himself out just so he could catch a break from everything that's happened until now. The club fair is happening later on, that should at least take my mind off the system for a while at least, assuming it doesn't do anything to create more problems for me. That 15 Act 3, Scene 3. After classes ended that afternoon, there was another announcement over the intercom that reminded students of the club fair at the gymnasium for the first-year students. Most of the class were interested in going there, and they went in groups. Kiyotaka was as well, but he didn't really want to go there alone. Horikita, are you going to the club fair? He asked his seatmate. No, why? She asked him in return, about to leave the classroom before Kiyotaka had spoken. I'm planning to check it out to see if there are any interesting clubs around here, and if there are, I might join one. But I'd like to have a companion at least, that way, it wouldn't be boring. Well, actually, that was one of 2 reasons. The other was that he would have someone to talk to instead of accidentally looking at a potential heroine and activating her route. Yes, it's true that he was accepting his fate, but it's not like he can't be careful, right? Otherwise he might as well activate every heroine route that the system wanted for him. I have no intention of going to that fair, Ayanokouji-kun, she replied coolly before walking away. Truth be told, the main reason why she didn't want to go there was because she would most likely see her older brother again during the fair. Even though it would be nice to see him, Suzun felt that she wasn't ready for a proper reunion just yet. He shrugged. It was worth a shot at least. Well, I'm not forcing you to come with me. I suppose I'll just ask Kushida, but she seems too busy with her friends and they have already left. That made Susan stop for a brief moment. Kushida-san won't be around, which means no one will be able to interrupt me this time, the girl thought to herself. I can finally repay him for helping me yesterday by buying him ice cream. I can do it once we're done with the club fair, before we go back to the dorms. Almost immediately, Susan turned back to face him. Never mind. I'll go with you, she said as if nothing happened. That was quick, he mentally noted. Your heroine is taking advantage of a chance to be alone with you. You gained +1 in aura. You have gained 2 affection points with Horikita Susan. Okay, he raised an eyebrow at the sudden notifications. Does this mean she's beginning to like me? Unlikely. She hasn't even reached a high number yet, which reminds me. Sakayanagi is close to getting 100 in those affection points. I wonder what would happen once it reaches 100. Do they fall in love with me? Will I feel the same as them? Or will something happen because of the system? Kiyotaka shook his head. He could think about these things later. Then let's go, he told her while grabbing his own bag. And with that, the two left the classroom and headed for the gymnasium, where it was already flooded by many freshman students. Many clubs have put up stalls of their own all over the place while the members of each one were doing their best to gain the attention of the students passing by. Several of their classmates were present, with Sudo hanging by the basketball club, Onodera at the swimming club, and Hirata at the soccer club. I wonder if I should join a club as well. While Kiyotaka was having a look around and thinking about whether he should join a club or not, Susan followed him closely and kept her gaze fixed on him. This is my chance. Kushida-san doesn't seem to be around here, she won't interrupt me this time, the girl thought to herself, a sense of determination filling her up. Being interrupted during her attempt to return Kiyotaka's act of kindness with her own only made Susan driven to accomplish what she wanted to do because she owed him. Unknown to her, Kiyotaka had noticed a familiar screen appear by the nearby club booth and quickly began to read it. Matsushita Chiaki, mysterious weird classmate. Relationship status. Affection points, 0/100. Heroine summary, Chiaki is the only daughter to wealthy parents and is a very capable student in her own right. However, she chooses to hide her true abilities from everyone as she prefers not to be in the limelight. At first glance, she found you interesting and believes that there is more to you than meets the eye. She was planning to watch you from afar and see for herself just what is interesting about you, but you managed to catch her presence before she could do so. Matsushita. She was following me, he thought, ignoring the first part of her heroine summary in favor of the last section. It made him curious why his classmate was spying on him. He looked at the tennis club booth, but the girl was nowhere to be found even though her heroine screen was there. She must be hiding behind that stall, but why exactly is she following me? Meanwhile, her mind all made up, Susan turned towards her companion who suddenly stopped walking out of nowhere. Ayanokouji-kun, she called out to him. Do you want to? What exactly are you doing there? Kiyotaka spoke, unknowingly interrupting Susan from what she was about to say. Don't you think it's rude to spy on your fellow classmates? Who is he talking to? Horikita herself frowned in confusion as she turned to where he was looking. Behind the nearby booth of the tennis club, a girl with long brown hair and blue eyes stepped out into the open and smiled at them. Fancy meeting you here, Ayanokouji-kun. Is there any reason why you would spy on me, Matsushita? He asked bluntly, causing Susan to look at him and Chiaki in confusion. Spying on him? What is going on? The girl thought as she observed the two closely, ignoring her growing frustration for now. That's a bit of a stretch, don't you think? I wasn't spying on you. I only saw you and Horikita-san coming here and I was actually about to say hi when you called me out, she chuckled nervously. How did you know I was here, by the way? He didn't believe her one bit. She was definitely spying on him, even her summary said so. A stalker, huh? I think I've seen this before in a few of Eiichiro's games, he thought deeply as he tried to remember what this situation was called. What was it called again? Something. Yandere. I think it had a deer at the end of the word, is that it, then? She's a yandere. No, it couldn't be. I doubt Matsushita is the type of person to kill someone else because of her feelings. Before he could think about it even further, the world around him froze and the three choices appeared in front of him. A. You're fortunate that I didn't take a picture of you. Just like how boys can be easily blamed by girls for being perverts, I can point you out for being a stalker. Now leave me alone. B. It's surprising to meet you here as well. Matsushita, was it? I'm still trying to memorize everyone's names. C. You know, if you really wanted to follow me around, you should have said so. I'll show you what exactly is interesting about me, Chiaki. At this point, I'm just going to assume that the first option is the rude response, the second is the most normal one, and the third is plain flirting, he concluded. It's always been the same order of choices ever since yesterday, and he doubted that it would change anytime soon. Almost immediately, Kiyotaka's eyes flew towards option C. While the first choice was appropriate and would warn the girl not to do it again, it could also scare her and he would rather not find out what it would be like if the system said it for him. On the other hand, the third choice will accomplish the same, but instead of scaring her, it would embarrass her because of the hidden innuendo between the words. And so, he pushed option C as the world returned to normal. Kiyotaka smirked, which caught Chiaki off guard and caused her to blink in confusion. From the moment she laid eyes on him, it seemed like the apathetic expression on his face would never change. It didn't help that her first impression of him was a weird boy who genuinely wanted to make some friends because he was alone. You know, if you really wanted to follow me around, you should have said so. I'll show what exactly is interesting about me, Chiaki. Kiyotaka spoke in a seductive voice, and as an exclamation point, he loosened his tie and walked closer towards Chiaki almost alluringly. His words and actions immediately brought out a reaction from the brown-haired girl. Her eyes went wide in shock, a deep blush on her face out of embarrassment, and her head turned away to hide her shame. Chiaki route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Matsushita Chiaki. You gained 20 affection points with Matsushita Chiaki. Your current status with Chiaki has changed to, I've got a stalker. I am sorry, I didn't mean to make it seem like I was following you around. Was all that she could say at the moment, too overwhelmed to come up with anything else. The moment Kiyotaka felt he could control his body again, he shook his head and fixed his tie as if nothing happened. Don't worry. I was only messing with you, he told her. Sure. She mumbled, now feeling utter confusion because the young man had switched to his usual bored expression once more. It made her think if this whole apathetic demeanor he had was only an act that he puts up so that he wouldn't attract attention, because there is no way for him to fake his earlier words. Unless he was somehow a very good actor who can look uncaring as much as he wants, then his current demeanor was only a sham. He was definitely talking to her with the intention of flirting, and she knew it. This only made him more interesting in her eyes, and she could now tell that there's more to him than what he shows everyone. Just don't make a habit of following people, Matsushita. Some don't appreciate being watched by others, he warned her. Chiaki, deciding to play along, only nodded her head but kept herself from facing him. She still felt embarrassed from being dirty-talked by Ayanokouji Kiyotaka, of all people. Feeling amused at the sight of the girl completely silenced by his actions, Kiyotaka turned back towards his companion, only to be met by the sight of Susan sending him a cold glare. If he was any ordinary person, then he might have felt a drop in the temperature of the air around him. Is there any reason why you look angry? He asked her. Susan glared at him for a few more seconds, before turning away with her arms folded. Nothing, she huffed. Congratulations. You unlocked the achievement, Jealousy Sucks. You gained +3 in wisdom. Oh, she's jealous, although, I don't see how this can be considered an achievement, because it only means that I'm doing things wrong, he thought, scratching the back of his head in confusion. This system is so confusing. I might not be able to figure this out after all. Before he could think about it any further, a girl with purple hair tied into twin buns stood at the stage overseeing everything, before speaking through a microphone. Thank you all for waiting, first-year students. My name is Tachibana Akane, the Student Council Secretary and the organizer of this event. For the students who came today, we appreciate your willingness to spare a bit of time for this event. Her voice caught the students' attention right away and caused them to gather at the bottom of the stage while applauding for the girl. Kiyotaka immediately recognized who she was. That's the girl who was with Horikita's brother yesterday. I wonder if the system is also gonna see her as a heroine. And now, without any further ado, a representative will give a speech about their respective clubs and what they are all about. A young man with short gray hair and violet eyes wearing glasses then stepped up and took Tachibana's place, a person whom Kiyotaka and Susan knew well. Horikita Manabu didn't speak for a while and only chose to stare at the crowd of students that gathered below the stage. Some began to laugh at him and even threw some insults here and there, thinking that he had forgotten what to say, but Manabu remained calm in spite of it all and remained that way until the laughter died down eventually. My name is Horikita Manabu. I am the student council president, he finally spoke after a full minute of staying quiet. Kiyotaka quickly turned towards Susan and noticed that the cold expression on her face had disappeared, and was replaced by a look of insecurity. Horikita. Is that person related to you, Horikita-san? Asked Chiaki, noticing the similar family names of her classmate and the men on stage. Susan looked at Chiaki for a moment, as if she was thinking twice about telling her classmate. In the end, she decided that it wouldn't really be a bad thing if she did, since it wouldn't hurt anyone. Yes. He's my older brother, 16 Act 3, Scene 4 I see. The student council is always looking for potential recruits among the freshman students in order to replace the graduating ones. If you wish to join the student council, then you must swear to join only our organization for your own sake. We do not accept students who are already involved in other clubs. Why don't you join the student council, Horikita? That way, you can talk to your brother like what you wanted. The younger sister of Manabu actually thought about that possible scenario for a brief moment, before shaking her head. I don't think it's the right time for us to meet again. Not this soon. Not until I prove myself in his eyes, she stated. She really looks up to him if she can say something like that, Kiyotaka thought. I wonder if the system can help her grow out of that superiority complex that she has, or can it only help in romantic situations? Furthermore, we in the student council will not appoint anyone who possesses a naive mindset, for it will sully the sanctity of this school. It is the student council's right and responsibility to enforce and amend the rules. We gladly welcome whoever it is that understands this. Manabu's speech ended afterwards, drawing applause from the crowd. He then left the stage, as the next club representative took his place and explained their own set of qualifications for potential members, followed by the next one, then the next one, and so on. After every club was done, Tachibana took over the stage again and smiled at everyone. Thank you all for coming. The club fair has ended. We will now open the reception area to anyone who wishes to sign up for a club. Registration period will be until the end of April, so if any student wishes to join at a later date, please bring your application form directly to the club you wish to join. As the crowd began to disperse, Kiyotaka turned towards Susan. Let's go, he told her, earning a nod from the girl. The two started walking out of the gym, making Chiaki look at them in confusion. Wait, you two aren't going to join a club? She asked as she quickly caught up to them. Kiyotaka stopped walking and shook his head. I wanted to check out the clubs here if there's anything interesting among them, but nothing really caught my eye. What about you? Well, you actually have the same reason as me, she replied. Seems it's more like the other way around, he thought. Susan folded her arms and sent an impassive look at their other companion. It's like she was telling Chiaki to get lost and leave them alone, but fortunately, the other girl was unaware of it. Both of us have nothing left to do here, so we'll be heading back to our dorms, Matsushita-san. After hearing those words, Chiaki stood beside them and smiled. Then let me join you too. I was planning on going back to my room, anyway. Kiyotaka shrugged as he didn't really care either way. If she goes with them, then there will surely be more instances for the system to raise her affection points and there's really nothing he can do about that. If not, then he would live to see another day without interacting with Matsushita, although that still left Horikita whom he was neighbors with. Meanwhile, Susan looked displeased that the other girl with them was tagging along with them. Kikyo was already one issue, and now Chiaki as well. To make matters worse, she was living on the same floor as them since she was listening earlier. She knew that a lot of their classmates were residing on the same floor as Kiyotaka and her. To top it all off, she still didn't get to ask Kiyotaka if he would like some ice cream. At this point, she may as well drag his ass to the ice cream shop, buy him a cone or two, and be done with it. That does sound more appealing, she thought, finding herself becoming pleased with the idea. The three students walked together from there, but didn't get far when a new voice stopped them in their tracks. "Hi there," a cute and bubbly, yet mature voice said. "Are you Ayanokouji Kiyotaka?" Kiyotaka turned around to see a young woman with chocolate-brown hair and purple eyes grinning at him. She had a distinct sunflower pin and 2 regular hairpins on the right side of her hair, and she wore a peach-colored sweater on top of her school uniform. "That's me," he tilted his head in slight confusion. How did this girl know who he was? Better play along for now so he could know more. "Can I help you with something?" "Wow, I guess Nagumo wasn't kidding, you really do look like you're done with life." It was after those words that the brunette realized what she was saying in front of the guy and his 2 friends. "Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to offend you or anything. Anyway, I'm your senpai from Class B, name's Asahina Nazuna." As she threw her arm out for a handshake, Kiyotaka saw a pink screen appear on top of her head that contained a section that was becoming familiar to him by now. Asahina Nazuna, Sunny Bright Senpai. Relationship status. Affection points, 0/100. Heroine summary, Nazuna is your senior by 1 year in this school, and a student of Class B. She is very attached to an amulet that she owns, believing it to be a harbinger of good luck and romance, and that it can bring people together in a fated encounter. While she is close to Nagumo Miyabi because she is a part of his social circle, she isn't fond of his attitude and hates it when people refer to her as his girlfriend. She heard about you from Nagumo himself, who also happens to be the current student council vice president. So the system includes seniors as well, huh? Somehow, I saw that coming and I'm not surprised, he remarked. Well, it makes sense too. If the system was going to add a teacher of all people, then why not his senior as well? With that, he turned his attention to the one part in her summary that seemed suspicious. Nagumo Miyabi, how does he know me? Is it only because he's the vice president of the student council? He accepted the handshake, but his next words showed how skeptical he was of all this. It's nice to meet you, senpai, but I have to wonder how exactly you know me. Oh, one of my classmates told me about you. Apparently, your name came up while he was doing his duties in the student council, and I was really surprised that the Ayanokouji he was talking about was actually a first-year student. My name came up? How could that have happened? He asked himself in surprise. I suppose it wouldn't be surprising for the student council to check on their students, but I've only been here for a day. Did I do something to gain their attention? Since this was a question that he wouldn't be able to figure out on his own, Kiyotaka decided to ask the girl something else. How did you know what I looked like then? That's because my classmate sent a picture when he was talking about you, she sighed while massaging her forehead with her fingers as if she was in distress. Sorry if that sounded weird, it's just that he's the vice president of the student council and... It's fine, he cut her off, although his thoughts were a different story. So I did do something to gain their attention, but what exactly? Was it from when I helped Pseudo yesterday? Those guys were second-year students, and they could have reported me to Nagumo-senpai after I dealt with them. Asahina, what are you doing here? Our classmates have been looking for you. A new voice had entered the scene, and this time, it was from another man. The 4 then turned their attention to the one who spoke, and they saw a tall man with light blonde hair and blue eyes walking towards them with a look of concern on his face. Ah, nothing to worry about, Nagumo. I was just saying hi to the guy you were talking about in the group chat last night. Really? The young man named Nagumo Miyabi asked out of interest, as he looked at the only other male among the little group. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Oh, so it really is you. It's an honor to meet you, Ayanokouji-kun. My name is Nagumo Miyabi, vice president of the student council. He looked at Nagumo curiously. Time to ask some questions. How do you know me, senpai? The blonde man chuckled, though Kiyotaka could tell that there was something underlying beneath that smile he had. If you're wondering, you didn't do anything wrong. Horikita-senpai simply mentioned you several times in the student council room yesterday, and I couldn't help but be curious. He rarely talks about someone specific, let alone a freshman. Is that so? I hope that it's because I made a good impression on him, replied the first year as he observed Nagumo closely. I don't have a clear idea why, because he only talked about it with Tachibana-senpai. I only happened to overhear the conversation. Nagumo looked at Kiyotaka's companions after his explanation, and he was surprised to see a black-haired girl who looked familiar in his eyes. Wait a minute, are you Horikita-senpai's little sister? What does it matter to you? And how do you know who I am? She asked while throwing him a look of suspicion. That's because he showed us what you look like a few times before, he smiled. Horikita-senpai also talked about you, you know. I don't know what was on his mind, but it seems like he wants to meet you soon, most likely when the time is right. He does. Suzan's look softened almost instantly after hearing that about her brother. Strangely, she wasn't excited about it or anything, but was simply confused and surprised that it was her brother who wanted to talk to her, not the other way around. Was it true, though? Did her brother really want to talk to her? That was when Kiyotaka realized it. I see now. Horikita's brother must have seen the two of us yesterday, he said in his thoughts, thinking back to when the two of them saw her brother at the campus entrance. When he saw his sister, he only made it seem like he didn't care at all, but he was actually watching us both the entire time. Since I didn't feel anyone watching yesterday, he must have been watching through the school cameras. But then again, he might have watched us up close and I didn't notice because the system prevented me. Kiyotaka didn't know how to feel about this. On one hand, this wasn't really a big issue because the student council keeps track of all its students here, so it's not like his secrets will be spilled out into the world. On the other, it meant that he would eventually have to confront Horikita Manabu, whether he's the one to do it or the other. Since Manabu must have been watching him and Suzan yesterday, there's no doubt that he would be involved if those two siblings eventually have a discussion. Oh, well. He can continue to think about this another day. Right now, a well-deserved date with Bedchan was very tempting because he was still trying to get used to his new life with a dating simulator power. He could only hope that broken skill doesn't get activated on the way back to the dorms, though, or the possibility of a special event happening. If that's all, then I believe we should get going now. It was nice to meet you, senpais. Kiyotaka said as he turned around and began to walk away, with Suzun and Chiaki following after him after a brief moment of being surprised. Miyabi was caught off guard, as he didn't expect Kiyotaka to leave just like that. You're not going to stay for a bit and join a club? You could join the student council, if you want. I can even arrange a meeting with Horikita-senpai for you. The brown-haired teen didn't even need to turn around to utter his response. No thank you, Nagumo-senpai. I wasn't planning on joining any club, and 17 Act 3, Scene 5 as the three left, both second-year students were left in their places just staring at their retreating figures. Nozuna was the first one to speak after a while, as she had a lot of questions regarding that young whom she was talking to a while ago. Hey, Nagumo. You said that Horikita-senpai was talking about Ayanokouji-kun yesterday, right? Why so? She asked. Miyabi shrugged in an amused manner. How should I know? Even if I'm the vice president, it's not like Horikita-senpai shares his secrets with me. Oh. The girl stared at him in wonder for a moment before letting out a chuckle. In that case, I guess I'll watch out for him then. If the student council president has his eyes on a freshman, of all people, then he must be someone interesting. The blonde chuckled as well. I'm surprised. You rarely pay attention to one person, a first-year student no less. Is it too early to assume that you have a crush on him, Asahina? Ha! Are you kidding? Or did the years of being a ladies' man finally get to your head? I just want to see what Ayanokouji-kun is all about up close. Plus, he's younger than me. I don't really think we'd be a good match. While Nozuna listed down the possible reasons why she shouldn't be a couple with Ayanokouji Kiyotaka, the smile on Miyabi's face finally fell apart and was replaced with a look of contempt as he turned back to the first-year students who were walking away. I don't get it. I don't think there's anything special about him, yet Horikita-senpai said that he's someone to watch closely, Nagumo thought to himself as a smirk now took over his features. The only special things I'm seeing are those two beautiful girls with him. One of them was Horikita-senpai's sister, and the other. I don't know what her name is, but who cares? I'll simply take a look at the records and see who she is. Nagumo smiled to himself. It looks like the new batch of students this year was a full package. Meanwhile, with the three Class D students, they were on their way back to the dorms when Chiaki broke the silence between them. She had kept quiet the whole time while they were speaking with their two upperclassmen earlier, but now that they were away from them, she saw it as an opportunity to speak. It's only your second day here, and you already got the attention of the student council president. It looks like you're going to leave your mark on this school, Ayanokouji-kun, she commented. I don't believe it's anything big. It's normal for the student council to keep an eye on the students, especially if those students exhibit any kind of strange behavior, he told her in an attempt to make her drop the issue. Great. Even though the system wasn't doing anything at the moment, its actions were starting to bear consequences, starting with this. Some power this was, helping him to romance heroines and leaving him to deal with the repercussions. Why can't it help him in situations like this too? Chiaki put a finger on her cheek in a thinking pose. But Nagumo-senpai didn't even know why the president was keeping an eye on you. He only talked about it with Tachibana-senpai. Don't you think that's strange? He shook his head. I don't think I'm the right person to give an answer to that, Matsushita. So, you didn't really do anything? Susan folded her arms and sighed, before frowning at their companion. Matsushita-san, could you please stop with the questions? Even Ayanokouji-kun himself doesn't have the answers to your questions, because he really hasn't done anything that could warrant the attention of my brother. As a matter of fact, I don't even understand why you are asking him if he did anything. Is there a reason why you seem eager to know? The girl could tell that if Kikyo was here, she would do the same thing. Thank you, Horikita, Kiyotaka thought. Truth be told, he was actually wondering why Matsushita was bothering him about this issue and was about to ask her, but Horikita solved that problem for him. He may have wanted to know about her intentions as well as why she was interested in him, but oh well. There's always a next time. Okay, I get it. Chiaki smiled nervously from Susan's cold stare, so she quickly decided to drop the issue. At the very least, her suspicion about Kiyotaka being more than what he seems to be was on point. So, you're heading back to the dorms for real? You don't have anything else to do today? No, he said flatly. Just the thought of doing something else other than being with Bed-chan would make him lose his mind, so he was really hoping that the system would let him be for now. I would like to rest early. Chiaki then walked ahead of her two classmates, before turning to face them with a sweet smile. Well, we better hurry then. Wouldn't want you to collapse out here in the open, would we? She teased. Famous last words. XOX. May I ask why are you still here, Ayanokouji-kun? Shouldn't you be heading to your dorm room since you're tired? Chiaki could only stare in disbelief at Kiyotaka, who stopped before a door that was only a few meters away from hers, with Susan at the one that was beside his. After they reached the dorms, she was surprised that he still came with them to the 4th floor, but simply assumed that he was being a gentleman and wanted to make sure that they got to their rooms. However, that doesn't seem to be the case here. I'm already here. My dorm room is this one, he said, sending her a bored look. Wait, you live here, she stuttered, obviously caught off guard by this sudden knowledge. He wasn't surprised that Chiaki's dorm room was beside Kushida's, so she was still near his own unit by only a few steps. The young man was about to answer, only for the world to freeze as 3 new choices showed up in front of him. A. Yeah, why? Is there a problem with me living here? B. Believe me, I'm just as surprised as you, Matsushita. If you're wondering, I never asked to be put here. I'm not in charge of the students' arrangements in this school. C. That's right, and if you think you can follow me around without noticing, then you haven't seen what I can do, Chiaki. Actually, you can follow me again anytime. I'll show you what you're in for if you do. Kiyotaka ignored the first 2 choices in favor of the third one, choosing it in an instant. It was amusing to see her speechless reaction earlier after he exposed her for following him, and it should be equally amusing to see how she would react to this one as well. It might even get her to leave him alone after this. As the world around him returned to normal, he sent her a smirk that was similar to the one he showed earlier. He even winked at her for good measure. That's right, and if you think you can follow me around without noticing, then you haven't seen what I can do, Chiaki. Actually, you can follow me again anytime. I'll show you what you're in for if you do. The brunette couldn't say anything as a response. The only thing she was capable of doing was look at him in shock and embarrassment, her mouth hanging open and her cheeks turning red. You gained 5 affection points with Matsushita Chiaki. Kiyotaka stared at the new notification after regaining control of himself. I still wonder what would happen once the number of affection points reach 100. I hate to admit it, but I'm curious to see what it will be. Surely, it wouldn't be something bad since the system only wants the heroines to be happy. Ayanokouji-kun. While Chiaki was left in a speechless state, Kiyotaka was snapped out of his thoughts when he felt Susan tapping him on the back, making him turn towards her. Tomorrow. We'll walk to class together. Don't forget it, she told him in a firm tone that left no room for disagreements. All he could do was nod. She only wanted to go to school together, no big deal. Still, she should have told him this yesterday instead of getting angry earlier this morning. Sure, if that's what you want. Good. Enjoy the rest of your day, she nodded in satisfaction, before disappearing into her room. With that, Kiyotaka decided to retreat into his fortress of solitude as well, before another stressful situation finds him again because of the system. He turned towards his other classmate, who was still in a state of embarrassment from everything that just transpired. I'll see you tomorrow, Matsushita. Wait, she snapped out of her shock right away and tried to stop him, but Kiyotaka had already headed inside his unit and closed the door, leaving her in the hallway alone. Chiaki stood there for a few moments before going inside her dorm room as well, then throwing herself into her bed. She buried her still red face into her pillow as she racked her brain for answers. It doesn't make any sense. I'm so confused. How exactly can Ayanokouji switch from his apathetic expression into a seductive look without any effort? It's like one was only an act, while the other was his real personality, but there's no way of knowing for sure. What if both personalities were an act? What if they were a part of his overall personality? It was just an endless pit of questions for this issue. To make things worse, his sexy personality caught her off guard both times and left her in a flustered state. She couldn't stop herself from blushing despite being a normally calm and composed person most of the time. And then, there's also the fact that she lives one dorm away from Kiyotaka. Earlier during class, their classmates were talking about the new dorm arrangements for the first-year students, and a lot of the girls stated that they were residing at the 4th floor, including herself. Heck, even Chabashira-sensei lived here. It never occurred to her that Kiyotaka's dorm unit was also here, but that's because he didn't say anything in class earlier. Why didn't he say anything earlier, then, she asked herself. Oh, probably to avoid trouble with the rest of our classmates. The girls would have crucified him for sure, while the boys would gang up on him out of jealousy. Yeah, if he said anything during homeroom today, then all of the girls would no doubt be mad that a boy lived on the same floor as them. Horikita must have known about his situation earlier then. Susan had no reaction to Kiyotaka being her neighbor ever since they arrived at the dorms. Kushida might be aware as well, since she arrived in class with both Ayanokouji and Horikita earlier. This is more complicated than I thought. I thought this would be a simple issue that wouldn't take a day to figure out. At first, she only wanted to know more about him because he had gotten the attention of both Horikita and Kushida, which was an interesting sight. Yesterday, she noticed right away that Horikita Susan wasn't the kind of person who would become friends with anyone, while Kushida Kikyo was the type of girl who would rather make friends than get a boy's attention, even though she has already won over the hearts of many of their male classmates. If that wasn't enough, then the fact that the three of them entered the classroom together earlier as if they were a three-way couple was what sealed it. Then there's also Horikita accompanying Ayanokouji to the club fair. It's like she was already comfortable with him despite being distant to her other classmates. Anyway, what started as a curious desire to know more about a person now evolved into an aching need for answers, because this was just too much. She'll figure out the mystery behind Ayanokouji Kiyotaka, no matter. W18 Act 4, Scene 1, can you just tell me where you're taking me? Kiyotaka asked the person who was with him today, Susan, as she dragged him by the arm through the campus grounds to who knows where. Last night, Susan told him through a text that he should get ready for school earlier than usual, because she had something important to talk to him about. He was curious what it was about, but didn't ask her regarding it because it might annoy her. He would simply find out the next day. Kiyotaka wasn't prepared for Susan to grab his arm and drag him to the elevator, before they left the dorm building as if nothing else mattered. He couldn't even tell her that they should be waiting for Kikyo, because the girl looked like she wasn't even paying attention to him. It's like her mind was focused on something else entirely. No. You'll know when we get there, she said in a firm tone, making it known that her stance won't change. Even after a week, Susan still hasn't been able to buy him ice cream like she promised herself. She tried multiple times to ask him, but somehow, she was always interrupted by something or someone. Last Wednesday, After they got back to the dorms where no one could possibly interrupt them, Kiyotaka excused himself and went back to his room because of a sudden stomachache. She didn't bother waiting for him to finish and simply went back to her room, accepting defeat. There was also this past Friday, when she tried to ask him to go with her to the mall first, before buying him some ice cream later. However, that plan also went up in smoke when they encountered Matsushita there and asked what they were doing at the mall, before asking if she could come with them. Since she couldn't reveal the truth to their classmate, Susan had no choice but to lie and say that she only wanted to check out what the place had to offer. Susan groaned. Seriously, how difficult could asking Kiyotaka out for some ice cream be? And so, today, Horikita Susan decided that enough was enough and decided to simply drag her classmate all the way to the ice cream stall where they went during their first day. The same idea she had during the club fair last week. That doesn't seem fair, he argued. Life itself isn't fair. Kiyotaka sighed in defeat. It's clear that she wasn't going to budge. All he could do right now is accept his fate and hope that this doesn't lead to anything bad. Okay, point taken. Could you at least stop dragging me by the arm? It hurts, he asked. We're nearly there, Ayanokouji-kun. Bear with it. Some heroine you are. This isn't how you should treat your significant other. He rolled his eyes quietly before deciding to bring up an important matter. Did we really have to leave Kushida behind for this? We could have let her come along since we go to school together every day, anyway. The girl shook her head. No. Kushida-san cannot be involved. This is between the two of us. Whatever you say. If she becomes upset because we left her behind, then you should be the one to explain why, he told her. For once, he wasn't going to do anything about this if it got out of hand. He didn't even do anything that would make this his fault, and even the system knows it. Although it likely wouldn't do anything since Kushida hates you. I will, said Horikita, although it can be seen that she didn't really care about Kushida and what she would feel about being left out. As he got dragged by the clearly frustrated Susan to who knows where, Kiyotaka safely retreated into his thoughts. It has been a week since he began to live with this weird superpower and so far, things were going well. At least as well as one would expect from a reality-bending power like his. Thankfully, no special events have taken place within that span of time and the system's broken skill hasn't been activated since the new dorm arrangements. He took a glance at Susan, especially her heroine screen that displayed her current status. He didn't know why she was frustrated, but it's the reason why she's like this right now. He wondered what the determined was for. Horikita Susan, frustrated yet determined friend. Relationship status, strange friends. Affection points, 48/100. Anyway, yeah, there was an increase in Susan's affection points throughout the week, but not as big as Kikyo's. He still couldn't explain it, but it's strange how it's faster to gain affection points with her than Susan. Maybe it's because Kikyo was just hungry for affection while Susan wasn't. He had no idea if that was a good thing, though. That girl was still crazy and he still had no idea why she's angry at Susan, but since she's a heroine, there might not be any need to worry. Oh, who was he kidding? The system will definitely force him into a situation where he would have to work out a compromise between Susan and Kikyo, because it's obvious that they'll be at each other's throats soon. Not just because of him, but because of the apparent history between them. But, on a more positive note, Kiyotaka realized a handful of things about the system that would be very helpful from now on. The first was that the broken skill he dreaded would only activate if one of his heroines became sad and was in need of a smile. He understood it after reading through it again, and he realized that it wasn't the system itself that was screwing him over. Because of that, he realized that in order to prevent it from happening, all he needed to do was keep his heroines happy, which would be very tiring to do, but worth it. Secondly, he realized that while the heroine summary screen shows up every time he looks at a potential heroine, the three choices don't exactly follow the same routine. He realized this after having a perfectly normal conversation with Sato, whom he noticed was a soon-to-be heroine since she lived on the same floor as him, and all the girls who resided there were more or less his heroines. The entire time that they talked, the usual choices didn't appear once, and by the end of it, Kiyotaka had let out a massive sigh of relief. This could only mean one thing, and that is the system isn't letting him unlock every heroine's route all at once, which is a good thing. He honestly thought that this dating simulator system wouldn't have a problem with dumping every heroine onto him and letting him handle it, but it looks like he was wrong. It's like the dating simulator games that he had played from Eiichiro's collection. Every heroine route in those games weren't unlocked right away, and there was a specific requirement for each one. He wondered if the same applied for this dating system. It actually happened with Chabashira-sensei and Asahina-senpai already. He saw their summaries when he looked at them and that's it. While he did talk with Nazuna, the choices never appeared. Maybe the one who granted him this weird power had a heart, after all. Lastly, after thinking about it for days, Kiyotaka finally realized the true benefit behind this dating simulator. It was so obvious that he couldn't believe he didn't notice it at the beginning, but that's because he was in despair over it at first. It was to make him feel love. Throughout the week, he noticed that he was becoming comfortable with Suzune and Kikyo to the point that it almost didn't bother him anymore that they walked to school all together in the morning as if they were a couple. The only thing is that they should learn how to keep up appearances, because they acted as if the three of them being seen all together wouldn't result in further complications. He had raised his affection points with them a lot of times each time they talked, though Kiyotaka didn't really care about it anymore. As long as it means preventing the system's broken skill from triggering and giving him a massive headache, then he could deal with it. Plus, those affection points was actually a good thing, because he realized that the system was helping him achieve one of the biggest things he had wanted to achieve ever since he escaped that place, and that is to piss the ever-loving shit off his father. What other way of doing so other than the masterpiece, becoming a normal person? While the White Room did give him abilities and intellect the likes that no one has ever seen before, he would never forgive that man for what he's done, which is taking the chance of a normal life away from him. Who knows? Maybe the system would help him enough to the point that he would be able to show emotions willingly and without a problem. But that would be getting ahead of himself. He still had no control over the system and he doubted that he would. "Here we are," spoke Suzune, snapping her companion out of his thoughts. "Huh," the young man muttered as he took a quick look at where they were. One look at the ice cream stall, popcorn stand, and the taiyaki stall was all he needed to realize where they were. "This is the same place where we went last week, why are we here?" Suzune let go of the boy's arm before scanning her surroundings for any possible interruptions to what she was about to do. God, if there was something that might interrupt her, then she might actually lose it. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'm also sure neither Kushida-san nor Matsushita-san know where we are. Once she was satisfied and completely sure that the coast was clear, she turned back towards Kiyotaka. "I wanted to ask you something, Ayanokouji-kun." "Which is?" He raised an eyebrow at her slightly. "This better be important." She cleared her throat. "Would you mind if I buy you ice cream? I wanted to repay you for helping me last week, and I recall that you really liked ice cream." "That's it?" he asked, scratching the back of his head. Suzune nodded. He sighed. He should have seen this coming. Well, maybe not the part about buying him ice cream, but the fact that Horikita brought him all the way here for such a simple reason. "If you wanted to invite me for some ice cream, then couldn't you have said it over the text you sent last night? Did you really have to drag me all the way here?" Speaking of which, they had exchanged contact information in the past week, so the two could talk whenever they want, even if they're not together. Kiyotaka did the same for Kikyo, which made the girl jump around in joy afterwards. For obvious reasons, the two girls immediately rejected the idea of exchanging contact info. Well, it was more on Suzune's side while Kikyo respected her wishes, although it's pretty obvious that she would rather lock herself in her room for a week than get the black-haired girl's number. No. It wouldn't be the same if it's one of those. Why is that? She glared at him, switching into her ice mode. Enough questions. "Do you want ice cream or not?" she asked. "I do," he replied without hesitation. Free food was still free food, and this was ice cream they're talking about. He'd be a fool to turn this offer down. "Then wait here." With that, Suzune took off for the ice cream stall to buy one for the two of them. She felt like she could use one to calm her nerves. Deep down, the girl was overcome with relief and joy that she finally got to ask him the question that's been bothering since last week. This time, there were no interruptions and Kiyotaka gave her an answer. Meanwhile, the young man only stood there and stared at the girl, wondering what the hell was this all about. After getting ice cream for two people, Suzune returned and handed over a vanilla cone to her classmate, who muttered a quick thanks before accepting it. The two sat down at a nearby bench as they ate their snacks. There was still an hour before their class starts, so they were free to take their time out here. Kiyotaka decided to break the silence between them by speaking out his mind at the moment. Horikita, you didn't have to do this, you know. Susan dropped her glare and adopted a more thoughtful look, remembering how much she was struggling to ask him a simple question throughout the past week. It was completely stressful and distracted her during class several times, to the point that she felt she had to put the issue to rest. The girl looked down as she ate her ice cream quietly. You don't understand. I have wanted to ask you about this ever since last week, but for some reason, I kept on getting interrupted by things that were out of my control. I'm sorry that happened to you. It's not your fault. I'm just relieved that I've finally gotten this off my chest. It would leave me angry and frustrated to owe someone a debt after he helped me with my own problems, especially because I'm supposed to be his friend. Kiyotaka waved off her concerns. It was nothing. You were going through something, and like any decent person out there, I asked what's wrong. Don't talk about it like it's nothing significant, she retorted. I've never talked about my brother to other people before, let alone how I see myself compared to him. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels better to tell someone else about it. And if I had to be honest, not many people would listen if I told them about my problems. So you decided to buy me ice cream as thanks, he concluded. Susan nodded quietly. Kiyotaka stared at her afterwards. The system may be the reason why, but it's almost amazing to see how much this girl had changed in the span of a week. When they met, he immediately thought that they wouldn't get along because of her personality. He wasn't prepared to see how wrong he was. And now, the same girl whom the system described as someone with a superiority complex who could never have a friend to save her life, had bought him ice cream as a sign of gratitude for what he had done for her. He had no idea what it's like to fall in love, but with this dating sim power, there may really be hope for him to learn. Then thank you for being thoughtful, he bowed slightly in gratitude before reaching out to pat her head kindly, shocking the girl with his gesture. Kiyotaka's hand somehow felt incredibly warm and comforting as Susan felt her face heating up. Your heroine is becoming more comfortable around you. You gained +3 in charm. You have gained 10 affection points with Horikita Susan. Congratulations. The skill, head pats are the best, has been created. Head pats are the best, passive skill grants you and your heroine a soothing feeling when you pat one of your heroine's heads. Every head pat you give will be filled with love and affection that can only be seen in anime and manga. Kiyotaka stared blankly at the new notifications that popped up in front of him. Maybe I should have thought twice about doing that. For some reason, it just felt like the right thing to do, but now, I have another skill which is just about as useful as that smile one, he thought to himself. He quickly removed his hand from her head, which snapped the girl out of her temporary trance and made her turn towards him. Sorry about that, he said, looking away to prevent this situation from becoming any more awkward than it already is. Similarly, the girl also looked away, though out of embarrassment. And no, I didn't hate it. Hearing the girl's words made Kiyotaka consider doing it again, but threw that idea out of the window immediately. Am I actually blushing, he asked himself, feeling a weird heat in his face that he could only attribute to embarrassment. Yep. Definitely a superpower that can piss his father off if he sees it. We should finish up here and head to class. You still have to explain to Kushida why we left her behind, he coughed. All right, muttered Susan as she shook her head in an attempt to calm herself. Romance sure is complicated. Point 19 Act 4, Scene 2. After finishing their ice cream, the two Class D students headed straight to the school building, and to their classroom. But to their surprise, someone was waiting for them outside. When she noticed their arrival, Kikyo bore a sad look on her face. However, even from a distance, Kiyotaka could notice the brief look of anger on her face before it quickly morphed back into a sad expression. Where were you two, Ayanokouji-kun? I was really lonely, because you two left without me. She asked them as they stopped right in front of her. One look at Kikyo's current status was enough to convince the young man that Susan's decision to leave without telling her was wrong, even if she did it for a good reason. Kushida Kikyo, sad and angry friend. Relationship status, a rocky relationship. Affection points, 61/100. Kiyotaka took a quick glance at Susan to remind her of what she has to do. Fortunately, the black-haired girl noticed it and cleared her throat before speaking. I must apologize, Kushida-san. I wanted Ayanokouji-kun to accompany me for something important, and it would be wrong to have someone else there with us. I asked him to wake up earlier than usual so that we could leave for our destination and make it to class on time, she said in an almost robotic voice. At least she's honest, the young man thought, a bit unsure about that tone she used. Oh, is that so? It's just that, when we were about to go to school together, you wanted to go with us, Horikita-san, and after that, we always waited for you. She mumbled, although her thoughts were different from what she's showing them. You no good bitch. You're really trying to be a thorn in my plans, aren't you? Oh, just wait, once I get Ayanokouji-kun on my side completely, you're out of here. Susan sighed. Again, it would have defeated the purpose of why I wanted him to accompany me if you were there, Kushida-san. All I can do is apologize for my actions and reassure you that it will not happen again. That's not really a good way of explaining things, Horikita. Kiyotaka deadpanned. It would have been fun to hang out with you both, though. Kikyo smiled sadly, as she let out a little sniffle. Kiyotaka's eyes widened in panic the moment he heard that. If she becomes sad, then his broken skill will activate once again and who knows what it will do. With its power to alter reality itself, then he wouldn't be surprised if it teleports him and these two girls to an amusement park in order to make them both happy. Not wanting to stick around and find out if that would be the case, he quickly thought of a solution. After remembering a certain action he did earlier, Kiyotaka was hit with an idea. He could only hope that this would work. Never mind how embarrassing it is. Don't worry, Kushida, he quickly said, which gained him her attention. If you want, we can also hang out together as well, just the two of us. Kikyo blinked a few times, as if she was trying to process what he just said. What? Kiyotaka grimaced. It's times like this that the system taking over his actions would be the better option, but he was on his own with this. Hopefully, his charm was already high enough so that he wouldn't sound like an idiot with his next words. Like me and Horikita, we can also hang out together, just the two of us. That is, if you want to. I won't force you if you don't want it. He then reached out with his arm and patted Kikyo's head the same way he did for Susan. What is this? It feels so good. Kikyo's eyes widened as she felt him touch her head, but relaxed right away and even surrendered to the warmth and comfort that it gave her. For a moment, she didn't seem like a person with mental issues but rather, a normal one. It feels good when he touches my hair like that. I don't know why, but I want him to do it more. You have gained 15 affection points with Kushida Kikyo. Taking that as a confirmation that he averted the potential crisis, Kiyotaka stopped patting her head. In response, Kikyo actually let out a little whine because he stopped, having liked the feeling of his hand going through her hair. The girl quickly realized what came out of her mouth and blushed, before covering it up with her usual smile. Okay. I'll hold you to that, Ayanokouji-kun, she smiled brightly. Kiyotaka nodded. It seems that every interaction he has with Kikyo will result in gaining affection points with her. At this rate, she'll be the first to reach 100 affection points among his heroines, and who knows what will happen when that time comes. Meanwhile, a certain black-haired girl watched the interaction between them with a certain glint in her eye, one that was saying she didn't like what she just saw. It feels wrong to see Ayanokouji-kun doing that to another girl. She thought to herself, frowning at the scene before her. She then redirected her gaze solely towards Kushida. He did it to me first, only I should be the one receiving those pats. Thank you, Kushida. We'll be going inside now, if you don't mind. Realizing that the two were still outside of the classroom, Kikyo chuckled nervously before stepping aside to let them enter. Oh, right. Come inside, she told them. Kiyotaka let Susan enter the classroom first and remained where he was until he saw her taking her seat at her desk. There was no way he'd go inside with her, lest he risk one of their classmates seeing them together and start asking questions. He finally went inside a few moments later and headed for his seat. Thankfully, no one was paying attention to him, so he was able to get to his desk without any troubles. The young man let out a sigh of relief as he leaned back against his chair. Finally here, but the problem now is that there's still about half an hour before class starts. I could take a nap until the bell rings, but unfortunately, I don't really feel sleepy. I had a cup of coffee earlier because Horikita wanted me to wake up early. What to do? While Kiyotaka was thinking of what he could do to pass the time, two particular boys on the other side of the room were laughing together in glee and excitement. Oh, boy. I was so excited for today that I barely got any sleep. I sure hope I don't fall asleep later, hee hee hee. Ike laughed. Yamauchi grinned. Yeah, this school is just the best, isn't it? First, there's the monthly allowance of points and now we get to have swimming classes with the girls. It's like I'm in heaven. Kiyotaka blinked as he heard what they were discussing. That's right, they'll have a swimming class today. It must have slipped his mind because of earlier events, which makes sense for Yamauchi and Ike to be more excited than usual since those two are perverts. They're usually lazy and unmotivated during lessons, so it was a bit weird to see them looking forward to their classes. Swimming classes were generally rare in high schools, despite the high demand for it. Not every school in the country had access to a swimming pool within their premises. With its reputation, it's not surprising for the school to have a swimming pool for teachers to conduct swimming classes in. Plus, there's the girls themselves. Horikita, Kushida, Matsushita, and all of the other girls in the class were gonna be showing a lot of skin later on. It's expected behavior for the boys to be excited, including Kiyotaka himself. Horikita, Kushida, and Matsushita in swimsuits. The young man thought to himself as his imagination began to go places, before quickly shaking it off. What was he doing? He's not supposed to think like this. Or is the system doing it for him? He wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. He turned his attention towards the two perverts instead. He could go over to where they were and ask what they were doing, instead of keeping these thoughts to himself. It's not like he had anything else to do, right? At least this way, he wouldn't be as embarrassed because there's two other guys who are into this subject more than him. Sighing to himself, Kiyotaka walked over towards the two boys, but they were too engaged in their discussion to hear him. What are you two talking about? He asked. The two jumped in surprise when they heard someone cutting into their conversation, as though they were caught red-handed. They slowly turned their heads to face him, looking nervous. Ayanokouji. What do you want? Asked Yamauchi. What were you two talking about? He repeated. We are not talking about anything. You two look more excited than usual, and you're not normally the type to get excited over class, he pointed out. Before either of them could even think of making up an excuse, he quickly spoke again. Is it about swimming class today? The two boys blanched, knowing that they had no way out of this one. Why should we tell you that? You just might snitch on us. Yamauchi exclaimed, practically admitting that Kiyotaka was right by getting defensive all of a sudden. Kiyotaka shrugged. If you're not going to tell me, then that's fine. I'm just curious, that's all. Well, I suppose we could tell ya. It's not like hiding it is gonna do any good at this point, Ike sighed, causing his friend to look at him in shock. Wait, seriously. Why should we trust him? He's close to the girls, isn't he? He'll just snitch on us. I'm not close to any girl. Oh yeah. Then how do you explain Horikita? She's always with you when you get to class. Did you think we wouldn't notice? Yamauchi accused him. I almost thought that they had figured me out, but it looks like we're still safe, Kiyotaka said in his thoughts. He was worried that they would start bombarding him with questions about, he only mentioned Horikita, but not Kushida. I can still turn this around. He calmly rejected the accusation by waving his hand. You always see Horikita and I together because we are seatmates, as you can see. To prove his point, he pointed towards his desk near the window, where Susan was calmly reading through a book next to it. Yamauchi didn't look convinced. Yeah, so. That doesn't prove anything. Calm down, Yamauchi. There's nothing wrong with relaying our plan to a fellow curious mind. If Ayanokouji decides to join us, then that's even better, right? Another pair of hands to help us if we need it. Ike placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him down, before explaining the benefits if they do include Kiyotaka in their little escapade. Yamauchi's mood changed instantly, going from skeptical to eager within a fraction of a second. Ah, I getcha. Let's go for it, then. Join them. What exactly are they planning? The young man thought to himself. For sure, it would be something perverted because it's Yamauchi and Ike. It's all they talk about ever since classes began, girls and their fantasies. Come closer, Ayanokouji. We can't risk anyone else knowing about our plan. Ike whispered loud enough that only Kiyotaka could hear him. Kiyotaka raised an eyebrow, but followed what Ike said anyway and walked closer to the two boys. He had a feeling that this would be a big issue considering that they didn't want anyone else hearing what they had in mind. Professor's gonna be helping us record the chest sizes of the girls. He'll pretend to be sick and watch everything from the sidelines, while recording the sizes of the girls' boobs. Kiyotaka could only stare blankly at them. The worst part was that both boys looked so sure and confident about themselves that they didn't think something would go wrong. There was one part of their plan that did catch his attention, though. "Professor," he asked, wondering who that could be. "That would be me," spoke a new voice. The young man turned slightly to see another boy approaching them who was of average height with spiky black hair and green eyes. He was also a bit chubby in terms of body shape and wore a pair of glasses like any average otaku. "Ah, so it's you. Sotomura, was it?" asked Kiyotaka, trying to remember his classmate's name during the class introductions. "That's me," the teen known as Professor chuckled, before turning to the two boys who were part of the plan. "I believe there will be a few miscalculations like the number of girls participating in swimming class, but that's only a slight mishap. I'm quite certain that there will still be participants who'll give me plenty of data to work with." "Awesome. Oh man, I can't wait. I get why they're excited but I really don't see why they're acting like this," Kiyotaka thought, observing the two boys' behavior closely. Have they been completely alone for their whole lives that this is the first time they're seeing girls in swimsuits? Who knows? I'm not an expert in these things, even though I have a dating simulator superpower that's helping me win girls over. "Who do you think has the biggest boobs in our class?" asked Ike, a trail of blood coming out of his nose as his imagination began to run wild. I don't know about you, but my money is on Sakura. Damn it, I wish she could have been my neighbor instead of that damn Koenji." Kiyotaka felt tempted to laugh at the mere fact that Yamauchi was neighbors with Koenji, of all people, while he was the one who lived close to Sakura. He just didn't know what unit she belonged to on the 4th floor, but he had a feeling that he would know very soon. "Really? I'm putting my bet on Kushida-chan." Ike then turned towards Kiyotaka with an eager grin. "Wanna join us, Ayanokouji? We'll have a bigger chance of success that way." 20 Act 4, Scene 3. The young man put his arms up and backed away. "I'll pass. I don't want to be hated by the girls and ruin my image in their eyes. Come on, this could be your only chance of knowing some juicy facts about the girls. With the four of us working together, we can get that information for ourselves. Count me out of it. But don't worry, I won't get in your way. I'll also stay quiet and I won't tell anyone about what you're planning. If this fails, though, it will be all on you. It's not my problem," he explained before walking away, heading back to his desk. At the very least, he killed some time by talking to them, even if the topic wasn't something that he was comfortable with. "Oh, come on. Suit yourself. I guess we'll have all the juicy data to ourselves then." While Ike was distraught over the loss of a potential comrade who could help them out with the plan, Yamauchi didn't really care about it and only thought about getting to keep the girls' information to themselves. As more students arrived at the classroom, Yamauchi and Ike tried to recruit more boys to their cause and even talked about it like it was some kind of super-secret mission. They tried to ask Sudo, but he only ignored them. Some boys like Miyamoto and Honda were the opposite though, as they too wanted to know more about the girls' measurements, especially those who were the most attractive in their class. Some of them even made bets on who had the biggest pair. They couldn't wait for early morning classes to end, because the fun would only begin after lunch. XOX. After the morning classes ended, lunchtime came. Kiyotaka tried to sit alone for a little rest from everything that happened earlier, but that didn't last long when Suzune and Kikyo showed up at his table with their own trays of food. Before he could say anything, both girls took their seats like it was nothing and began to eat, making him sigh in defeat and roll with it. He was completely lucky that every single one of his classmates were too busy talking to each other at their own tables to notice his current dilemma. If only the system can make it so that anything he does with his heroines is completely invisible to everyone else, but his superpower is more of the type to put him in complicated situations and he has to be the one to figure out how to deal with it. Honestly, it's only a matter of time before someone takes notice of him growing closer to some of the girls in class. It's also only a matter of time before everyone in class becomes aware that he lives on a floor where the residents are mostly girls, with one adult. As the afternoon bell rang, it was finally time for their swimming class. A lot of the boys were very eager to get to the swimming pool right away, and they took off like a bunch of rockets upon leaving the classroom, despite the teacher's words to form straight lines and head there in an organized formation. Most of the boys changed considerably fast in the locker room at the pool area, before they headed to the 50-meter swimming pool. Some were in awe of the pool and the area itself, including Kiyotaka, Yosuke and Ken, but the others didn't really care about that and waited for something else. "Where are the girls? They should be here by now," Ike complained. "Yeah, it shouldn't be hard to change into their swimsuits, right?" Yamauchi agreed. "Well, I mean, they're girls, they're normally really slow when changing clothes, right?" "Yeah, you're right. Let's wait for a bit more." The boys who were part of Yamauchi and Ike's plan gathered at the edge of the pool and they waited for the girls to arrive, which took about 5 minutes. "They're here. They're finally here. Let's go." "Wait, what the hell?" Ike's face went from excited to dumbfounded in a matter of seconds, as he stared at the girls in confusion. Then, much to Ike and some of the boys' complete disappointment, only about a quarter of the girls in their class decided to participate when they finally came out of the locker room in their school swimsuits. The rest were either nowhere to be found, or they're just too shy to come out in a swimsuit. "You gotta be kidding me, where are the tits? Don't tell me this is all that we waited for." Kiyotaka approached Ike and tapped him on the shoulder, gaining the latter's attention. "If you're looking for our other classmates, they're over there." He pointed to the bleachers, where the rest of the girls were sitting along with Sotomura, who was pretending to write down notes. Hasebi was one of the girls who decided not to participate, which struck a massive blow towards the boys who were in on the plan. She was actually one of the top bets on who had the biggest chest among the girls, but now they had no way of knowing the truth. Despite this, the two perverts didn't look discouraged, at least that's what they were trying to show. "And no big deal. We'll just be satisfied with whoever's swimming with us." "Right, Ike." Yeah. We'll make do with the girls who are here. At least there's still some girls who want to swim." Kiyotaka sighed at their behavior. "They're not going to stop, are they?" "Well, it's their problem. If they get beaten up by the girls, it's on them. You two are unbelievable. Don't you realize that your antics caused those girls over there to be scared of joining today's class?" Sudo walked closer to the two perverts and sent them a disapproving look. "Seriously, keep your mouth shut next time." His words didn't sit well with the two almost immediately. "Shut up. You could never understand how we feel, Sudo," Yamauchi retorted. "Yeah. Don't think we haven't noticed you making goo-goo eyes with Onodera-chan. That's why you didn't want to join us, right? So you can score some points with her," added Ike. Something snapped inside of Ken the moment he heard Ike mention a particular person. "The hell did you just say to me?" he growled, cracking his knuckles as he advanced towards them like a bear that came out of its cage. The rest of the boys who were involved in the plan had already moved away from the scene, having sensed the impending danger from a mile away. It was only at this moment that Ike and Yamauchi realized what they did was completely wrong. Poking a bear is always a bad idea, after all. I think we pissed him off," Yamauchi mumbled, his face turning white in fear instantly. "Run for it!" Ike screamed, as he and his friend ran away with Sudo hot on their trail. "Get back here, you idiots. I'll teach you not to mess with me. Screw you. Don't chase us just because you're embarrassed about your girlfriend. Stop pissing him off, Yamauchi. You started it. He's gaining on us. Run faster." As Kiyotaka watched the two idiots being chased around the area by an angry Ken, he heard someone's voice call out to him from behind. "Ayanokouji-kun. Are you excited for today's class?" The young man turned around to see Kushida approaching him with Horikita beside her. Like with the rest of the girls, they were clad in school swimsuits. Like a perfectly normal teenager, Kiyotaka's gaze went not to their faces, but to their bodies. Kikyo's voluptuous figure was on full display for other people to see, since she was only wearing a swimsuit. She was already beautiful while wearing her school uniform, but this only highlighted her looks even more. If she didn't have that hidden side to her underneath that fake mask she puts up, then she would be the perfect girlfriend for anyone. Susan isn't one to be ignored, though. She's a definite contender when it comes to who is the most beautiful in the class when only considering looks. Almost every part of her body was perfect, like it can be compared to a goddess. She must be blessed with good genes, for sure. Kiyotaka could stare at that body of hers all day, and he wouldn't get tired of it. Kiyotaka's reaction to seeing his two heroines was his mouth hanging open, and his eyes looking like they were hypnotized by some unknown force. For the next few moments, he stared at them without blinking, almost as if he was frozen in place. "Ayanokouji-kun. Are you okay?" asked Kikyo out of concern, with Susan raising an eyebrow at the expression on his face. "I'm okay," he mumbled as he continued to stare at them. "Oh." It appears that Ayanokouji-kun is speechless from the sight of girls wearing their swimsuits. "Is this the first time you've seen such a thing?" said the unmistakable voice of Chiaki. The brown-haired teen joined the two girls and giggled at the sight of Kiyotaka's dumbfounded expression. As soon as she was within range of his eyesight, the young man looked at her as well. If Kikyo was voluptuous and Susan looked divine, then Chiaki radiated elegance. Even though she was only a teenager, one can easily mistake her for a young maiden. Never mind her swimsuit, her body figure alone speaks for itself. She wasn't too skinny, nor was she fat. The smile on her face as well as her eyes only added to her appeal, giving her a mature vibe. "You three are beautiful," he whispered to himself, although it didn't escape the girl's hearing. The effect of his words was instantaneous. What? Susan muttered, her eyes growing wide out of shock as her face began to heat up. Kikyo and Chiaki were completely silent, but they bore the same expression that Susan had, their faces red, and their eyes wide. "You have gained 2 affection points with Horikita Susan. You have gained 10 affection points with Kushida Kikyo. You have gained 5 affection points with Matsushita Chiaki. You complimented your heroines on their bodies. You gained +5 in Char 21 Act 4, Scene 4." The several notifications that Kiyotaka received was enough to snap him out of his trance, but that didn't make him forget what he just said. His eyes widened when he realized it, and he quickly turned to his stunned heroine so he could explain himself. Sorry about that," he quickly spoke, before raising his arms as though he was surrendering. "I didn't mean it in a depraved way, if that's what you're thinking." Kiyotaka cursed himself in his thoughts. This must be the work of the system, there's no doubt about it. He would never say something like that in front of other people, much less 3 girls who are only wearing swimsuits. The worst part was that he wasn't even being controlled, which is what the system does whenever he chooses from the 3 options. He said it because it was what's on his mind. On the bright side, as much as it embarrassed him, this does confirm his hypothesis about the system helping him become a normal person again, though he didn't expect it to help in this way, influencing him in some way to say things like this. But maybe it's okay. After all, these 3 are his heroines, so it's fine to say something like what he did, right? The girls remained completely silent for the next few seconds, making the young man fear for the worst. If any of them get angry, the broken skill might activate, and he didn't want that to happen. Maybe being away from them for a bit would do some good and let both parties take a deep breath to calm themselves. "I'm going to talk with Pseudo," he told them as he turned around and walked away, his eyes roaming around quickly in search of his red-haired friend. He saw Pseudo near the far end of the pool, where he was standing over the beaten-up forms of Yamauchi and Ike. He quickly headed towards where Pseudo was while keeping himself from taking a glance at his heroines who were behind him. "TCH. That's what you get for messing with me," he scoffed, looking down at the 2 idiots who bore XS for their eyes, and had big lumps on their heads. It was clear that Ken didn't let them off the hook easily. "Pseudo." Hearing his name being called, the red-haired teen turned to whoever just spoke. The scowl on his face disappeared right away and was replaced with a grin when he saw who it was. After Kiyotaka had saved him from those Class C students at the convenience store last week, the 2 talked a lot more and eventually became friends. Kiyotaka found him easy to get along with once you get past his tough exterior, while Ken saw his act of helping him as something that couldn't be repaid with simple words. "Yo, Ayanokouji. What's up?" Kiyotaka opened his mouth to say something, but thought twice about it. There's no way he could tell his friend about his little problem with Susan, Kikyo, and Chiaki. I shouldn't tell him anything about those 3. He thought to himself. He wouldn't understand. At best, he would laugh and accidentally reveal it to someone else. I can see him apologizing and telling me that he doesn't know what to give me as an answer, though. Deciding that it would be for the best to keep the issue to himself, Kiyotaka decided to ask about something else. Something that can spark a conversation between them, at least. "What happened to those two?" he asked, pointing to the two perverts who were still out of it. "Ah, these two were running their mouths, so I decided to teach them a little lesson. I doubt that these two will learn from this." Pseudo grinned. "Same, but that just means I'll have to beat it harder into their skulls next time. Please don't make a habit out of it. You might get in trouble, and there's a chance that I might not be there to save you from being stupid," Kiyotaka sighed, shaking his head. I know. Pseudo laughed heartily. "So is there something else you need?" Kiyotaka was about to bring up the topic of swimming in their class today, only for the two to hear someone else's voice cutting into their little discussion. "Pseudo-kun. You never told me you work out. Man, look at you." "I'm jealous," exclaimed Onodera Kayano as she walked closer towards the red-haired basketball player, marveling at his toned physique. Ken's entire demeanor changed immediately upon seeing the girl, going from confident to uneasy. "That's not exactly something that I tell anyone I meet, Onodera," he muttered, scratching the back of his head. Kayano laughed, before she began pulling on his arm. "Well, too bad because now I know. Come on, you gotta share your workout routine with me. Maybe we can even do it together when you have time." Completely out of options at the moment, Pseudo turned to his friend with a pleading look. "Help me," he mouthed, which Kiyotaka understood right away. However, instead of helping his friend like what he wanted, Kiyotaka had something else in mind. "I'm going to the restroom for a bit." "See you in a bit, Pseudo." He turned around and began to head for the restroom. "I'm not getting involved in that, Pseudo. I already have enough on my hands with 3, and more to come." He took a little glance behind him, where he saw Pseudo throwing an angry look in his direction, and he simply responded with a thumbs up before continuing on his way. "At first, I thought I would have to keep a close eye on Pseudo because he seems to be a rebellious person, but it looks like Onodera can keep him under control. If this keeps up, he'll eventually get to experience what I feel when I'm around those 3 heroines, and perhaps, maybe I'll even tell him about what I'm going through." Yes, Kiyotaka was glad that Ken was going through the same thing as him, having his own issues regarding girls. Because so far, among the boys, Ken was the only one whom he can call a friend. Yosuke was naturally with everyone, but he wouldn't say that they were friends yet. Plus, he might have a lot of fangirls among their female classmates, but he wasn't really having any problem of any sort with them. Kiyotaka needed someone who shared his pain. Apart from those two, there really isn't anyone else. There's no way he's going to befriend Koenji, as well as the boys who cared more about being a pervert. The only other guys whom he didn't really see any problem with were Miyake and Yukimura, but he didn't think they would be of much help. Whatever. He could think about this some other time. Right now, he needs to get his mind off of his little mishap with his 3 heroines earlier, and then apologize to them later on. Surely by that time, they'd have calmed down as well and they'll be able to talk normally again. As he got to the restroom right next to the pool area, he opened the door with the intention of heading to the sink so he could wash his face, but he wouldn't even be able to get there because of what he's seeing in front of him. "You've got to be kidding me, this is the men's restroom," he thought, his mouth hanging open in complete disbelief. A girl with long, red hair was bending over in front of him, having just finished taking off her red lacy bra, giving the young man a full view of her naked breasts. Her glasses were resting on the nearby sink. She only had her panties on as a result, just as she looked up at the person who suddenly entered the restroom. Sakura Eri's face turned red immediately, even reaching the point that steam began coming out of her head. On the other hand, Kiyotaka only stared at her, especially those 2 big masses of flesh on her chest that were each capped with beautiful pink nipples. Eri's bountiful heiress was added to the gallery. He didn't even pay attention to the sound of the system's camera snapping a photo, nor the image of Eri's nearly naked body appearing as a notification, because he was too focused on the fact that he was seeing a girl's naked body for the first time, well, nearly naked body, at least. Of course, being a perfectly normal teenager, he couldn't help but stare at the girl, particularly her massive chest that was being burned into his mind. In the same way, Eri reacted to Kiyotaka's presence similar to how every girl would react whenever a boy peeks on her. KKKKKYAAAAAAAAA. Kiyotaka made no move to dodge the incoming uniform that headed for his head, which hit him directly on the face. Even though he couldn't see anything, he heard the sound of footsteps leaving the restroom in a hurry. Once he was sure that he was all alone inside, Kiyotaka slowly removed the uniform from his face and looked behind him. It didn't seem like anyone heard the girls scream a while ago, so no one should be coming here. Right after I got myself in an awkward situation with Horikita, Kushida, and Matsushita, the system decides to throw this at me, he thought as he folded the girls' clothes neatly before heading to the sink, ignoring the new notifications that popped up at the same time. Eri route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Sakura Eri. Your current status with Eri has changed to an accidental misunderstanding. Congratulations. You unlocked the achievement, Taste of What's to Come. You gained +5 in aura. Kiyotaka raised his fist, ready to punch the mirror in front of him and shatter it out of frustration, before taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. Letting his arm fall beside him, he leaned forward against the sink and looked down. He should have seen something like this coming, but it's impossible. He was wrong about this whole thing in the first place, especially at what he initially thought this was. God, he should have gotten the hint when he was left speechless at seeing his 3 heroines in their swimsuits earlier. Because it was at this moment that Kiyotaka remembered, his superpower wasn't a normal dating simulator at all. It was an Eroge Point 22 Act 4, Scene 5. Kiyotaka returned to the swimming pool just as their teacher finally arrived. Miyajima-sensei had short hair, a bit bulky in physique, and looked like he was in his late 30s. He quickly gathered everyone who was participating at the end of the swimming pool, separating the boys from the girls. It makes me sad that not everyone will be participating today, but there's still a lot of you here. Now tell me, is there anyone here who doesn't know the basics of swimming? Miyajima-sensei waited a few seconds, but nobody raised their hands. The teacher smiled. All of you know how, that's good. However, my role here is to teach you anyway, but we'll work that out later. I'll let you do some warm-ups and practice with your swimming. You'll be having a race against each other 15 minutes from now. That way, we'll know which of you needs more help above everyone else. Kiyotaka chose to do his warm-ups with Sudo, who looked pissed at him for some reason, as shown by the angry looks he's been sending here and there. The young man could already guess why, but he felt like asking anyway just for the fun of it. If I did something wrong in your eyes, then say it already. Sudo grumbled. Did you really have to leave me behind earlier? Knowing that he was referring to his little conversation with Kayano, Kiyotaka only shrugged. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation with Onodera. Would you like it if someone interrupted you while you're talking with someone else? That made the angry expression on Ken's face disappear right away. No, but dash. Then I did nothing wrong, and you're only embarrassed about talking to a girl. Were Yamauchi and I perhaps right about something going on between you and Onodera? Arg. You heard that, the red-haired teen groaned as his face turned into the same color of his hair. It's hard not to listen when those two were practically screaming about it, Kiyotaka pointed out. Damn it. If he could, then Kiyotaka would have smirked as this was the perfect time for it. Having this little banter with his friend was a nice break after what he went through with Suzun, Chiaki, and Kikyo, and then followed immediately by that little incident at the restroom. So, is there something going on between you and Onodera? He asked again. In typical tsundere fashion, Sudo scoffed and looked away, though his face never lost its red hue. No. Don't be an idiot. There's nothing happening between me and her. If you say so, Kiyotaka shrugged, not believing him one bit. While Ken was grumbling about 2 perverts being unable to keep their mouths shut, Kiyotaka snuck a glance towards the girls, looking for a certain redhead in particular. Eri was performing her warm-ups with Karuizawa's group, but it was clear that she wasn't feeling herself. Her head was low, hiding her face from everyone else, and she had her hands close to her chest, as though she was bracing herself for another incident involving her clothes. At least she's not embarrassed enough to the point that she doesn't want to participate anymore, he thought to himself, trying to find some kind of light in this situation. No, he absolutely wasn't referring to what he saw in the restroom earlier. He was actually glad that he didn't scare her off or anything, and it's even more of a good thing that she hasn't told anyone about it, at least that's what he thought. When he looked at Eri, she met his gaze for a brief moment before turning her gaze away, a deep red blush taking over her features. Even though she was the one who walked into the wrong restroom, he couldn't really blame her for acting like this. It's not every day that a guy accidentally walks into a girl while she's in the middle of changing her clothes. Speaking of which, he had left her uniform at the restroom. There's no way he was giving that to her in the middle of class where everyone can see him. To ensure that nobody would think of going inside and by extension, see a girl's uniform by the sink and do whatever they want with it, he put up an out of order sign on the door. Hopefully, no janitor gets there before their swimming class ends. Also, now might be a really good time to apologize to his 3 heroines, all of whom he had inadvertently embarrassed earlier when he made that comment about them while they were wearing their swimsuits. He really didn't need both that issue along with his current predicament with Eri bothering him from all sides, so it's better if he apologizes now, and deal with their anger afterwards should they be mad at him. I'll be right back. I need to talk to someone, Kiyotaka told his friend as he looked at Suzune, who was doing her stretches on her own without anyone else. She would be the easiest to talk to because of that, and at the same time, she would be the hardest to reason with because of her personality. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if she slaps him the moment he shows his face to her again. But, he's been through worse in the White Room. And that broken skill hasn't been activated yet, so he's still in the clear, right? Heh. Is that someone, Horikita? Is there something going on between you two? Sudo asked, taking this as a chance for some payback by teasing Kiyotaka about the girl that he normally hangs out with. Kiyotaka ignored him and started walking towards Suzune, who immediately noticed his presence once he was nearby. She frowned at him for a few moments, before raising an eyebrow curiously. Where have you been? You said that you were only going to talk to Sudo-kun, but I didn't see you with him earlier. Kiyotaka was a bit surprised that she asked him about that instead of getting angry about his earlier words, but chose to answer her nonetheless. I went to the restroom for a bit. When I came back, Miyajima-sensei was already here. I see. She nodded in acknowledgement, before continuing with her stretches like it was nothing, which surprised the young man even further. She wasn't going to complain, or be mad, or even slap him for that perverted comment earlier. Seeing that she wasn't going to bring up the matter, Kiyotaka decided that he would do it himself. Oh, he could only imagine how she would react. About what I said earlier. He spoke, making Suzune turn her head to look at him. I apologize for it. It wasn't my intention to make you mad. It was completely uncalled for, and I regret saying it. Why would I be mad? She asked, looking at him as he had grown a second head. Because it's an inappropriate comment that I made, he answered as though it was the most obvious answer in the world. Don't girls get angry when boys say things like that to them? However, Suzune didn't look affected by it. If anything, she felt more offended that Kiyotaka thought she would be offended by a harmless compliment. I know you didn't mean it in a perverted way. I'm not mad. Do you honestly think I'm that shallow? She frowned at him. That's not what I'm saying at all. I was only worried about my words having a different impact towards you. There is no need for you to worry, unless you actually meant it in a perverted way. Her frown turned into a smirk. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? I thought you would be different, but it turns out you're nothing different compared to those 2 boys who would rather use their lower regions to think instead of their brains. Oi, don't compare me to those 2. He deadpanned. What about Kushida and Matsushita then? I can't speak for the 2 of them, but I don't believe they're angry with you, either. After you left earlier, they left as well. Of course, you can talk to them and find out for yourself. Now, she folded her arms and went back to looking serious. Is there anything else you wish to talk about, Ayanokouji-kun? I could just talk to them later. Our 15 minutes are almost up, anyway. I don't have any reason to doubt Horikita as well, so, if what she says is true, then I really have nothing to worry about, he thought, before shaking his head. Not really. Thanks for not being angry with me, Horikita. Unsure if what he had in mind was the right thing, Kiyotaka still felt the need to do it. He reached out with his hand and patted the girl on the head a few times, making her freeze and blush in embarrassment. Deep down, though, the girl felt happy that she was experiencing the soothing feeling of his touch once more. You have gained 5 affection points with Horikita Suzune. Yes. She mumbled, terribly flustered but too weak to do anything to stop him. And honestly, Suzune didn't feel like she wanted him to stop. Unfortunately, Kiyotaka did stop patting her head a few moments later, not wanting to let anyone else see him do such a thing. This made Suzune let out a displeased grunt, which the young man didn't notice, thankfully. The girl herself was surprised at what she was feeling right now, as well as her reaction to him suddenly stopping in his actions. Why did I want him to keep on patting my head, she asked herself. What is going on with me? Am I sick? Or is this all natural? At that same moment, their teacher blew his whistle, signaling everyone to gather around him so he could explain what would happen. The boys and the girls will have their own races, 2 for the girls, and 4 for the boys. They will be ranked according to the time that it takes them to finish swimming through the whole 50-meter pool. Since the number of female participants were cut down in today's class, there wouldn't be many swimmers to keep track of and they can finish their races without any problems. In the boys' case, the first 3 races would be a preliminary round of sorts, with the 2 top swimmers from each race competing in the final round. There, they will finally be ranked on who is the fastest. Either way, the final 8 male participants along with the 4 top placers among the girls will be exempted from the supplementary lessons and will instead help teach their classmates the proper form and how to swim more effectively. Miyajima-sensei even sweetened the deal, saying that the top 3 winners from the boys and girls will receive some points from him as a reward. Good luck, Kiyotaka told Suzun while walking past her, as he and the rest of the boys moved towards another side of the pool to give the girls some space. In response, the black-haired girl blushed, but nodded regardless. She didn't know why, but she felt strangely motivated to win this race. The first race between the girls then began. Suzun and Kikyo were both part of it, with the former ending up as the winner with 28.22 seconds. Kushida came in second, ending up with a time of 30.12 seconds. The difference in speed was clear and bright as day. Most of the boys cheered for Kikyo, their eyes glued towards her wet body that was only hiding behind a swimsuit. However, instead of responding to their praises like she usually does, she turned her attention towards one particular person and bounced over to where he was. How did I do, Ayanokouji-kun? She asked, smiling brightly at him. Kiyotaka didn't answer her right away, because he had to take a quick look at the people around them. He didn't expect the girl to do this in front of their other classmates, but maybe she just did it at the spur of the moment. However, that didn't help his case one bit, because a lot of their classmates, the boys, mostly, had just turned their attention towards him, mainly because Kikyo was talking to him. I never knew Kushida-chan was close with Ayanokouji. Maybe they're just friends. Are you kidding me? He already has Horikita, now he's going to take away Kushida too. Kushida-chan is mine. I won't let Ayanokouji have her. You hear me, Ayanokouji? Thankfully, it was only those boys who were watching him, which included Minami, Hondo, Yamauchi, and Ike. Everyone else had their attention elsewhere, but still, did it really have to be a couple of guys who can't keep their mouths shut? At this rate, the day won't end without them blurting out to the whole class that he had a little talk with Kushida. If only the system had a skill that can mute people entirely and prevent their voices from being heard. Kiyotaka rolled his eyes. It's not like this was never going to happen. There will always be the inevitable scenario where everyone else finds out what's going with him. Well, at the very least, they don't know that he lives on the same floor as Kikyo, right? That would garner a worse reaction. He turned back towards Kikyo and gave her a nod. You did great, Kushida. Second place is no easy feat. You have gained 1 affection point with Kushida Kikyo. The smile on the girl's face widened, to the point that she could kill a person with sheer cuteness. Even Kiyotaka couldn't stop himself from feeling a little heat in his cheeks when he saw her smile, and he knew it. Thanks, Ayanokouji-kun. Good luck on your race, by the way. I hope you win, she cheered him on, before heading back to her friends. Why does she have to be a horrible person under that mask? Anyone would be lucky to have her as a girlfriend, but she's not what she seems, the young man said to himself in disappointment as he stared at the girl. I hope the system can do something about it. Surely it doesn't expect me to handle a crazy girl who's hellbent on expelling one of her classmates just because she's from her old school. 23 Act 4, Scene 6. The second girls' race was the next one that took place. Kayano won the race by a landslide, finishing with a record time of 26.34 seconds. Interestingly, Eri was part of this race but barely lost to Satsuki, finishing with 36.32 seconds and 36.25 seconds respectively. As a result, Eri ended up getting last place, much to the redhead's complete disappointment. Kiyotaka observed her closely. So she's not good at swimming. I suppose that can also apply to any other physical activity that you give her. She looked like she was struggling the entire time, even. The brown-haired teen wondered if he should do something about her. She's one of his heroines, right? What's the harm in helping her out? It would be a waste if Eri is this horrible in physical activities, especially in the possible case of their class fighting against other classes in some kind of competition. While Kiyotaka thought of a way to help the girl, after he talks to her regarding the incident earlier, Miyajima-sensei smiled at the whole class and pointed to the overall winners. And there you have it for the girls' races. Our top 3 swimmers are none other than Onodera, Horikita, and Kushida. Great job, you 3. Keep up the good work, and I hope you can help your classmates become better swimmers. Onodera and Kushida smiled and showed their eagerness by shouting their response, while Horikita was the opposite, only nodding her head in acknowledgement. The boys' race was what followed. Ayanokouji and Koenji were part of the first one, as they both joined their fellow competitors at the starting line. Kiyotaka could see Kikyo and Chiaki cheering for him quietly. Hell, even Susan was sending him a nod as if she was telling him to do his best. For a moment, he thought about winning this race for the sake of making them happy, but he quickly threw that idea out of the window. Kiyotaka shook his head. I'm already dealing with 4 girls right now. I'm not about to draw even more attention to myself by going all out and causing my classmates to acknowledge my existence. That would also ignite questions in the girls' minds, and that's the last thing that I want to happen. On the other hand, Koenji was brimming with confidence and the desire to prove he was perfect. Nothing else was on his mind right now except victory, and maybe girls who are charmed by his presence. Wearing a red Speedo compared to the rest of the boys who were wearing trunks, a lot of the girls felt uncomfortable looking at him. It was mainly due to the bulge he had down there which barely left enough to be imagined because of the Speedo he was wearing. Regardless, the young man himself had a better build than anyone else in the class, even more than Pseudo. Crossing his arms, he smirked and closed his eyes. Humph. This competition is pointless, because it is already written that I will be the victor in the end. But if you insist, then I will show everyone that I am nothing but the perfect existence. The first race of the boys then began with the next whistle. Koenji finished in first place with a record time of 23.54 seconds, the fastest time today. Ayanokouji took the second place spot, ending up with 28.15 seconds, which was a time that he was satisfied with. He would advance to the next round at least, and that's what mattered. Not even enough to make me exert more effort, Koenji laughed while getting out of the pool. Many of his classmates stared at him in wonder and amazement, because even they had to admit that his speed was remarkable and can be compared to an Olympic athlete. As he climbed out of the pool and walked to the side in order to dry himself, Kiyotaka was then approached by 2 of his heroines, which were the 2 girls he had yet to apologize to. You still did great, Ayanokouji-kun. Don't be discouraged by this. Yeah, at least you made it to the second round, right? You can still turn this around. If only they knew that he was holding back willingly. He then cleared his throat. By the way, I'm sorry for that comment I made earlier about you 2 and Horikita. I wasn't trying to be a pervert or anything, but I understand if you think that way. Both girls looked surprised by his sudden apology and didn't respond for a few seconds before Kikyo began to giggle in amusement. You don't need to worry, Ayanokouji-kun. We know you didn't mean it like that. Knowing that there was a chance these girls weren't really angry with him like what Susan told him, it didn't surprise him much. That being said, he was curious why they weren't. Really? Well, it's not like you're friends with our 2 resident perverts, are you? Chiaki asked rhetorically while shaking her head in amusement. It was a simple compliment, there's no need to get mad at you for that. Huh. It looks like Horikita was right. There really was no need for him to worry. Maybe it's because they like him enough to accept a compliment, or just the fact that they're his heroines makes it fine. I see. Kikyo smiled at him again. Good luck in the final race, Ayanokouji-kun. With that, the 2 girls left him alone to his thoughts. They were clearly rooting for him to win, which was honestly flattering even though he could just tell them that he was only average when it came to physical activities like this. Should I go faster so I don't disappoint them, he asked himself, before shaking his head. No. Doing that will only make things worse. They don't have to know. I'd prefer it if things remain this way for as long as I can help it. The second race was a one-sided affair in every aspect, simply because Hirata was competing in it. His fangirls were loudly cheering for him, and the young man himself was well built too, being a soccer player and one who's into sports. With that, he easily beat every other competitor and got a time of 26.87 seconds. The third race between the boys was dominated by Sudo, who finished with 24.19 seconds, the second fastest time for everyone involved. Yamauchi and Ike, who were part of the race as well, wanted to humiliate him by beating his time as payback for earlier, but couldn't do anything against Sudo's record. Therefore, all they could do was sulk in a corner while Ken was quickly approached by an excited Kayano. "Nah, you should join me in the swimming club, Sudo-kun. Everyone will welcome you with open arms," the girl told him with an eager grin on her face. Sudo stared at her for a moment, before he shook his head sadly. "I can't. I'm already with the basketball club. Sorry." The girl blinked owlishly. "Wait, didn't you know? You can join up to 3 clubs if you want." "Wait, really?" he asked, caught off guard by that revelation. In truth, he was so focused on joining the basketball club that he didn't even know the option for students to join up to 3 clubs. Kayano nodded. "Yep. That means you can be in the swimming club and the basketball club. Come on, what do you say?" The surprise on his face morphed into doubt. In the hypothetical scenario that he does join both clubs, what would it mean for him? "I don't know, even if I join, can I handle doing both at once? I'll talk to our captain about it. You won't have to show up every day, only when we absolutely need you to. I know how much you love basketball, so I'm not going to stop you from doing what you want." Ken blushed at her declaration and looked like he was seriously considering it for a moment, only to be hit by another wave of doubt. Fortunately for the red-haired teen, he had the best wingman by his side supporting him. "You should take the opportunity, Sudo. In the chance that your basketball career might not go as well as you hoped, you at least have swimming as an alternative choice." Both Ken and Kayano turned their heads to the one who spoke, only to see Kiyotaka walking towards his friend, giving him a pat on the back before walking away like a pedestrian passing by. Ken was immediately tempted to fire back against Kiyotaka for that jab about him failing as a basketball player, but thought about what he said instead. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and scratched the back of his head, unable to look at the girl in front of him directly out of embarrassment. "I'll think about it, I guess." "Really?" The smile on Onodera's face widened even more, making Sudo blush even harder in response. Yatta. He's completely whipped for her. The system actually made the right decision in making her Sudo's neighbor. "I can't imagine what he'd be like if Onodera's not around to keep him calm," Kiyotaka commented, watching their interaction from afar. "It also feels nice to see someone else struggling with this, and not just me." Kiyotaka couldn't help but think about how things would be like if he was in the same situation. If only the system limited him to having only one heroine among many, then it would have been infinitely better. Choosing one can't be as bad as dealing with many, right? But no, he was cursed to have multiple lovers whom he would have to satisfy whenever they needed it. It was quite ironic, the masterpiece who can turn any situation around to his favor can't do anything against divine intervention itself. After letting his students take a break for a few minutes, Miyajima-sensei blew his whistle, calling the final 6 competitors from the boys to gather at the starting line. They were Koenji, Sudo, Hirata, Ayanokouji, Miyake, and Minami. Koenji never lost his smirk, still oozing with confidence until now. As I said, this competition is pointless. It has been written that I will be the one to win it all, because I am a perfect existence. Sudo glared at him, annoyed at the blonde's arrogance. "Say that again for when I beat you, Koenji." Kiyotaka took another glance at the girls who were standing at the side of the pool. Kikyo and Chiaki were cheering for him again, while Susan was just staring at him with a serious look. Maybe she also wants him to win this or something. Who knows? For a moment, only a moment though, he also saw Eri turn to him a few seconds before looking away. Well, at least he can be assured that she didn't outright hate him or worse. With the final whistle of the day, the 4th race between the boys started. It was over almost as quick as it began, with Koenji surpassing his previous record and getting 22.92 seconds this time. Sudo also beat his previous time, achieving 23.75 seconds. Hirata ended up at 3rd place, Ayanokouji at 4th, Miyake at 5th, and Minami at 6th. And we have our winners. Koenji is your first place from the boys, followed by Sudo, and then Hirata. These three along with the three winners from the girls will be receiving some points from me as a prize for winning, but that doesn't detract one bit from everyone's efforts today. Again, all of the top placers are safe from the supplementary lessons, but they will help in teaching everyone else instead, Miyajima-sensei announced, pointing to the final 6 competitors as they stood at the edge of the pool after everyone was done. With that, the races were over. Koenji went back to admiring himself with his beloved mirror. Hirata was flooded by praises from his fangirls, Sudo was hounded by an eager Onodera who kept him from going anywhere, and the 2 other boys headed for the locker room to dry themselves. Meanwhile, Ayanokouji was simply taking a rest at the bleachers. He was then approached by 2 particular girls, one of whom looked worried while the other had an impassive expression on her face. "Are you okay, Ayanokouji-kun? Even though you lost, it's okay. You can just do better next time." Kikyo tried to cheer him up, thinking that Kiyotaka felt sad from failing to win the competition. "I'm fine, Kushida. It doesn't really bother me," he waved off her concern nonchalantly. "Actually, I could have won it if I wanted to, but I just didn't want the extra attention that it would have gotten me. That being said, the extra points from Miyajima-sensei would have been a nice prize." "Well, it should bother you. The time it took you to complete both races was 28 seconds, the same as mine. You barely beat my record by a few milliseconds," Susan smirked, folding her arms across her chest. "If you don't improve yourself, then I might just rob you of your victory in the future." "I'll keep that in mind," he muttered, remembering just now that this girl wanted to compete with him at any chance they got. This was more of his fault though, a clear sign of how much he screwed up his first interaction with her. Thanks to that, Susan now thinks of him as a worthy adversary, which means he would have to take her seriously, a little bit, at least. Just to give her what she wants. "What are you talking about, Horikita-san?" asked Kikyo, raising an eyebrow curiously. "Nothing that concerns you," replied Susan, not even batting an eye towards the beige-haired girl. "She just keeps on provoking Kushida without noticing it." "Huh," he sighed to himself. "I really hope there's some way that I can deal with her mental issues, because this girl can't be right in the head. I still wonder what caused her to be like this, though. And I also wonder why her parents have no idea that their daughter's like this." More importantly, Kiyotaka also wondered if the system would do something about the problem with these 2 girls. They didn't like each other for completely different reasons, which was honestly more complicated than hating the other for the same reason. He could already see that they aren't going to get along anytime soon, but surely the system won't allow that, right? 24 Act 4, Scene 7. Sakura Eri sighed to herself. She was never a talented person and she knew it. She was hopeless when it came to interacting with other people and she knew it. It's the reason why she has always kept to herself and never went out of her way to make friends or socialize with others. Eri knew that she never fit in with any social group because of her defects, and simply accepted things as they are. She wasn't supposed to participate today as well. She didn't want to at first, but eventually gave in because swimming was too much of a fun activity for her to pass up on. She didn't expect Miyajima-sensei to hold a race that included everyone, though, but it was too late for her to back out at that point. Eri decided to see how she measured compared to her classmates. Just like what she expected, she was at the bottom when the race ended, though it didn't make it any less painful. It didn't matter that she was only a few milliseconds short of beating the next slowest swimmer, she still lost. In the end, the only person she could blame was herself. She wasn't talented in anything. She sucked at physical activities and she sucked in academics. The only thing she had was her interest in photography and maybe a bit of singing, but those things weren't going to help her graduate from high school. She shook her head to get her mind back on track. She wasn't going to sulk now, of all times. She needed to go somewhere in order to get something that belonged to her. Walking towards the restroom where her earlier encounter with Ayanokouji took place, she could only hope that her uniform was still there. Yes, the same uniform that she threw at him when he caught her changing clothes, and even had a peek at her assets. Eri wanted to bury her head in the ground like an ostrich to escape this embarrassment. Ugh, what the hell was she thinking? She shouldn't have thrown her uniform at him, because now she had to go back in order to get it. She could have used something else to throw at him, like the towel she had at the time, or she could have sprayed water from the sink at him. Eri immediately realized what she was thinking and shook her head furiously to get rid of it. Wait, no, that would mean that I wanted to hurt him. It's not like that at all. I'm just saying that there could have been a better way to resolve what happened. The girl blamed herself above everything else. After the embarrassment she felt from being caught in the middle of changing her clothes died down, Eri realized that she was in the wrong restroom the whole time. She didn't want to change into her swimsuit at the locker room with the other girls of the class, and simply went to the restroom where she could do it alone. She should have looked at the sign of the restroom that she walked into. Maybe she should go apologize to him, but that would mean that she would need to walk up to him and talk. The idea alone made the girl nervous about doing it, but if it means making up for her mistake, then it's a sacrifice she would have to make. As she reached the men's restroom where she went earlier, she noticed the "out of order" sign hanging at the doorknob, making her pale in fear. What if someone else was already inside? What if they saw her uniform? What if it's already gone? What if she came here for nothing? "The restroom isn't out of order," said a voice from behind her, making the girl jump in surprise at someone's presence behind her, before freezing in place out of fear. Eri wanted to turn around to see who it was, but she was too nervous. What if it was a teacher? Or worse, what if it was a student? He'd think that she was weird for trying to go into the men's restroom. The girl didn't move for a few seconds, too afraid of what's going to happen next until she heard the voice again. "You don't have to be so nervous. It's me," the voice spoke again, and this time, Eri realized that he was trying to calm her down instead. Well, at least he wasn't there to make fun of her or anything. Taking a deep breath, she slowly turned around to see who it was, only to be met with someone whom she had already encountered before. Ayanokouji," she stuttered, her face becoming redder. This was the same person who walked in on her earlier, the same person who saw her. Ugh, it's too embarrassing to think about. What is he doing here? Oh dear, he is still in his swimming clothes. Wait, I'm the same. I'm still in my swimsuit. Unaware of the girl having a crisis inside of her mind, Kiyotaka observed Eri for a moment with his usual impassive look, until he saw the heroine screen appear on top of her head. Sakura Eri, embarrassed shy classmate. Relationship status, an accidental misunderstanding. Affection points, 0/100. Heroine summary: Eri is a very shy and nervous girl who always gets nervous whenever she interacts with other people. However, she possesses an exceptional ability of reading other people, especially their true intentions behind their eyes. She loves to take pictures, sometimes of herself, which started her career of being a gravure idol online. She uses the name Shizuku and wears fake glasses to hide her identity from her internet followers. She feels very embarrassed about you seeing her in the midst of changing clothes, but knows that it was her fault in the first place. A girl who's actually worse at social interactions than me, who would have known? Kiyotaka commented. She's not good at physical activities, does that apply to academics too? Either way, she's someone who desperately needs help, but too much of a nervous wreck to actually ask. He turned his attention back to the girl herself, who looked like she was about to faint at any moment. "I assume you're here to get your uniform," he asked her bluntly. Unable to trust her mouth to say something, Eri simply nodded her head furiously as her answer. This was the same person who walked in on her, but why did he seem so calm? "Then move aside," he told her. "It's in there. I kept it safe when you left and placed that sign there to keep other students out." Panicking, the girl quickly moved to the side, allowing Kiyotaka to remove the "out of order" sign from the door before opening it. He led Eri inside the restroom, before pointing to the girl's uniform that was folded neatly by the sink. Almost immediately, Eri rushed to the sink and grabbed her clothes. She was about to change into her uniform, only for the realization that she wasn't alone kicked in. Kiyotaka was still inside with her, and he was just behind her. He was only wearing a pair of trunks, while she was about to change clothes. It felt like the exact same scenario that they were in earlier. She could just run out and leave him here, but Eri quickly threw that out of her mind. What's important was that Ayanokouji helped her out even though she was the one who made a mistake. She had to thank him for this. Thank you for keeping my clothes safe. Ayanokouji-kun. She stuttered, keeping her back turned towards him. Kiyotaka only stared at her for a few moments before she froze, as the three choices appeared in front of him. The system actually had perfect timing this time, he remarked. At least he would be saved from the agony of figuring out what to say to a girl like Eri. With how socially awkward the two of them are, he may end up doing more harm than good. A. Next time, don't make the mistake of walking into the men's restroom, will you? This was all on you. B. I'm sorry if you thought that I was peeking on you. That was never my intention. I only came to the restroom to wash my face. It never occurred to me that you were here too. C. I enjoyed the view, by the way. You just might have the biggest pair that I have ever seen, Eri-chan, and yours are the only I've seen so far. Not going to choose option C this time. If I said that, Sakura would likely never talk to me again, he sighed. The first choice was also out of the question. The girl's feeling embarrassed as hell already, it would only make her feel worse than she already is. And yeah, she did change her clothes in the men's restroom, but there has to be a reason for that, right? And with that, option B was the best choice to go with this time. I'm sorry if you thought that I was peeking on you. That was never my intention. I only came to the restroom to wash my face. It never occurred to me that you were here too, he said in a sad tone while putting on a sad look. It immediately got the girl to turn towards him so she could reassure him that he did nothing wrong. And no. No, it wasn't your fault at all, it's mine. She admitted, her face completely red out of embarrassment. I didn't want to change clothes with the others in the girls' locker room, so I chose to do it in the restroom instead. But I never really noticed that I was in the wrong restroom the whole time. She was too shy to change clothes with her classmates, huh? Now that I know what she's like, that's not surprising to think about it all, he thought, observing the girl's flustered look closely. Like with Kushida, I hope there's some way to deal with this flaw of hers, maybe even help her improve her abilities. He may have accepted and surrendered to his fate of being the protagonist of the system, but it would leave a sour taste in his mouth if his supposed heroines are incompetent and unable to stand on their own. Horikita and Kushida have a major flaw each, but those were attitude problems. Eri, on the other hand, was not only a nervous wreck around other people, her abilities are significantly worse than the other females of their classroom. Well, he could think about this some other time. He still had to respond to Sakura's words. He waved her apology off. It's fine. Just make sure you wander into the correct restroom next time. I'd say you're lucky that it was me who walked into you instead of someone like Yamauchi, not that I'm saying you're lucky that I walked into you, of course. Arg, what the hell was he saying? He's basically telling her that she should be thankful that he got an eyeful of her breasts earlier. He actually wouldn't even be surprised nor blame her if Eri decides to never talk to him again after this. So much for being a heroine, huh? The system should have helped him that time. He was very lucky that Eri didn't outright run away this time, though. While her face became redder to the point that it matched her hair, and after remembering that Ayanokouji did, in fact, walk in on her and saw her assets, she understood that the situation could have been worse. She was already lucky that the young man with her was thoughtful enough to leave her uniform here and even made sure that nobody else would go inside this room until she retrieved it. Yes, I understand. She replied while bowing slightly, the lens of her glasses becoming foggy due to the steam that came out of her head. Thank you again. Ayanokouji-kun. You have gained 40 affection points with Sakura Eri. That's a lot of points for the first time that we've talked, he thought, a bit surprised at the amount of points that he received from this. It was way more than anything he had gained with his other heroines thus far. I thought it'd be way harder to gain affection points with her because of what happened earlier too. In any case, Kiyotaka was glad that he had resolved this issue right away. He initially thought it would be hard considering how he and Eri met, but it's a good thing that the system helped him in the nick of time. A good way of making it up to him too, because the young man was completely sure that the earlier fiasco with Eri was simply a product of the system making more complicated situations for him to deal with. And secretly, Kiyotaka feared that this wouldn't be the only time something like this happens. 25 Act 5, Scene 1. After all their classes for the day had ended, Kiyotaka was fully prepared to head back to the dorms and get some rest. With how his life had changed from possessing a crazy superpower, the young man started treating sleep and proper rest as a bigger necessity than what they already are. It was the only way he could escape his current reality, even for only a few hours. And besides, he could already tell that there will be a scarcity of sleep hours for him in the future. However, he wouldn't get to have his due date with Bed-chan just yet. After they got back to the classroom for their final period, Kikyo had asked him to meet her at the cafe below the school building as she needed to talk to him. When he asked what it would be about, the girl only said that it's something important. And so, here he was, waiting at the cafe for his beige-haired classmate to arrive. He deduced that she would be late for a bit, so he went on and ordered a couple of drinks for the two of them. Having an ice-cold coffee should help soothe his nerves after the craziness he went through today. Kushida finally arrived about 2 minutes later. She had a worried look on her face as she approached the table where he was. "Sorry I'm late, Ayanokouji-kun. I had to say goodbye to my friends first." "Did I make you wait too long?" she asked, feeling nervous that she made the young man wait despite being the one to invite him. "Not really. I just got here about 10 minutes ago," he shrugged before pointing to the frappuccino that stood at the opposite side of the table. "I bought you a frappuccino while waiting for you." The nervous look on her face then gave way to a big smile that only made her look cuter than before. "Wow, thank you so much, Ayanokouji-kun. I really appreciate it," she said happily, taking her seat before digging in. "You have gained 1 affection point with Kushida Kikyo." "Only 1. Surely something like this would have gotten at least 5 or 10 affection points from her," he thought, raising an eyebrow at the notification before he shook his head. "Best to focus on what's important right now. So why did you want to talk to me? Just to be clear, this isn't your attempt in asking me out on a date, right?" "And no, not really." Kikyo blushed at his question because it was completely out of nowhere, before she cleared her throat. "I need your help with something, Ayanokouji-kun." He raised an eyebrow. "Which is?" "I've noticed ever since the first day of school that Horikita-san doesn't have many friends except for you, and now I know why she's always angry and cold towards everyone else. It's because she's lonely and she needs someone to be her friend." Yep, she summed her up pretty well, he thought to himself. And what does this have to do with me? "Please help me become friends with her, Ayanokouji-kun," she exclaimed, sending the young man a pleading look. "I didn't realize it before and I just left her alone because she doesn't want to be bothered, but now I realize that I can't leave her on her own." "Why do you want to be friends with her?" "Because I want to be friends with everyone. I was willing to respect Horikita-san's decision at first, but now I know that I have to get through to her." "You mean you want to get close to her in order to catch her off guard?" he said in his thoughts. "I'm not sure that I'm the best person to help you with that. As I have said before, I don't really have many friends, and the way I speak doesn't help, either. But you're the only one who can help me, Ayanokouji-kun. You're friends with Horikita-san, right? If anyone can help me, then it's you." "Well, we are friends, but I'm not sure if the same thing will happen to you. I honestly have no idea how I even managed to befriend her in the first place. Maybe it was luck on my part," he shrugged. Well, he was definitely lucky that he had a broken superpower that can make any girl fall for him if it wanted to. "That's fine. I'll be the one to talk to her, Ayanokouji-kun. You don't exactly have to do anything, I want to know what you did to gain Horikita-san's trust. A lot of our classmates think she's unapproachable because of what she's like, but if you can be friends, then I can as well," she said with a voice filled with determination. The young man stared at her for a moment. So, Kushida wants information from him. Once he gives her what she wants, she'll try it out on her own and work to befriend Horikita, which has a big chance of failing because of her personality. He honestly attributed his success to the system because he could tell that without it, Horikita wouldn't have accepted his friendship. He doubted that Kushida will succeed on this because they're like polar opposites in personality, Kikyo's mask, at least. He'll give her credit, though. Befriending Suzune only to stab her in the back eventually is a solid plan on its own, he just didn't believe that Kikyo could pull it off. And there's Suzune herself as well. That girl may be a bit dense to the things that happen around her, but she can definitely sense trouble when it happens. "Alright, I'll help you," he conceded. Kiyotaka had no reason not to help her and he didn't really believe that Kikyo could expel Suzune. The system wouldn't allow such a thing to happen in the first place. The best thing he can do is simply see where this will go. "You will," she gasped. He nodded. Kikyo smiled brightly once more, which was actually enough to spark a blush on his cheeks. "Thank you, Ayanokouji-kun. I promise to repay you in the future. You won't regret this at all. You have gained 1 affection point with Kushida Kikyo." He raised an eyebrow at the new notification, finding it completely peculiar. Before, the affection points he would gain from interacting with Kushida would be somewhere between 5 and 10. Sometimes, even higher than that. But for some reason, there was a decrease in it and he found it strange. Strange, the same thing also happened a while ago, even during swimming class, he thought, frowning in confusion. Does this mean the system is preventing me from maxing out the affection points with her? Or perhaps Kushida herself is the one preventing it. When do you think you could help me with Horikita-san? The girl asked as she sipped on her frappuccino, which snapped the young man out of his thoughts. Why not tomorrow? Let's get this over with as soon as possible, he suggested. I suppose I can tell you what I know about Horikita today, but I have to warn you. I may be friends with her, but I don't know everything about her. It's been only a week since we met each other and Horikita isn't the type of person to tell stories of herself to other people. She isn't much of a talker, either. Kiyotaka decided to humor this girl in what she wants. He wasn't going to mention Suzan's brother, of course. That's a one-way ticket to destroying their relationship and possibly causing the full might of the Eroge system to rain down on him for making his heroine sad. He'll only tell her what his perception of Suzan is, and what he personally thought of her. He had no idea if it would help her in being friends with Suzan, but that's not his problem. That's fine with me. Let's do this. Kikyo nodded eagerly. There is no need to wait. Let's discuss this right now. Caught off guard by the sudden voice nearby, the two teenagers turned their heads to see who was eavesdropping on them, only for both to be surprised when they saw the unmistakable figure of Horikita Suzan standing next to the table, her usual stone-faced look on full display. Kikyo was more surprised than Kiyotaka. Yes, she wanted to talk to Suzan, but not this soon. She wanted to know more about her first, so that she could come up with a plan in order to gain Suzan's trust herself. Once she does that, she'll then pretend to be Suzan's friend in order to gain more information about her and so she could work in the shadows for her plan to expel the black-haired girl from the school. She was unprepared for this. If this had taken place some other time, maybe she could have found an excuse to leave. But, she had no way out of this one, especially when Suzan directed her gaze towards her. You want to talk, Kushida-san? Let's talk.